both fists clenched so hard they almost shake. Our guy can barely believe what he's hearing, because the comrades who built this dream with him are now throwing him away. He helped raise this team from nothing, fought beside them for years, and now that they finally reached the top, they decided to do what he wants, like a blade to the chest, and it changes everything. A hand quietly flips through a book packed with strange symbols, like someone is digging through fate itself. And while those pages turn, our hero's past starts spilling out piece by piece. This isn't just about one bad day or one cruel decision. The roots of Ikoma's downfall did not be up to speak about the status of anyone around him realizes. Beginning. He chooses the bandit class because speed lets him level fast, stack experience quickly, and race ahead of other hunters. That gamble works for a long time. And our man climbs so high that people start calling him the Swift Blade. For a while, it really looks like he beats the system. Breaks loose, and the city is swallowed by fire. Even with flames tearing through the streets, Ikoma steps forward with his sword ready, because fighting is all he knows and protecting people is burned into his bones. He has spent years on the front lines, risking his life while others hesitate. Our hero doesn't run from disaster. He charges a stranger to the victory, falling behind. Ikoma is suddenly hit with the brutal truth that the party wants him gone, and the reason is simple and cruel. The monsters keep evolving, growing tougher and deadlier. While his attacks stop making a real dent, one cuts deeper than the last. They treat the bandit class like a washed-up relic, something only desperate nobodies pick because it's cheap and easy early on. Mages, they argue, still bring value even when under-leveled, while Ikoma's whole build is now seen as outdated. First, the Hunters Guild already removes him from the S-rank list, basically telling him he's too weak to survive high-level portals. Deny his flaws, but he refuses to believe he's useless. He tries to defend what he still brings to a fight, clinging to the support abilities everyone else laughs off. Poison and confusion may not land every time, but when they do, they can swing a battle in an instant. Our boy is desperate here, because this isn't just about a role in the party. It's about his entire identity. They throw his own argument back in his face. They reduce all his effort, all his years, to a tiny chance effect that almost never matters. That one cold response crushes whatever hope he still has of changing their minds. In that moment, Ikoma understands something ugly. They already decided his worth long before this conversation starts. For Ikoma, it is his whole life the one place he believes hard work can finally make him matter, even if nobody ever gives him much attention. But now the floor drops out beneath him because he has almost no money left. After pouring everything into gear and supplies, his S-rank status gone and high-level portals locked away, our hero is left broke, discarded, and staring into a future that suddenly looks empty. While the party that abandons him keeps charging ahead without a problem, word spreads that they conquered Taudi's palace, and people celebrate it like a massive triumph. That success only twists the knife deeper, because it makes it look like they were right to cut him loose. Ikoma's left alone with the sickening thought that maybe the world really has moved on without a problem. Spills over. Ikoma curses himself, curses his class, and tears into the choice that once made him a rising star. He knows he can survive for a while if he sells off the gear he spent years collecting. But that isn't living. That's just slowly sinking. Our man is cornered by regret, and the worst part is knowing he built this cage with his own hands. Then a sharp alert suddenly breaks the silence. The emergency signal starts blaring, and the report that follows makes his blood run cold. An S-rank monster has appeared. Just like that, Ikoma's personal misery gets swallowed by a disaster big enough to wipe out everyone around him. It is even worse than it sounds. The glorious sword party is out of the country, and Ikoma knows there isn't another hunter nearby who can stop something on that level. Even he admits he can't handle it alone, and that realization lands with pure dread. Then he checks the monster's title, Kronos, the dragon of space and time. And suddenly this isn't just a crisis, it feels like the arrival of death itself. Now the pressure closes in from every side. Ikoma reaches the point where running is no longer an option, and every instinct screams that this is the end. With nowhere left to retreat, our hero prepares to gamble on his last possible move. It's the kind of desperate choice a man makes when survival is already slipping through his fingers. Even then, Ikoma's hunter instincts refuse to die quietly. He thinks if he's going to risk everything, that monster might at least carry something valuable. And then he finds it, an item so absurdly rare it sounds like a myth, the Divine Pocket Watch. A one-time use item that sends its user back exactly 10 years in time. One use? Then it vanishes from every dimension forever. like fate itself only allows a single do-over. In disbelief, our guy has never even held an epic item before, so of course his first reaction is basically, no way this thing is real. But with death breathing down his neck, doubt doesn't matter anymore. If this relic works, everything changes, and if it doesn't matter anymore, dark and wrong and impossible. Ikoma opens his eyes and can barely process what's in front of him, because reality itself feels twisted out of shape. The world around him looks familiar in a way that makes his heart pound. Our hero can only wonder if he's dreaming, but deep down, he's already starting to fear this miracle might be real. Ikoma Ichinose just landed 10 years in the past, and the terror of this new old world crashes down immediately. Terrified whispers spread through the crowd, warning that people are already dying inside the nearby portal. Guards bark orders, forcing civilians back together. Ikoma brushes himself off, his focus razor sharp, knowing he has no time to waste. Every year in this brutal world, turning fear into funerals for ordinary people. This harsh reality hits Ikoma hard, confirming the divine pocket watch truly sent him back 10 years. Back then, people still debated if civilians should even approach these dangerous portals. Our man knows that hesitation will soon become a death sentence. Fate dies as everyone realizes survival demands learning to fight. For our boy Ikoma, this future knowledge is a disgusting, unfair advantage. He plans to squeeze every single drop from this knowledge, leaving nothing behind. Our man are ready to pee. Before he can exploit any of his future knowledge, Ikoma faces a critical hurdle. He must make the one choice that ruined his first life, and this time he cannot fail. To unlock that decision, our hero sets his sights on reaching level 10 with cold, deliberate focus. The brutal problem is clear. Few portals are open to low-level hunters. The brutal problem is clear. Few portals are open to low-level hunters. The brutal problem is clear. Few portals are open to low-level hunters with a cloud of dimension. The brutal problem is clear for open to low-level hunters. It keeps a tight grip on every uncleared portal, controlling access to the dangerous zones. So Ikoma heads straight for an F-rank goblin den, locking onto a single target. That one kill will push him to level 6, a crucial step in his plan. He lunges in with raw momentum, slashing and scrambling with desperate beginner aggression. Full swordsman crashes into the fight, checking on the rookie before things turn ugly. Ikoma immediately sizes the stranger up, suspicion flaring at his sudden appearance. The man explains that solo clearing this den is suicide for a newbie. Weak goblins turn vicious the second they swarm. Overhead, he introduces himself as Kenji Ohara, a level 16 greatsword user. He patrols this portal, dedicated to keeping beginners alive in the brutal world. With a confident grin, he reveals his famous nickname, the Tutorial Guy. Kenji casually explains that with monsters increasing and no hunter returns to them. In glory, Kenji earns his keep by guiding rookies through their first bloody steps. Not everyone appreciates his act though, and someone nearby openly questions his babysitting. Ikoma ignores the noise, his focus unwavering. Our hero finally hits the milestone he's been grinding toward. Level 10 at last. The system confirms his jump from level 9 to 10, bringing with it the crucial skill points that decide his future. Kenji congratulates him warmly, praising his talent and predicting fame. Ikoma answers calmly, hiding the immense significance of this moment. Our man quietly knows he already reached essence back in creating a system. Our man quietly knows he already reached essence back in creating a system. Our man quietly knows he already reached essence back in creating a system. Our man quietly knows he already reached essence back in creating a system. Our man quietly knows he already reached. Road opens and Kenji warns him to choose his class carefully. He even offers help, completely unaware our protagonist arrived with a plan nobody else would understand. Ikoma goes completely still, weighing every option in tense silence. One wrong click could repeat his past humility. Stares at the class system with a heavy, determined look. This single decision shapes his entire second life, and the pressure is immense. Every class carries its own identity, its own strengths, and its own touch and its own hidden trap. And all of it, every single bit of power, starts with skills. Come alive if Ikoma spends the points he has earned. A list opens before him, showing 30 points remaining. It tempts him with choices like fire magic, detect movement, swordsmanship, and night vision. Kenji immediately pushes the obvious answer, strongly recommending swordsmanship. Kenji, the best path is simple. Rush enemies head-on and cut them down like a real frontline fighter. He even suggests Ikoma's agility might suit the bandit class, the very path that failed our hero before. But then Kenji notices something weird, realizing Ikoma has not spent a single point yet. Expression turns baffled as he blurts out the obvious question. Does this rookie even know how skill points work? He reminds Ikoma that the intro lecture tells every beginner to start with light steps and fortitude. Those two skills directly boost the body, making a fresh hunter far less helpless in combat. Skills are mandatory because beginners have almost no way to defend themselves. Ikoma says nothing, and that silence alone makes it clear he is about to do something insane. If he wants to become the strongest hunter alive, our hero refuses to waste points on the same safe choices as everyone else. Sees Ikoma's cursor move, panic hits him, and he tries to stop the pick. Our hero selects fall damage resistance, a weird little skill that reduces damage from gravity and falling. Kenji instantly dismisses it as trash, the kind of skill nobody serious would ever touch. Kenji even laughs it off, insisting fall damage resistance will never matter in real combat. Ikoma ignores every word, locking in level 1 fall damage resistance without hesitation. Kenji stares at him like the kid just sabotaged his own future. He then deflects his mind. Can recover. Ikoma shocks him again by dumping all 20 remaining points at once. The skill instantly jumps to level 2 in one burst. Kenji's face completely breaks as he realizes this is no mistake, but a deliberate choice. Ikoma stands beside him in tense silence as the gambler continues. The final investment lands, pushing fall damage resistance to level 3 and leaving Kenji utterly speechless. Now Kenji can only rant in disbelief, convinced Ikoma has thrown away every chance he had. At first, this reckless choice seems to limit him to swordsman. Flashes up, like the system itself is finally acknowledging his insane setup. The class selection changes dramatically. Alongside civilian and swordsman, a third powerful option emerges. Gravity Master. Even Ikoma pauses for a beat, standing in the game inspecting us. System confirms it outright. A hidden class, Gravity Master. This powerful class only appears if every single point from levels 1 through 10 is poured into fall damage resistance. That condition is so absurdly specific that for a long time, nobody even knew this class existed. A strange purple vortex swirls beneath a glowing red orb, hinting at the power within. Even after the secret of this class got exposed, almost nobody dared to choose it. The reason is simple and brutal. Controlling gravity is monstrously difficult, demanding incredible skill. Ikoma falls silent again, but this time it is not doubt. It is pure recognition. Unlike everyone else, our hero has already lived through the top of the hunter world. He pushes through the crowd, moving straight toward the choice that will decide everything. His past experience fuels his conviction. Choice appears. Ikoma knows without hesitation that Gravity Master is the strongest class on the board. A heavy silence crashes down the moment he makes his selection. Kenji tries to stop him one last time, warning that this choice will turn him into a mage. He begs Ikoma to cancel, pleading with him to take the safer swordsman route instead. But Ikoma shuts him down flat, making it clear this is exactly what he wants. He repeats himself with absolute conviction, and that stubborn calm hits harder than any shout. A sense of relief settles over Ikoma, because the path he came back for is finally within reach. The system locks it in, and Kenji can only stare in utter confusion. Our hero officially becomes a gravity manager. New power floods in immediately. As he acquires gravity manipulation and gravity management, Ikoma can barely contain himself. The hidden class is finally his. For the first time, he openly celebrates becoming a mage, shedding the identity of the failed fighter he used to be. This is the start of the comeback he wanted, the true road to becoming an S-rank hunter. A broken version of himself from before. Ikoma burns with revenge at the memory of being cast aside, swearing he will never suffer that humiliation again. Right then, Kenji physically recoils, as if our boy's sheer confidence is giving him a massive headache. Ikoma back to reality, insisting the mage path is nowhere near as great as he thinks. According to him, mages are fragile, squishy, and cursed with terrible defenses. Worse, they are notoriously hard to master, and die more often than any other class. So Kenji bluntly suggests Ikoma should reconsider becoming a hunter at all. Our hero already expects that reaction because in this era, everyone worships close-range classes. They look down on anything else, especially mages. Then suddenly Kenji's expression snaps from lecturing to pure alarm. Tears through the portal, and the mood instantly turns from awkward to deadly. Panic spreads like wildfire as people freeze up, their bodies refusing to move under the crushing pressure. A terrifying red cap appears, Level 17, far beyond what anyone here should be facing. Ending. The monster's status hangs there like a death sentence, making the danger impossible to ignore. The air goes ice cold as that high-level goblin variant towers over a group of weak beginners. A heavy, terrifying silence hangs over the bloodstained floor, promising carnage. Someone shrieks in terror as the redcap's presence crushes the entire room. Another voice screams for everyone to run before the slaughter starts. Kenji's confidence completely collapses, and he admits he stayed in this place precisely because he cannot handle stronger monsters. Kenji's survival instinct screams at him to flee, to save himself from certain death. But then the brutal truth hits him. Everyone else here is level 10 or lower. If he runs now, nobody else has everything to bed. If he runs now, nobody else has even the slightest chance of stopping that monstrous redcap. Kenji yells for the others to go, desperately trying to buy them a chance to escape. He specifically screams at Ikoma to run, desperate to keep the rookie from dying here. But while everyone else breaks in terror, our boy surges forward. He declares that he will handle the monster himself. With no hesitation at all, Ikoma steps up and declares he will take the monster himself. He dashes forward, a new kind of power surging through him. Our gravity master is ready to prove everyone wrong and reclaim his destiny. What will happen next? Ending. A single glance stops Ikoma cold. The monster in front of him is a redcap, the kind of low-level nightmare that turns careless hunters into corpses. People around him try to calm the panic and cling to one hope, saying Ohara should be strong enough to deal with it. But our hero already knows that it's not some easy warm-up. Perhaps movements and his blood runs cold. That thing is absurdly fast, and he can feel death hovering one mistake away. The worst part is that our guy still barely understands what his new powers can really do. He stands there with a rewritten life, a deadly enemy, and a class he has never tested for real. Then the red cap nearly rips into someone, and panic explodes behind Ikoma. A warning flies at the rookie, but our man is already grinding his teeth because he refuses to watch someone die right in front of him. That old frontline instinct surges back like a flame, refusing to go out. Like that, fear turns into hunger, because Ikoma wants to know if this new path can crush the weakness that ruined his first life. Others immediately tried to hold him back. To them, this is suicide because a mage-type fighter should never challenge a monster like this at close range. They know one clean hit from a red cap can end the fight instantly. But our boy has already made up his mind in that stubborn look. In this, as cap explodes forward, a desperate scream tears through the air as someone realizes Ikoma is about to be caught head-on. The pressure spikes in an instant, and death comes rushing straight for our protagonist. One blink too late, and this comes out of its fist. Then Ikoma moves. The people around him freeze in shock as the so-called weak newbie bursts ahead at ridiculous speed. By reducing the gravity on his own body, our guy turns himself into a blur, and that tiny opening is all he needs. He does not need perfect mastery yet. He does not need perfect mastery yet. He does not need perfect fare and ridiculous stars. Back off for a second. It lunges again with savage intent, trying to overwhelm Ikoma in one brutal rush. Every step feels like a test of whether the gravity master is genius or a death wish, but our hero keeps his nerve, because hesitation is exactly what this monster wants. One of the miners swings a pick in pure desperation, trying to create even the smallest chance. Ikoma seizes that moment with ice-cold focus and unleashes gravity magic under crushing pressure. He does not panic, he does not flinch, and he does not waste the opening. Our man finally starts fighting like someone who remembers what it means to survive the front lines. A shrill scream rips out of the red cap as dark force clamps down around it. The monster convulses under Ikoma's gravity, its speed suddenly meaningless as invisible pressure crushes its body. Then the final exchange lands in a sharp, violent burst. In one heartbeat, the predator becomes the one being hunted. Relief slams into Ikoma the moment he realizes his gamble actually works. Everyone around him is left speechless, because the impossible just happened right in front of their faces. Our hero does not just survive, he proves something far bigger to himself. If the Gravity Master can do this now, then he ran off in the fantasy world. The Gravity Master can do this now, then he ran off in the faces his gamble actually works. Everyone around him is left speechless, because the impossible just happened right in front of their faces. Our hero does not just survive, he proves something far bigger to himself. The bystanders erupt in disbelief. One of them admits he could not even react while Ikoma moved faster than a red cap despite being lower level. That kind of gap should not exist, and now nobody knows what to make of this guy. The same rookie they were ready to write off suddenly feels like a walking mystery. Pouring in, Ikoma's hand drifts toward his sword out of pure habit. That tiny motion says everything about the old warrior still living inside him. He has won, but he also feels the cost immediately, because his man is nowhere near deep enough for drawn-out fights. So even in victory, our protagonist spots the next wall stands out to us. Ikoma swallows his pride and accepts help, because collapsing here would be way more embarrassing than taking support. And that is when the truth really hits everyone around him. Out of all the people trapped inside that portal, only Ikoma a hunter for just a few days. Actually, that courage lands hard, and one shaken man admits Ikoma's example gave him the push to stop hiding. Finally confesses what has been choking him this whole time. Fear has been controlling every move he makes, and Ikoma's reckless courage tears that excuse apart. Our hero has already changed the atmosphere inside the portal with one fight, but if a red cap is only the beginning, then the real test of the Gravity Master is still waiting to do what something happened. He's on his feet, but his mind is already racing. That insane victory over the red cap changes everything, because our hero finally sees a path forward. He knows one thing now with absolute certainty. If he wants to survive this second life, he has to level up fast. But with his mana bone dry and solo hunting way too risky, our guy swallows his pride and asks the guild receptionist to help him find people to grow with. Hesitates, and that pause says a lot. She warns him that with a mage-type class and stats this low, most parties will shut the door in his face before he even finishes introducing himself. She even explains that rare classes sound amazing on paper, but a lot of them are nightmares to use in real combat. Standing. That sting lands hard. But Ikoma refuses to back down and asks for the contact information. Anyway, persistence only makes things worse. Someone nearby cuts in and acts like Ikoma is the problem, as if simply asking for a chance is already too much. Then the rejection turns nasty, and they basically tell our man to stop embarrassing himself, and Smug Hunter steps forward laughing like Ikoma is some kind of joke. He wastes no time hyping himself up. He brags that he belongs to the Thunder Knights, one of the hottest parties around, and then drops his own name like it should shake the whole room. But Ikoma just stares at him, calm and unreelable, already peeling back the layers of that fake confidence. Our protagonist cuts straight through the act and points out the obvious. A melee-heavy party like that was never going to respect a mage class. Kakeru shuts him down instantly, and the contempt is dripping off every word. To this guy, someone like Ikoma barely even qualifies as a hunter, like awakening the wrong class is some unforgivable crime. He keeps sneering and talking down to him, acting like Ikoma chose weakness. But our boy stays cool and fires back with a clean little jab, almost offended that this clown is making rare classes look bad. But one line catches Kakeru completely off guard. Suddenly, the smug grin shifts, because now he is wondering whether Ikoma is hiding a rare class of his own. And of course, this guy cannot let the spotlight slip away for even a second, so he puffs his chest out again and starts showing off, desperate to prove he is the real deal. Ikoma lets out a small laugh, and that tiny reaction cracks Kakeru's pride way more than any insult could. The receptionist immediately panics because skills are forbidden inside the guild building, but Kakeru shamelessly tries to twist the blame onto Ikoma. Then he doubles down and paints our hero as some sort of thing. Real classy behavior from this absolute fraud. He does not bite. Instead, he calmly notes that Kakeru is a Thunder Knight and starts dissecting the class in his head like a veteran reading a beginner's handbook. Strong burst damage, sure, but way too straightforward once real danger enters the picture. Our man instantly spots the fatal flaw. The moment Kakeru faces monsters that are too fast or resistant to lightning, he is in serious trouble. That cold analysis hits harder than any punch, and Kakeru can only free. The whole room turns ugly after that. Awkward silence spreads first, and then the whispers start crawling in from every side. Bystanders begin piling on, muttering that Ikoma is just trying to latch on to a stronger party and get carried other friends. Bystanders begin piling on, muttering that Ikoma is just trying to latch on to a stronger party and get carried other friends. For what it is. At this point, people worship flashy skills, high stats, and easy power, so no one is going to trust him until he forces them to. Even the receptionist looks uncomfortable now, clearly regretting how far this humiliation has gone. But our hero stops her from apologizing for the world and accepts the answer himself. Will fight alone, even while Kakeru throws one last cheap shot at his back. The receptionist has nothing left to offer him. Ikoma answers politely because that is the kind of man he is, but under that calm face his frustration is burning like a furnace. The second he steps outside, that bottled-up rage finally leaks through. Then he reaches the Hunters Guild archives, and the anger inside him hardens as politely because that is the kind of man he is. But under that calm face his frustration is burning like a furnace. Resolve. Truth now. Trust is not something he can beg for, and no temporary party is going to gamble on him until he proves his worth. He needs reliable allies eventually, maybe even someone whose class works perfectly with a Gravity Master. But before any of that matters, our guy has to level up and build a reputation. No one ever tires of none in standing. And after crushing the red cap, he knows low-level prey is not going to push him anymore. He already learned a lot about what gravity magic can do. That makes his next decision even more dangerous, because instead of playing it safe, he starts looking for a portal with stronger monsters. He pauses and thinks it through carefully, knowing one reckless move could end this second life. Just as if the fact, then an idea clicks, and our man starts searching for the perfect place to gamble everything. Stands out immediately, the level 25 Temple of Statues. It is an owned portal, managed by the Hunters Guild so hunters can train, gather demonic stones, and steadily gain experience. Its signature threat is the Stone Knight, a monster dangerous enough to test hunters who already have some real field experience. Ikoma realizes something huge here. If he can kill even one enemy inside that place, people might finally stop looking at him like a joke. The problem is brutal. The recommended level is far above him, and Ikoma Ichinos is only level 12. Still, our hero starts building a plan, telling himself he can stay near the entrance, hunt carefully and scrape together experience one fight at a time. Fear presses down on him, but he refuses his nerves and locks onto the goal. He is entering the Temple of Statues, not just chasing levels. While he grows stronger, he plans to keep searching for party members who can cover the weaknesses he still cannot fix alone. A strange certainty rises in his chest, like fate itself is nudging him forward. Then Ikoma takes that step, and Pale's light swallows the space around him. Our boy is in. Statues greets him with instant dread. The confidence he carried in shudders the moment he arrives, because something about this place feels horribly wrong. Then shouting erupts nearby, sharp and panicked. The kind of voices that only come out when people are staring death in the face. Standing. Another cry follows, full of disbelief, like someone has just witnessed something that should not even be possible. The flame tears through the darkness, and the whole portal suddenly feels less like a hunting ground and more like a slaughterhouse. Ikoma stops dead, every instinct screaming that this is not the controlled training zone he expected. Then a massive footstep crashes down somewhere ahead, heavy enough to shake the air itself. That crushing sound, our hero realizes something monstrous is already moving toward him. Ikoma is barely standing, and this absolute menace is already trying to dive back into danger. With his body still trembling from the last fight, our hero points out that nobody ever made a rule saying he has to stay out. The others freeze because for a second, he actually sounds right. But fear crashes back in fast, and they warn him that a level 25 portal can hide monsters brutal enough to erase him in an instant. While Ikoma calmly insists he is only going in to scout. Ahead is exactly the kind of chance our boy cannot ignore. A hidden class tied to the path of the Gravity Master. Ikoma knows this kind of power never falls into your lap for free, and real growth only comes when you gamble with your life. He stares at the portal like a man challenging fate itself. Then, without giving fear even 1 second to breathe, he stays at the portal like a man challenging fate itself. Then, without giving fear even 1 second to breathe, he stays at the portal like a man challenging fate itself. Then, without giving fear even 1 second to breathe, he stays at the portal, and it is ruthless. If Ikoma wants to rise fast, he has to keep fighting enemies stronger than he is, because weak hunts will never give him the experience he needs. That truth pounds through his head until hesitation is nowhere left to hide. Even then, he figures one solid kill in a place like this could roll away. Silence twitches. A sharp creak cuts through the air, and every instinct in Ikoma's body locks onto it at once. He pauses for only a heartbeat, but that tiny break says everything. Something is already hunting him, and our protected realizes it before the attack, even though Ikoma explodes forward first, blade leading, refusing to let panic control the opening move. He closes the distance in a flash, but the impact feels wrong, like he just slammed into something tougher than expected. That split second of resistance nearly throws off his rhythm. Even so, His mind stays cold, and he quickly judges the monster to be around well 20. Our guy instantly triggers gravity magic and lightens his own body. The weight drops off him, his movement sharpens, and he prepares to burst in again with even more speed. The enemy's body grinds under the pressure of the clash, but it still holds. That tells Ikoma something dangerous right away. This thing is not going down easily. The ugly truth. Ikoma expected serious defense, but now he is staring straight at a monster built like a wall. His first exchange confirms it beyond doubt. This enemy is the kind that punishes sloppy offense, and one bad read could get our hero crushed. Changes the rules of the fight. A crushing force slams down from above, and suddenly the air itself feels heavy and wrong. The battlefield twists under the influence of gravity magic, and the monster visibly falters. Confused by the unnatural pressure, a strange grinding sound hangs around them as the force keeps building, like the world is screening shot. Name flashes through his heart, Mio. That memory hardens him instantly, and our boy stops fighting like a survivor and starts fighting like a man with something to reclaim. At the perfect moment, he reverses the flow and spikes the gravity and steps the gravity into its charge. And follows through without wasting a breath. He turns that burst of speed into a devastating impact by spiking gravity at the exact moment he lands, and the hit slams home with vicious force. The strain tears through his body, but he still grins. Because now he knows the Gravity Master clans, the reward hits. His experience surges, his level jumps, and vindication floods through him like pure adrenaline. Our hero does not waste that momentum. The instant the points come in, he starts thinking ahead and chooses the upgrade that matters most right now. Gravity manipulation. It is a cold, practical decision, but that is exactly why it is dangerous. Ikoma is already building a real combat style, and every smart choice pushes him further away from the broken man he used to be. And yet, Ikoma reminds himself that monsters carry a core called a demonic stone, and taking it will prove he brought down a stone knight. Once he secures the stone, another realization hits him hard. He still has plenty of mana left, and that is where our boy gets greedy in the best way, because now he starts wondering if he can squeeze one more hunt. And that is where our boy gets greedy in the best way, because now he starts wondering if he can squeeze one more hunt. And that is where our boy gets greedy in the best way, because now he starts wondering if he can squeeze one more hunt. Starts tempting him. The portal erupts with a distant blast. A thunderous spell crashes somewhere nearby, followed by the cry of a monster getting torn apart. Most people would take that as a warning and back off. Ikoma, being Ikoma, here's free experience. Ikoma, being Ikoma, here's free experience. He finds the source. A group is praising Utsunomiya after he blasts down a tough monster in a single strike, and even resistance to lightning means nothing against that kind of raw power. Utsunomiya soaks up the admiration like he was born for it, acting like this whole portal is beneath him. Then his ambition swells, and he starts craving something stronger, because easy wins are already boring him. That arrogance gets uglier fast. When the talk turns to the man he mistreated earlier, Utsunomiya shrugs it off like cruelty was some noble lesson. In his mind, humiliating someone weaker was practically a favor. The kind of twisted logic only a smug bully can say with a straight face. He feels no guilt, no hesitation, not even a little shame. My guy actually laughs, completely satisfied with himself. Changes, another disturbance rolls through the area, and even Utsunomiya's confidence starts to twitch under the surface. The footsteps coming closer are heavier than anything they have heard so far, and that sound alone starts rattling the group. And then the ground answers with a monstrous roar of sick groan slips out as the pressure in the air turns suffocating. When they finally look up, shock hits all at once because the monster standing there is far bigger than anyone expected. Panic spreads immediately as they struggle to process what they are facing. This is not some slightly stronger enemy. This thing is enormous, and everybody knows it. Nomiya, of course, smirks like the danger finally became worth his time. Then the number lands and it hits the whole group like a hammer. That stone knight is level 30. One hunter tries to act brave, but the others are already cracking under the terror of that gap, while Utsunomiya admits he has been waiting for a chance like this. As a Thunder Knight, he believes hunters at his level are beneath him, and now he wants to test that belief against a monster strong enough to answer back. Ending. Ikoma Ichinose, a gravity master, stands exhausted after an impossible victory, his body shaking and mana depleted. The people who awakened game-like skills and levels to fight monsters emerging from portals. are still reeling, their voices choked with disbelief. Then, with a violent wham, a new terrifying presence slams down hard. He remains standing. Someone nervously asks Utsunomiya if she can really face this with only 3 people. Utsunomiya tries to steady herself, forcing a brave face, insisting this high level. Stone Knight is still just a Stone Knight. Utsunomiya clings to the logic. It remains standing. That a Stone Knight, despite its size, must be slow and clumsy, but standing. That forced confidence shatters as someone blurts out pure disbelief. A startled cry escapes as the monster moves with shocking speed, far faster than anyone anticipated. Utsunomiya awkwardly tries to laugh it off, admitting its higher level probably makes standing it quicker. That weak agreement offers absolutely no comfort to the terrified group. Figure remains standing. Still, Utsunomiya spots a fleeting opening and seizes it like a desperate lifeline. It remains standing. Suddenly, Mio's name rings out in sharp alarm as a blur of motion streaks across the floor in a single terrifying flash. Confusion grips the people, standing, their breaths catching in their throats. They are already shaken by the immense gap in power between them and this beast. Utsunomiya admits its tougher defense makes this fight far messier than she ever expected. A harsh creak rings. A crack rips through the air and our hero moves before anyone can even scream. Ikoma forces his battered body forward, but he already knows the ugly truth. Without that speed boost from his gravity master tricks, he has no clean way to break a monster this strong. And the longer this drags on, the more death starts closer to the air. And just power bursts around Ikoma as the portal itself starts breaking apart. And the people watching can only stare like reality just stopped making sense. Our guy doesn't retreat either. He suddenly blasts himself upward, and every heart in that place nearly stops being deathy. Nobody understands what he's trying to do. Then confusion twists into pure shock, because Ikoma is fighting with a level of control that should be impossible for someone in his condition. But our protagonist doesn't relax for even a moment. He feels something off in the aftermath and realizes that Nightmare still isn't finished. Ikoma pushes deeper into gravity magic and cranks his control to level 2. The pressure around him changes instantly. Heavier, sharper, more dangerous. He wanted to keep this move hidden until later, but survival doesn't care about plans. So our man pulls out his trump card and unleashes reverse gravity. Terrifying force. But the victory comes with a brutal price. The recoil tears through Ikoma the moment he comes down, and his whole body screams like it's about to split apart. He staggers through the aftermath on pure willpower, barely staying upright, and then out of nowhere his level explodes from 16 to 20, leasing upright and then going up into the ground. And then, out of nowhere, his level explodes from 16 to 20. Settles, Ikoma notices a new resistance skill among his rewards. That tiny detail hits harder than the level up because it tells him the landing could have wrecked him far worse. Our boy finally understands how close he came to destroying his own body, just to win his survivor. They find their voices and all they can do is marvel at what he just pulled off. The same people who looked at him with doubt are now staring at him like he's some kind of monster in the best possible way. Then one of them, shaken and guilty, asks why he saved her after the way she treated him back at the guild. She's practically bracing for payback, because kindness is the last thing she expects from a man who had every reason to walk away. Start piecing together what happened inside. When they hear a level 30 Stone Knight appeared in there, the whole room freezes. And when they learn Ikoma took that down too, disbelief hits like a truck. Suddenly his haul becomes the center of attention, especially the stone he brought back. But Ikoma shuts down any offer right away, because that item is worth far more to him than a quick payout. Someone powerful recognizes exactly what kind of talent just revealed itself, and offers Ikoma a place in the Thunder Knights. For most hunters, that invitation would be life-changing on the spot. But our protagonist doesn't jump at it, because his mind is already moving far beyond this moment. Yes, he had been thinking about his next move, but that plan is already changing, because his second life gives him one advantage nobody else has. He knows what's coming. Soon, a portal called the Theater of Manic Dreams will appear, and that name alone carries the weight of disaster. While everyone else is still reacting to today's miracle, our hero is already staring toward the next battlefield. Ikoma doesn't celebrate. He stands there shaking, barely able to stay upright while everyone around him just stares at the guy who crushed a red cap alone. The silence turns heavy fast because nobody can process how the former deadweight suddenly becomes the strongest person in the room. And right when the questions start flying, our hero cuts through all of it and drops another bomb. He wants a D rank promotion, right now. It's hard because rank means everything for hunters. F rank is the bottom, E rank comes once a class is chosen, but D rank is where the real danger begins. Because that's when people start getting sent to handle portal disasters. A clerk tries to shut him down, with the usual rule about needing level 25 first, but Ikoma is better than rank. Every daybreak, that number leaves the room reeling, because a lone mage-type hunter is not supposed to grow that fast. Now the mood shifts from shock to suspicion. Some people start wondering if there's some trick behind his insane growth, while others look at him like they're staring at a monster in human skin. Then Ikoma drops the truth. That changes everything. His class isn't normal, at all. Our man is carrying a hidden class, and that rare power has a name. Gravity User. That revelation explains a lot, but it also makes Ikoma even more dangerous in the eyes of anyone paying attention. He now has a ridiculous new class, and on top of that, he carries 10 years of battle experience from the life he already lived once. Still, our protagonist knows growing too fast is a plain standing. D rank gives him access to more portals, and every portal is another step toward the future he's trying to rewrite. Ikoma isn't chasing rank just for pride. A higher rank makes it easier to join parties in a world that loves doubting people first and respecting them later. The real fire in his chest is aimed at one place, the Theater of Manic Dreams. He remembers exactly what appears inside that portal, a unique weapon so powerful that the hunter who claimed it in his first life became a serial killer and turned portals into slaughterhouses. This is what happens when that kind of power lands in the wrong hands. The memory alone puts steel in his eyes, and even with his body still wrecked, he swears he won't let that nightmare happen again. But this time, our guy is realistic. If he wants to clear that portal and seize the weapon first, he needs help, and not the kind of power lands in the wrong hands. The memory alone puts steel in his eyes, and even with his body still wrecked, he swears he won't let that nightmare happen again. But this time our guy is realistic. If he wants to clear that portal and seize the weapon first, he doesn't need just anyone beside him. He needs one partner he can trust, someone whose abilities fit perfectly with gravity magic and won't stab him in the back when things get ugly. So Ikoma keeps his plan close to the chest and starts listing the conditions in his head. And honestly, the person he's imagining sounds almost impossible to find. Even so, with time slipping away, our hero starts searching guild after guild. Hours pass, and the sky slowly darkens while his patience starts wearing thin. Every guild gives him another dead end, another reminder that finding the right person is way harder than crushing monsters. By the fourth stop, frustration is already crawling under his skin, and then a vicious voice cuts through the room, tearing someone down as if they're less than trash. It's Aoi, and she folds in on herself instantly. She bows her head, apologizes again and again, and takes every word like she's already convinced she deserves it. But the woman in front of her, Satsuki, shows no mercy at all. She keeps pressing harder until she finally drops the cruelest blow possible and fires Aoi on the spot. Can't even defend herself. She just keeps apologizing, crushed by humiliation, while everyone around her lets it happen like this kind of cruelty is normal. That sight hits Ikoma harder than he expects, because he knows exactly what it feels like to be thrown away once people decide you're useless. In that moment, our man isn't just looking at Aoi, he's looking at the ghost of his older self. Even worse, by acting like Aoi's failure was obvious from the start. All because her class is Enchantress. That one word catches Ikoma's attention immediately, and suddenly the pieces start clicking together in his head. While everyone else writes her off, our hero sees value where they only see weakness, so without hesitating, he calls a powers to ask for the whole room at once, especially when people notice Ikoma's hunter license and realize he's already D rank. Satsuki flips her attitude in an instant and tries to recruit him instead, acting like her party just magically has space now. Ikoma doesn't even bite past her and asks Aoi to form a party with him, leaving the poor girl frozen in pure disbelief. Understand what she's hearing, and honestly neither can anyone else. But Ikoma is completely certain now, and Enchantress is exactly the kind of partner he has been searching for. Aoi thanks him, but her voice is full of confusion and fear, because from her perspective this makes no sense. Why would a D-rank hunter choose something everyone else just threw away? already been broken down so badly that she can barely believe in herself anymore. Even while hope flickers and her time as a hunter is over, she wants to help, but that desire is buried under layers of doubt and shame. Our girl is standing right on the edge between giving up and trying one last time. Ikoma doesn't let her run from that moment. He presses forward and asks her to trust him just once, because he knows her value even if she can't see it yet. Then there's a brief pause, the kind that feels like fate holding its breath, and when Aoi finally accepts, our guy goes still for a second, because he can feel the future shifting in his face. She isn't about to let them leave quietly. She throws one last bitter jab at Ikoma, mocking his choice and acting like he just signed his own failure. Ikoma brushes it off with total calm, but the confidence in his eyes says everything this man already knows. She's running out of him, while Satsuki lingers behind, still burning his face. They're together. Aoi's whole energy starts changing. She excitedly points out how an enchantress can support a gravity user by covering his weak spots, and for the first time, someone looks at Ikoma's power with understanding instead of fear. She even blurts out that his weapon already rivals her, and that honest admiration lands deeper than she realizes. And as belief finally starts shining in their eyes, our hero takes another step toward the theater of manic dreams, because now he's no longer walking there alone. Inose stands at a crossroads, his heart heavy with the weight of his past. Satsuki, still catching her breath from their recent victory, hesitates, questioning if they should really proceed. She knows all too well the stigma attached to enchantresses. Feeling the sting of being seen as deadweight, recalling his own struggles reassures her that her worth will grow with time, but they must make a choice about the portal ahead. Hope flickers in her eyes, but reality pulls them back. They need to act now. Spirits lift momentarily as she assumes they're heading into a familiar, safe portal, but Ikoma quickly crushes that notion, revealing their destination is an unexplored portal, one that hasn't even appeared yet. The pressure mounts as he names it the Theater of Manic Dreams, a title that sends chills down her spine. With a recommended level of 30 or higher, Satsuki realizes they're stepping into a realm far beyond her comfort zone. The portal hangs in the air like a warning. Satsuki freezes, disbelief washing over her as she processes the absurdity of it all. Panic grips her as she recognizes the danger. An unexplored portal sounds like a death sentence. She tries to compare it to the owned portals, which are analyzed in deep settles. It's her hard. At level 17, she feels dwarfed by the looming threat. Fear spirals within her as she berates herself for being slow and inadequate, already anticipating failure. Crushed under the weight of that pressure, she apologized, convinced she'll be a burden. But Ikoma, armed with knowledge from his past life, has meticulously studied every record and crafted a plan to conquer the Theater of Manic Dreams. With unwavering certainty, Ikoma assures her that they can clear the portal without issue. He locks eyes with her, urging her to trust him. That confidence strikes her like a bolt, making her feel small in comparison. Yet Ikoma softens, aware of the terrifying path he's leading her down. But his resolve hardens him to feel small in comparison. Yet Ikoma softens, aware of the terrifying path he's leading her down. But his resolve hardens, aware of the terrifying path he's leading her down. But his resolve hardens, he must claim the weapon hidden within. Ki's curiosity gets the better of her as she questions how he knows about a portal that hasn't even manifested yet. Ikoma sidesteps the full truth, merely mentioning a rare item that granted him this knowledge. Her disbelief is palpable. How could any item predict the future? Just then, an urgent alarm pierces the air, as if fate itself is responding to their conversation. Cry for help echoes around them, transforming theory into reality. Satsuki glances down at a card in her hands, realization dawning on her face. The words on the card are chilling, a portal alert, accompanied by an emergency, Ikomia's focus on it. Eerie confidence, he strides toward the site, while Satsuki's nerves bubble over. She questions if this is truly the portal he meant, her anxiety palpable. Ikoma wastes no time. They'll start tomorrow. He lays out the stakes clearly. No one is likely to clear it in a week. But the first to defeat the boss will claim the prize. They stand in Sikyo Ward, and Satsuki can hardly believe they made it. Her nerves surge again as she asks if he's really sure about this. The government has mobilized quickly. The Ministry of Monster Eradication has already set up a field. In a record time, an official spots them and calls out, recognizing them as hunters. Voice turns urgent as she implores the officials to report any findings after their return. She wants every detail, from the layout to the monster's skills. and her fear is evident. She warns them of the dangers lurking in unexplored portals, where many have met their end. Ikomiya's response without hesitation is still fixed. Once they pass the officials, Satsuki finally voices her concern. Why did he hide their plan to kill the boss? Ikoma admits that revealing the truth would have led to immediate intervention from the officials. Standing before the theater of manic dreams, he notices her lingering fear, still clenching on him. Upon himself, promising to handle the monsters and retreat if things go awry. That declaration snaps Satsuki out of her spiral, and she blurts out her determination to do her best. In a moment of panic, she even offers to act as bait, but Ikoma quickly shuts that down, urging her to focus on her enchantments. Nervously, she admits her limited spell knowledge, prompting Ikoma to ask the crucial question. Can she cast Mana Drain? The importance of that spell, which steals mana from a target, making it invaluable in prolonged battles. Mana Drain not only siphons mana but can also transfer it to an ally, a perfect fit for gravity users like Ikoma, who burn through mana quickly. He sees the upside immediately. As long as there are monsters to drain, he can keep fighting without worry. In a drawn-out portal run, that kind of sustainability is a game-changer. Satsuki still harbors doubts, warning that those concerns only matter if neither of them can execute the plan effectively. Suddenly, a harsh sound slices through the air, signaling the arrival of their first real test. The atmosphere tightens as a clown bear, level 26, appears before them, a nightmare for rookies. Satsuki stiffens, fighting against the rising tide of panic that threatens to overwhelm her. Ikoma hushes her instantly, knowing every second counts. He gives the order at the perfect moment, instructing her to unleash Shadow Ball now. The spell flies, and to Satsuki's shock, she actually lands the hit. A wave of disbelief washes over her. She realizes that his tongue, already assessing the situation, knowing exactly how to exploit the opening. He confirms that the attack worked, and the clown bear flinches, a tiny reaction that shifts the momentum. Satsuki blinks in confusion, for a heartbeat, but then the fight erupts and everything else. Sharp rush cuts through the air as Ikoma springs into action before the monster can recover. His blade flashes down in a clean, brutal slash. Landing perfectly, the impact hits him, but Satsuki can't contain her excitement. The momentum has swung entirely in their favor. The clown bear growls weakly, but it's already finished, crushed before it can retaliate. Ikoma exhales, keeping it casual, as if that kill was easier than it appeared. Satsuki is stunned when the reward hits her. She jumps 3 levels in one go. The exhilaration is intoxicating, but guilt creeps in as she watches Ikoma's shoulder. The space. That kindness resonates deeply within her, contrasting sharply with how Aoi treated her. A bright smile breaks across her face as her confidence begins to blossom. She finally feels a sense of belonging. Her determined, solidifying exercises and her desk restraining dies make up difficult. He emphasizes their real goal, to bring down the boss monster and seize the rare item. Ikoma reveals the significance of that item. In his past life, it was used by Kaoru Tumibu to become the most notorious portal criminal in history. If they can claim it first, they could rewrite history itself. In theory, they shouldn't encounter him yet. Only 2 days have passed since the portal opened. But somewhere else, a storm brews as someone erupts in rage, and that safe assumption begins to crack. A pained groan follows, shifting the mood from hopeful to vicious in an instant. Another voice breaks through the tension. Disbelief evidences the gravity of their situation dawns on them. Choked gasp echoes through the air, signaling that the slaughter is still ongoing. A brutal skill tears through the atmosphere, and the name Life Extinguisher looms like a death sentence. A bloodied knife hangs ominously in the dark. The mercy already stripped away, the silence that follows is rotten, a heavy quiet that only comes out murder. Utsumibu stands over the fallen in total dominance, mocking anyone who dared to challenge him. He relishes the moment, noticing with satisfaction that he has leveled up once again. To him, the experience gained from these lives is merely easy points. He sneers at their weakness. He calls the combat today. Kaoru Tsumibu levels up, from 36 to 37, and the system confirms it. The stakes have never been higher, and the tension crackles in the air as our heroes prepare to face their greatest challenge yet. What will happen next? The battle for survival has only just begun. The momentum die for even a second. A dark purple sphere swells in his hand, and our guy hurls out one more burst before fear can crawl back into anyone's chest. He lunges right after it, pressing the attack with zero mercy. and the hidden threat finally exposes itself. Behind that creepy grin waits a jack-in-the-box. Behind that creepy grin waits a jack-in-the-box. Let's stub that into anyone's chest. He lunges right after it, pressing the attack with zero mercy, and the hidden threat finally exposes itself. Behind that creepy grin waits a jack-in-the-box. Satsuki can barely process what just happened, and the guilt starts eating at her. To her, it feels like Ikoma carries everything while she just tags along for the ride. But our hero shuts that down immediately, telling her these monsters only look easy because he already understands how they move. And then he reminds her that Enchantress is a strong class, and just because her power isn't flashy yet doesn't mean it isn't dangerous. Even while calming her down, Ikoma keeps his mind sharp. He urges her forward because her mana is dropping fast, and standing still in a portal is how people die. While acting calm, he checks his own condition and realizes the truth is accurate. Only one figure remains standing, and instead of panicking, this absolute menace decides it's the perfect time to test something risky. Target comes into focus. Clown Goblin. Level 24. Satsuki immediately stiffens because whatever Ikoma is planning clearly sounds insane already. Then our man gives the order without hesitation. And just like that, his little experiment begins. He's out the strategy while the pressure keeps rising. If they bind a monster and drain it dry, they can rip out a huge supply of mana instead of wasting time resting. Then he pushes the idea even further and explains that stolen mana can be passed to an ally, turning the enemy into a walking battery. Blue light flares around Satsuki as dark energy closes in, and even though the whole thing feels creepy, she follows through until she suddenly runs empty. The moment her reserves crash, someone offers to send mana back into Ikoma. Satsuki freezes up and turns red, clearly getting flustered by how awkward this whole exchange feels. Ikoma immediately calls it out, basically telling her to stop making it weird when they're trying not to die. That little jab breaks the tension, and the air finally loosens behind the Ikoma. Satsuki freezes up and turns red, clearly getting flustered by how awkward this whole exchange feels. Ikoma immediately calls it out, basically telling her to stop making it weird when they're trying not to die. Satsuki almost feels sorry for the goblin. Honestly, fair enough, because that poor thing gets farmed like it signed the wrong contract. Ikoma gives a dry agreement, knowing full well the monster never stood a chance once they figured out the loop. Then she steadies her face and prepares to transfer the mana properly. Next goblin drops, Ikoma checks the results with cold realism. All that effort only restores 9 mana, and for a moment the payoff feels painfully underwhelming. But they keep grinding, and eventually the numbers start turning in their favor. This time Satsuki recovering the method actually works. Thess lights a fire inside Satsuki. Suddenly this portal doesn't feel like a death trap anymore. It feels like a place where she can actually keep growing. But Ikoma refuses to get drunk on progress, because taking this long to recover mana in a real crisis could get someone killed. To her, though, this whole run already feels completely different. Everything she's learning clashes with the rules drilled into every hunter from day one. The guild always hammers in the same warning: never fight monsters above your level unless you want a funeral. Ikoma brushes that fear-first logic aside and explains the ugly truth. If you never challenge stronger enemies, you never build the skill. No fight from your level. And if you never challenge stronger enemies, you never build the skill. No fight from your level unless you want a funeral. Ikoma brushes that fear-first logic aside and explains the ugly truth: if you never build the skill, nerf. Or explains the same warning. This makes someone ask the question hanging over all of them. Are they seriously planning to clear this portal today? Before the answer settles, Satsuki notices blood and the excitement drains right out of her. Then a heavy thud echoes ahead, and the massive door deepens into the pattern of red. At last, Satsuki gives voice to the fear she's been swallowing. She asks if they can really finish this today, or if they're about to push straight past their limit. Ikoma stops in front of the giant door and calmly tells her they've arrived. Then he gives her an out, saying they can walk away if she's scared, even as the boss runs down the street. That offer doesn't comfort her. It rattles her even more because now the reality hits. She is standing right in front of a boss room, something she has never faced this closely before. Ikoma reads the fear all over her face and asks if nerves are getting to her still. It leads to the choice in her hands: getting dead on the ship, drag up every old wound she tries to bury. She remembers Aoi's anger, remembers always being the one who retreats, and the shame burns hotter than the fear. But then something inside her hardens. More than anything, Satsuki wants to change, and she wants to become someone who can actually stand beside Ikoma. Ikoma lets out a tight breath when he hears that resolve in her voice. That answer is exactly what our hero wants, and his approval lands like a spark to dry tinder. With her spirit finally locked in, they commit to taking down the boss monster together. Even with doubt still clinging to her, Ikoma points ahead and reminds her of the target waiting for them. The manic clown levels the thrust, and his approval lands like a spark to dry tinder. With her spirit finally locked in, they commits to taking down the boss monster together. Even with doubt still clinging to her, Ikoma points ahead and reminds her not to forget what he's been teaching all along. Enchantress is built for fights like this, and if she trusts her class, this boss is something she can handle. Even so, the pressure slams into Satsuki and locks up her body, then a sudden shout cuts through the tension, warning him to get out of there, and both of them look up. Own feels like a curse hanging in the air. Theater of Manic Dreams. In front of them stands the boss monster, the manic clown, level 35, and Satsuki finally understands just how monstrous this thing really is. The fear is real, the danger is immediate, but while she stares in shock, Ikoma's lips curl into a faint smile, like our guy has been waiting for this exact moment. Barely has time to breathe before a new nightmare towers over the party. A giant doll-like clown lurches forward, laughing like it already knows who it wants to kill, and the others finally scream for the exit, with pure desperate relief. But our hero doesn't run. He plants himself in front of Satsuki because he instantly realizes this thing heals far too fast for a normal fight, and every wound closing before his eyes makes the pressure feel 10 times heavier. Ikoma knows a head-on clash is suicide, and that truth hits him hard. So this absolute menace throws away the clean approach and bets everything on timing, positioning, and one nasty little trick. He measures the distance in a flash, reads the chain of incoming attacks, and slips through by the smallest margin possible. Eyes squeezed shut, body screamed, our guy forces himself forward, and instead, the approach ends of incoming attacks, and slips through by the smallest margin possible. Eyes squeezed shut, body scream, our guy squeezed shut. That truth hits him hard. Rain tears through him so badly a groan slips out before he can stop it. His mana is crashing, his body is shaking, and the cost of pushing Gravity Master this far is starting to chew him alive. Still, Ikoma grits his teeth and keeps moving, because stopping here means everyone dies. Every step burns the last speck of strength. Then he catches it. The boss's rhythm changes for just a second, and Ikoma instantly understands what's coming next. He warns Satsuki that the clown is about to trigger its teleport attack, and if it corners her near the edge, she's finished. So he urgently sends her toward the center, turning panic into a setup. And Ikoma feels the pieces finally sliding into place. Now our man is ready to gamble everything on one opening. Amid the flames and chaos, Satsuki stands there with her white hair lit by the fire, gripping her staff while the pressure closes in from every side. While staggering, Ikoma drags the monster's attention back to himself with pure defiance, basically telling that clown he's still not done. Snaps around in fury and unleashes a savage sweeping strike. Ikoma doesn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He explodes forward in a blur, diving straight into the danger with every last ounce of speed and nerve he can squeeze out of his battered body. My guy is running on fumes, but he still charges like he owns the place. For one terrifying instant, it looks like he's finished. Then, right at the edge of certain death, Ikoma flips the force itself with reverse gravity. The momentum twists, the trap breaks, and he rips himself free in a move. So, a violent boom erupts and force tears through the area like the air itself just exploded. But Ikoma isn't trying to win in one flashy strike yet. He keeps baiting the boss, provoking it, dragging it into wasting more and more power every time it chases him. Our hero is fighting like a man with no stamina left, and still somehow controlling the whole battlefield. The real problem. This boss fires off magic too fast, so if they approach too slowly it will roast them alive before they can even touch it. That overwhelming pressure is exactly what makes the thing so terrifying. But beneath all that fire and teleportation, our guy has already spotted one fatal weakness. However, a drain. Ikoma has been enduring this nightmare on purpose, waiting for the exact moment the boss overcommits and burns through too much power. Then the clown lunges in like it has already won, flooding the air with dread and killing intent. But through the pain, Ikoma plants his feet and gets ready to flip the entire fight upside down. Suddenly the boss falters, and confusion spreads across everyone's faces. Ikoma reveals the trap. The clown's flames and teleportation chew through massive amounts of mana, and he has been forcing it to spend itself dry. Now the predator freezes there, stripped of the very tricks that made it terrifying instead die. Now the predator freezes there from everything teleported. Ikoma doesn't waste the chance. He drags his battered body forward for the finish, even though every muscle in him is begging to collapse. Then another meteor drop crashes down with brutal force, and the cloud's confidence finally shatters into panic. For the first time, the monster looks like prey. Now Ikoma closes in like an executioner. He gives the boss no room to breathe, no room to run, and no chance to escape what's coming. Then a dark blast slams into the helpless clown, with crushing force that had been hanging over the party. Finally changes sides. The hunter who was once abandoned is now the one to breathe. The air itself turns deadly as Ikoma pours on relentless gravity magic and crushes the clown under overwhelming force. The boss is flattened, broken, and finished for good. And just like that, our hero's level surges from 27 to 23, with fresh skill points dropping into his hands. Like a transporter yesterday. Nobody can even process what just happened. Then the truth hits them all at once. They actually defeated the boss monster. One of them immediately panics about being trapped inside the portal, but Ikoma stays calm and explains that a portal doesn't close right away after the boss dies. That answer washes over the group like instant relief, and the embarrassment kicks in just as fast. Gathering in the air, and everyone freezes again. Satsuki calls out to Ikoma, thrilled by the victory but startled by the strange new light forming before them. Ikoma realizes what it is almost immediately. The fallen boss is dropping loot, and when the prize finally reveals itself, it's the clown blade, a weapon that fits a gravity. Which means our boy's rise is only getting started. Ikoma still trembles from his brutal victory, but a new weapon rests in his hands. This is the clown blade, a C-rank sword that instantly feels like exactly what he needed. Its true power isn't its attack, but its ability to cut skill delay and lower mana cost. To the others, those effects sound ordinary, but Ikoma instantly feels the opposite. For our guy, the rank and attack power are just extra shine. The real treasure is the hidden effect underneath. Any class that depends on chaining skills can explode in power, without a crash. This sword shatters balance completely, proving one lucky drop can rewrite a hunter's future. A gravity master is especially vulnerable when switching skills, and constant use drains mana dry. This weapon covers those weaknesses almost perfectly, making him a true threat. Finally clicks for the others, and they see Ikoma's deep satisfaction through his exhaustion. But then a grim memory rises in him because in his first life, the hunter who got this exact sword used it to climb all the way to A rank. One weapon truly changed everything for that man. He's there in silence, staring at the floor, remembering that Hunter later became a criminal who murdered others. Taking this item now feels like stopping that dark future before it even starts. That lands hard, and the others can only stare, rattled by his calm certainty. The truth hits everyone at once. A single weapon really can erase a fighter's biggest weakness. Meanwhile, Satsuki is still bent over and gasping, fear suddenly twisting across her face. She blurts out the thought she can't hold back anymore. If his weakness is covered, does that mean he doesn't need her? Shuts that fear down gently, assuring her he still wants to work with Satsuki. This blade doesn't solve his mana problem by itself, and he values her support. That answer breaks the tension instantly, and relief washes over her face, while someone else gets fired up, seeing Ikoma's rise as real competition. He wastes no time and turns to his growth, eager to spend his newly earned level-up points. He pauses and thinks it through carefully, knowing this next choice matters too much to rush. If he's aiming for the top, he refuses to waste points on weak skills. Everything must go into abilities. Only gravity uses the top. He refuses to waste points on weak skills. Everything must go into abilities. Only gravity uses to waste points on weak skills. Everything must go into abilities. Only gravity uses can waste points on weak skills. Everything must go into abilities. Only gravity uses can waste points on weak skills. Once he decides, he moves without hesitation. Our boy knows exactly what he wants. Then he locks in another choice, clearly building towards something much bigger. That decision shocks the others immediately. Whatever he picked, it isn't normal beginner thinking. Ikoma looks pleased with the direction of his build, but he still isn't done. The upgrades hit hard. Gravity magic rises to level 2, and gravity manipulation climbs to level 3. And then the payoff arrives instantly. A brand new spell. A brand new spell appears. Super Gravity Bullet, Granty. Even the name carries menace, Until now, Ikoma has survived mostly by leaning on gravity manipulation, which works but limits him. But now this weapon changes the game, making using spells far easier for him. The thought alone lights him up. For the first time since the fight, our boy looks genuinely excited. Then a voice cuts in from behind, full of disbelief. Someone has arrived too late. Taking one look at realize. That shock hits him hard. He can barely believe it. This outcome clearly wasn't what he expected. So he sizes them up and admits they must be strong, a compliment that feels smooth. Maybe too smooth. A strange tension hangs around the late arrival. Something about his timing feels off. Ending. Even so, someone jokes that his entrance is almost too perfect. The mood tries to lighten, but not for long. Ikoma doesn't buy it at all. He suspects the guy used sneak and watched the whole fight from hiding. The ugly logic comes together fast. He was probably studying the boss because he expected this party to lose. The others, that might sound clever, but to Ikoma it reeks of something darker. He's seen this kind of behavior before in his past life, and that familiarity makes his blood run cold. Then the stranger's face stirs a memory in him, and the tension spikes instantly. Ikoma stares harder, and the recognition starts to settle in. This man feels horribly familiar. That's Kaoru Tsumibu, the one who originally got the clown blade. And then he murdered hunters. It reels because this makes no sense. In his first life, Kaoru took far longer to clear the theater of manic dreams. Something is very wrong. And dread crashes down on him. Kaoru must have been lurking near the boss chamber to steal the loot. That means he likely planned to wait until the winner was exhausted, then strike. The thought turns Ikoma's stomach, but someone notices his change and asks what's wrong. He keeps his face under control. Nothing. But inside his instincts are screaming. Then Kaoru's eyes slide to the reward, and he casually asks if that's the boss loot. A moment later, he asks to take a look, sounding polite, but greed leaks through every word. The party agrees far too easily, and Ikoma instantly feels how dangerous that trust is. Kaoru accepts it without hesitation. In his eyes, these people must look painfully easy. A murderous thought flashes through his head. In his head, he mocks them for being naive, the malice underneath getting uglier by the second. A nasty stillness settles over him, the mask slipping fast. Then his cruelty shows itself completely, as he even thinks about using the girl for his own amusement. Then a single word snaps through the scene like a threat. Extinguisher. That ugliness hits Ikoma on a deeper level. For a split second, his own life flashes through his mind. The air turns ice cold, and everyone can feel something terrible. Closing it. Then, Kaoru moves. The attack comes so suddenly it catches the whole group off guard. Shock freezes the others in place. They can barely process what just happened. But Ikoma reacts instantly, refusing to let the ambush land. Kaoru can't believe it. His opening strike misses. He realizes it at once. Ikoma is faster than he expected. That one miss says everything. This enemy is far more dangerous than the others can handle. Even Kaoru is thrown off now. Ikoma's reaction doesn't fit the prey he imagined. The others feel the terror all at once, realizing this guy is way stronger than them. Kaoru's confidence cracks, and he demands to know how Ikoma saw that coming. For the first time, he's unsettled. Then he gives Ikoma a grudging bit of respect, admitting he isn't the fool Kaoru took him for. They're stunned he read all of that from a single move. They also identify his style immediately. He's an assassin, fast and stealthy, which makes him even deadlier here. Kaoru is genuinely surprised they figured that out so quickly. His act is falling apart, so he drops the pretense. There is no point hiding anymore. His demand comes out cold and simple. Hand over the item and I will spare you a deafening. Then he offers to let them live if they obey, but nobody with a brain believes that. Inside a portal, crimes leave no evidence behind, and Kaoru knows that, which is why he acts so fearless. Ikoma calls the bluff immediately. He knows Kaoru never planned to leave witnesses alive. Ending. Kaoru lunges the moment he hears that, trying to seize the opening at once. Instead of panicking, he almost seems pleased. Ikoma has impressed him. But the next instant, the mood turns vicious. Ikoma's gaze sharpens with a fierce new resolve. Then he leans in with a new thought. Kaoru is clearly interested now. Ikoma barely catches his breath from an impossible win. But then, his blood runs ice cold as he recognizes a face from his past. It's Kaoru Tsumibu, a notorious serial killer who once wielded the terrifying power of the gravity user class. A chilling realization slams into Ikoma. This monster claims that Clown Blade in his past realizes the horror. Kaoru might have been lurking inside this portal all along. Their blades clash in an instant, and Ikoma feels the brutal gap in power. He knows he cannot defeat this monster head-on. Not yet. Behind him, a shaken Satsuki reaches out, her voice is traveling. She tries to force herself into the deadly fray, but Ikoma instantly reads the immense danger ahead. Assassins like Kaoru are blindingly fast, striking deadliest when you least expect it. If this killer gets close, Satsuki is supported at that. So Ikoma stops her cold, taking the crushing burden of this fight entirely upon himself. He's determined to bring Kaoru down no matter the cost. Even then, he knows the brutal truth. He cannot win this fight alone. But he absolutely refuses to let Satsuki face. That still remains. That's what every imaginable edge, a superior class, a higher level and far more brutal battle experience. But worse than any stat, Ikoma knows exactly how vile this man can be. He can already tell Satsuki toads about the past. Flinches, already panicking at the vile things Kaoru does. So Ikoma moves first, using his gravity magic to instantly reduce the weight on his own body. He lunges forward in a sudden burst of speed. Meeting Kaoru's attack head-on, Kaoru's face twists in genuine shock. As it does, instead of folding, Ikoma trades blades cleanly, his swordsmanship earning a flicker of respect even from Kaoru. Then the killer presses where it hurts, sensing Ikoma has never taken a human life before. That cruel jab hits hard, and Ikoma's body jolts under the section of the presses. Doesn't break. He grits his teeth and keeps moving forward. Kaoru keeps talking smugly, predicting the ending, lumping Ikoma in with all his other victims. Ikoma answers with nothing but pure, unwavering focus. Ikoma answers with nothing but pure, unwavering focus. Ikoma answers with nothing but pure, unwavering focus. Kaoru smugly explains that most fighters crack against human opponents, dying from one fatal mistake. Then the exchange explodes, every impact feeling one slip away from death. Kaoru is completely thrown off. This brat isn't shaken at all by the brutal reality of combat. Ikoma grows colder and calmer with every single clash. That's when Kaoru feels real fear creeping in. Ikoma is reading his moves more easily every time. Now the humiliation starts biting deep, because a low-level kid is actually pushing him back. And just like that, Ikoma's allies realize this isn't some lucky fluke. Our protagonist isn't just sharp and knowledgeable from his past life. He's terrifyingly strong too, and that shocking truth hits everyone at once. Then everything changes when the clown blade finally lands in Ikoma's hand. A wave of immense relief flashes through him. He got the exact weapon he needed, right on time. This blade shortens the delay before skills activate, making his timing razor sharp, between lowering and increasing gravity almost instantly. A deadly dance. Without this sword, Kaoru's blinding speed would have overwhelmed him already, and his mana would be completely gone. Kaoru senses the critical shift and drops his playful act. His face hardens with grim resolve. He finally decides to show what he's truly capable of. For one tense beat, everything goes dead quiet, the air thick with anticipation. Then, a poison needle suddenly cuts through the silence, a silent, deadly strike. Freezes for a split second, staring at what he just did. Then he forces himself calm again, crushing the shock before it becomes hesitation. Now Kaoru is the one who loses composure, stunned that his insidious trick failed so utterly. Ikoma answers with convict, snapping out a precise counter before Kaoru can even recover. Kaoru can't process it. Ikoma somehow saw the poison needle coming and blocked it from that far away. The counter lands with a sickening thud, and Kaoru coughs out a painful grunt. Another hit follows, and the killer's body jerks with pain and pure frustration. Humiliated, Kaoru snarls that Ikoma only got lucky this time, but he immediately swears that kind of luck will never save our hero again. Everyone can only stare at Ikoma in stunned silence. Kaoru tries another dirty trick, betting everything on a hidden kill angle, but Ikoma answers by increasing the gravity at the perfect precise moment. The assassin's body buckles under the crushing force, and his scream says the trap backfired badly. Now Ikoma fully understands it. Kaoru's assassin skill accelerates his arm along the shortest path to the neck. Kaoru is visibly shaken that Ikoma saw right through a signature attack. Standing, the tension hangs heavy in the air. A silent standoff. Then, with a sudden dark surge of power, Kaoru unleashes a devastating shadow ball. The dark magic rips through the air, a terrifying display of raw power. Our hero braces himself for the impact, his mind racing. The sheer force of the attack is undeniable. Oma stands firm, his resolve unyielding against the shadowy assault. He knows he must weather this storm. The battle rages on, a clash of wills and abilities. Hero pushes his gravity magic to its absolute limits. He realizes he can even match Kaoru's incredible speed by expertly manipulating gravity around his own body. This is the key to turning the tide. The fight becomes a dizzying blur of motion, a dance between light and shadow. Ikoma's movements are precise, calculated, adapting to every one of Kaoru's desperate attacks. He's not just surviving, he's dominating. Kaoru's frustration mounts with every failed attempt to land a decisive blow. He throws everything he has, but nothing seems to faze our unyielding protagonist. The killer's confidence begins to crumble. A chilling realization washes over Kaoru, his eyes wide with disbelief. He can't believe it. Ikoma seems to know everything he's trying to do. Every move, every trick is anticipated, and Kaoru. Every move, every trick is anticipated, and Kaoru. Ikoma's past life knowledge, combined with his new gravity masterclass, makes him an unstoppable force. He's not just fighting, he's outthinking his opponent at every turn. The tables have completely turned. Kaoru is pushed to his absolute limits, his usual smugness replaced by genuine desperation. He's never faced an opponent like this, someone who can predict and deflect his every deadly intention. The end is drawing near for the killer. Finally, a grudging admission escapes Kaoru's lips, laced with disbelief and a hint of respect. "You're quite strong," he mutters, forced to acknowledge Ikoma's undeniable power. He gives our hero that much. Ikoma stands tall, his victory undeniable, the air crackling with the lingering energy of their brutal clash. The killer's words hang in the air, a testament to our hero's incredible comeback. This is a moment of pure dominance. With Kaoru finally subdued, a new chapter begins for Ikoma Ichinose. He has faced a ghost from his past and emerged victorious, proving the true power of the Gravity Master. But this is only the beginning of his legend, and the world is about to feel his gravity. Our hero, Ikoma, still shakes from his impossible win, barely clinging to his feet. A cold brush of death races up his spine, making him wonder if this is truly the end. Pain rips through his body, but he clenches his teeth, forcing himself to endure. Ikoma slips into shadow step, gambling everything on a burst of speed. He lunges forward with desperate focus, claiming a fleeting opening. A pained word catches in his throat, as the strain nearly shuts his throat as the strain nearly shuts him down. He hurls himself into the fray, diving with his blade because the fight leaves no room for hesitation. But a bitter truth hits him hard. Right now, he feels like he is barely helping at all. A crushing thought takes over, making Satsuki feel utterly useless in this moment. Groan slips from Ikoma as another brutal blow forces him back. Our man had control moments ago, but now the fight starts turning against him. The bastard lights up with twisted joy, savoring this bloodbath like it's the most funny setup. This is the pure thrill of life or death combat, and he savors every second. He presses in harder, hungry for more, eager to kill or be killed. He wants to enjoy this clash to the bitter end, dragging Ikoma deeper into his madness. And then Kaoru throws out a taunting invitation, daring Ikoma to answer. Our hero slips past the strike in a blur, making the attack miss by a hair. Kaoru laughs off the attempt and mocks Ikoma for his failure. Ikoma answers with chilling calm, like he has already chosen his next move. That unexpected confidence jolts the enemy for a split second. A pained grunt follows as their exchange lands hard. Even while reeling, Kaoru admits Ikoma is full of nasty surprises. He says it again with real heat, finally forced to respect our guy. Ikoma realizes he can lighten his body with gravity reduction. Our boy starts moving with almost unreal agility. That trick lets him twist, strike, and evade, dodging everything Kaoru Tumibu hurls at him. But even as he moves, a grim truth sinks in. His mana is running dangerous. Standing, Kaoru bursts into wild laughter, thrilled that the fight still has teeth. Ikoma notices the man is burning an active skill, pushing his limits as well. Boosts Kaoru's body, sure, but Ikoma knows that kind of power can't last forever. Our hero can tell the skill only boosts physical abilities, and it won't last much longer. He calls it out, certain Kaoru can't keep this pace. He smirks and says it outright. Ikoma can't keep this up either. Then disaster hits. Ikoma's mana runs completely dry, so he throws everything into one final attack, roaring as he commits. Who instantly realizes what a reckless move that is. For a heartbeat, even he is caught off guard by the sheer audacity. Someone watching can hardly believe how high Ikoma leaps into the air. But Kaoru snaps back fast, convinced Ikoma is helpless once he is airborne. He thinks our hero has just made a fatal mistake. Ikoma knows he gets only one chance to use increased gravity in midair. He his resolve and pours everything into this single strike. His voice falters as the weight of the gamble hits him, but he pushes through. He commits every last drop of mana to the attack. And then he unleashes Meteor Drop, a devastating skill. Meteor Drop descends in a blinding column of crushing force. The impact rips a cry of agony from the enemy. Standing. The sheer force of the attack leaves everyone stunned. That power is so overwhelming it shocks them all over again. All they can do is stare in disbelief at that incredible power. He feels the attack slipping beyond what he can contain, barely holding it together. The impact leaves the air trembling and everyone frozen in shock. For one breathless moment, Ikoma looks less like deadweight, and more like a monster awakened. He gasps for air, barely standing, his body screaming in protest. A shaken voice calls Ikoma's name from the chaos. He looks up, exhausted and confused by the sound. An apology comes out heavy with guilt. From Satsuki, her regret deepens as she apologizes again by name, her voice trembling. Her apology comes out small and shaken as she says his name once more. Spits out pure contempt, unimpressed by the display. He can tell Ikoma's mana is completely gone now, leaving him vulnerable. Even so, Ikoma tells Satsuki to run, to save herself. Satsuki, he insists, certain Kaoru won't be able to catch her now. If she starts running, she still has a chance to escape. Kaoru almost sounds impressed. Amazed, Ikoma keeps standing after fighting the boss monster. And what really gets under his skin is that Ikoma still fights just to keep him away from Satsuki. He spits it out at last. Ikoma kept fighting just so he couldn't lay a hand on that girl. That twisted praise catches them all off guard. Kaoru can't believe Ikoma risks everything for someone he sees as dead weight. And somehow, that stubborn loyalty makes him admire Ikoma even more. So he asks for Ikoma's full name, like he wants to remember this moment forever. Satsuki can only stare at Ikoma, shaken to the core by his sacrifice. A painful thought hits her. If things had gone differently, she never would have met him. She realizes she's been dragging Ikoma down this whole time. Dragging Ikoma down just like Aoi's cruel words had predicted. Her guilt crushes her, and she starts believing she should have quit being a hunter. But then another truth slams into her. Ikoma should never have lost to someone like this. The thought hits her hard. Ikoma should never have lost to someone like Kaoru. Desperation breaks through, and she begs for a miracle. Then she cries out for help with everything she has. A desperate plea. He finally slips from her lips, barely a whisper. And then comes the quiet plea that says everything, a desperate hope in the face of despair. A silent plea hangs in the air while Ikoma keeps the enemy's attention by force alone. One more delay, one more heartbeat, and maybe they still have a chance. Ikoma refuses coldly. He won't give his name to a criminal. Kaoru laughs it off, almost disappointed because he genuinely likes him. Even admits Ikoma is the first man he's truly admired in a long time. So instead, Kaoru swears he'll remember Ikoma's face for their next encounter. Just then, Satsuki feels her mana stir, a flicker of hope. Fires off a shadow ball, a sudden desperate attack. That unexpected move makes Kaoru flinch for a moment. He scoffs at first, sure something like that could never touch him. Confidence snaps as the shot nearly catches him off guard. A grunt bursts out when it finally lands, a solid hit. Even Kaoru is startled by that unexpected blow. Standing. He curses, furious that she managed to hit him. The realization stings. Satsuki came back at all, defying his orders. Instead of fleeing, she charges straight back toward the danger. A defiant act. Ikoma can't believe it and shouts for her to run, to save herself. But Satsuki refuses. She's done running from her fears. Ikoma that he is the one who made her believe in herself. He told her she has the power to do this, and now she clings to that truth, so she urges him to take her mana, fast, to turn the tide. Someone nearby calls out for help, drawing attention. Kaoru clicks his tongue, annoyed that things just got messier. Satsuki finally chooses to stand beside Ikoma. Then she unleashes Life Extinguisher, a powerful skill. Ikoma thanks Satsuki, his voice shaking with relief and gratitude. He tells her the truth. She just said both of them from certain defeat. Pouring out of him is completely real, heartfelt and profound. Satsuki calls his name again, desperate and hopeful, seeing a path forward. Then the shock hits, a blade flashes through the darkness in one clean sweep, and he's using that skill again like his mana somehow came back. Kaoru cries foul for a second, but the truth lands fast. They were fighting as a team all along. Their bond was there even before the ambush, a silent understanding. Ikoma knows his mana is back now, while Kaoru is already badly wounded, and strongly. Fixes his eyes on Kaoru Tsumibu and challenges him to settle this fight once and for all. Fresh mana floods back into Ikoma, and the balance of power snaps hard in the other direction. The hunter who was about to collapse now stares down Kaoru Tsumibu with comeback energy, and for the first time, Kaoru can't answer with Kaoru. The hunter who was about to collapse now stares down Kaoru Tsumibu with Kaoru Tsumibu. With the first time, Kaoru can't answer with Kaoru Tsumibu. With Kaoru can't answer with Kaoru Tsumibu. With Kaoru can't answer with Kaoru Tsumibu with Kaoru Tsumibu. Kaoru's confidence finally cracks as the pain catches up to him. For the first time, he looks like prey instead of the predator, his resolve crumbling. A rough groan slips out, a sign of his weakening state. Another follows as his body starts failing. Standing. Then the pain spikes hard, a searing agony. Still, he refuses to stay down and forces out one last burst of dark magic. "I'm not done yet," he roars. Unleashing a desperate, writhing dark energy, he starts writhing around him as he forces out one last desperate move. Even half broken, this guy would rather die swinging than accept defeat. Nothing changes immediately and the scene lingers for another uneasy beat. As Kaoru frees, his desperate move failing to connect, Ikoma calls out the flaw. Kaoru's skill takes too long to matter in a real fight, and he drives the point in again, merciless and certain that it's useless. Something chilling. In his past life, Kaoru relied on the clown blade to cover that casting delay. Our hero reads him completely, like he's already lived through this nightmare once before. That cold certainty is terrifying because it means Kaoru's trump card is already dead. Someone nearby breaks Kaoru's trump card is already dead. Someone nearby breaks Kaoru's trump card is already dead. Someone nearby breaks Kaoru's trump card is already dead. Someone nearby breaks Kaoru's trump card. Surges as the dark force keeps swelling, heavy enough to make survival feel impossible. And right there at the edge of despair, the real clash is about to begin. The pressure thickens around Kaoru Tsumibu until the air itself feels hostile. One wrong move now and somebody is getting crushed. A dark force coils around him. As the pressure keeps going, a dark force surged around him as the pressure kept building, threatening to overwhelm everything. The weight keeps rising, and the next move feels impossible to stop. Ikoma's victory doesn't land like a clean finish. It crashes down like a disaster. A brutal impact slams through the portal, and that purple gravity force swallows everything around him, sealing the fight with pure domination. For a second, nobody can even breathe. And the man who thought Ikoma was beneath him burns with pure humiliation, raging inside because he just got crushed by the one person he never took seriously. One of the survivors knows exactly how ugly cases like this can get. Crimes inside portals disappear all the time, buried under fear and confusion, but with Satsuki here, he forces himself to do the right thing. He keeps his eyes locked on the dangerous man, refusing to let him slip away. Then he urgently tells Satsuki to get out and contact the Ministry of Monster Eradication, trusting that a cleared portal should be safe enough for her to cross alone. Sinking in, the way Ikoma moves, the way he reads danger, the way he ends the fight without hesitation, none of it feels like a beginner fumbling through luck. A chill spreads through everyone watching as the truth clicks into place. Our guy isn't some random rookie at all. He's a gravity user, and that realization hits becoming difficult. The aftermath spreads fast, and this time it reaches far beyond the portal walls. News breaks that a serial hunter-killer has finally been arrested. The ministry moves in and takes Tsusibu, the murderer tied to Tokyo's Division 3, into custody. Just hearing that name confirmed. Sense of heavy silence through the air. A monster wearing a human face is finally caught. Races for interrogation, but the silence from the authorities feels almost worse. Then he remembers how broken the system really is. Inside portals, proving a crime is nearly impossible unless investigators already know who they're hunting. And while portal disasters keep shaking the country, the damage spills into everyday life. 2. Main standing. Ordinary crimes get buried, institutions crack, and the government starts grabbing control wherever it can. Power grabs only make life harsher for everyone below. More families get shoved into poverty and the people caught in the middle are left with almost nothing. Satsuki admits she had heard portals were lawless, but running into a serial killer for real terrifies her on a whole different level. Ikoma asks if she's afraid, because this horror is part of the hunter life. Ending. But our man softens right after, because he can tell she's carrying way more than fear. He gives her an out without dressing it up. If she wants to walk away now, he won't stop her. But before anything else, gratitude rises in her chest, and she thanks him for saving her life. When Ikoma says her name, the moment suddenly feels heavier. It's not just about survival anymore. It feels like a choice that could change both of them. If anything, her resolve hardens. She wants to keep trying, keep improving, and keep pushing herself even if she's scared. After a hesitant pause, she gives him that quiet nod, and that tiny motion says more than a speech ever could. Ikoma answers with a small smile and tells her he'll be counting on her from now on. Just like that, our hero gains his first real ally, Ikoma deeper than he expects. Looking back, he admits he was never the kind of guy who stepped forward for other people. Back then he was too lost, too bitter, too trapped in his own pain to think beyond himself. He even realizes that side of him is probably why Aoi could never stand him. But around Satsuki, something starts to make first time in a long while, Ikoma feels like he might actually become someone better. That thought is fragile, almost uncomfortable because it opens a part of him he kept buried. Then Satsuki throws her heart on the line and asks to keep hunting portals with him. Flaws and all, she doesn't hide her weakness. She begs with everything she has, and Ikoma can only let out this strained, overwhelmed reaction like his brain just short-circuits. Our guy deflects with dry humor. He mutters that she's way more talkative than he expected, and that catches her completely off guard. Satsuki freezes embarrassed for a second, while Ikoma casually points her attention somewhere else. It's his way of easing the pressure before the moment gets too heavy. Classic move from a man who still doesn't know how to handle sincerity. The buzz has already started. People are whispering about the pair who cleared the boss and helped bring down a killer. And the crowd swells fast. The sudden attention feels suffocating because now everyone senses a rising star has been hiding in plain sight. Even the guild starts chattering about the two of them standing. And right when that pressure peaks, Utsunomiya steps in. Nobody knows their names yet, but that barely matters anymore. Videos and blog posts are already spreading everywhere, and even without the full details, people know exactly which duo they're talking about. Hoshina becomes the center of attention, and Utsunomiya beams like a proud manager who always knew she had it in her. But before the mood can settle, another voice cuts through the noise and calls out, "To Thunder!" Refusing to leave without answers. Aoi rushes over saying she's been searching everywhere for Satsuki, and the desperation in her approach feels just a little too sudden. She pushes through the crowd like she still has a claim here. Then she finally admits what's really driving her. After thinking it over, she says she still needs Satsuki. Aoi's mind is already racing toward the levels Satsuki must have gained, and the greed behind her timing becomes painfully obvious. That shift hits Satsuki hard, and she visibly flinches like an old wound. Just got pressed in the side rant. That heavy silence hanging between them, and even the air feels awkward. Satsuki asks Ikoma why Aoi is acting like this, searching for some answer that makes it hurt less. A car rolls up beside them as they move, and Ikoma asks the obvious question. Wasn't that supposed to be her friend? Then he presses one more time, asking if she's really sure about leaving. Satsuki answers firmly that Aoi is not her friend. Not anymore. Footage from the portal incident starts exploding online. Ikoma knows exactly why. Portal videos always pull attention, and that's why people keep filming inside places that can kill them in seconds. He wonders how many clueless beginners get lured in by hype. Noise is after. And our man clearly hates it, disgusted by people who chase views and money over actual danger. Satsuki immediately starts worrying about the channels she follows. To her, though he definitely notices how easily she gets influenced. Then his tone sharpens and he tells her to stop spiraling over it, but somewhere else, another hunter is celebrating because his channel just hit 1 million views for the month. The incident is pulling insane numbers, even beating Hoshina's latest upload. And the second that happens, jealousy starts boiling. That jealousy turns ugly fast. Hoshina decides he wants a viral hit too, irritated that a serial killer's arrest is getting buried under flashy portal drama. The moment Ikoma lays eyes on him, he instantly dislikes the guy. There's something off there, something loud and self-serving. The kind of death this famous portal streamer Hoshina Sayanji watches in stunned silence. It feels like a new problem is already stepping into Ikoma's path. Just when Ikoma can barely stay on his feet after that brutal comeback, fate throws him something even crazier. He walks up to the waiting hunters, and instead of pity, he gets an offer that hits like a thunderclap: real gear, a real chance, and a real path forward. Our guy instantly understands the brutal truth of hunter life. If he wants to rise fast, he cannot waste time farming weak monsters with trash rewards. Ikoma pushes the point without hesitation. Because he already sees the bigger picture, he tells her that if she wants to survive and actually deal damage, she needs a proper weapon. Especially as an enchantress with weak gear is even uglier. When monsters start tearing people apart, to our hero, investing in a stronger teammate is not charity. It is smart survival. One word, colleague, lands harder than any attack. She freezes on the spot like her heart needs a second to catch up with what she just heard. Then joy bursts out of her all at once, and she clings to that bond like it means everything itself is big. Ikoma's watch. Her innocent explosion takes place of her own speed. Comes up. Ikoma answers instantly, already 10 steps ahead. He names the tomb of the ancient king like he has been waiting for this moment the whole time. It is a newly formed portal, and the rumors around it are already dangerous. High drop rates in a fresh portal. Yeah, that is the kind of bait hunters would kill for. The moment the words drop list come up, the air changes. This is not just another portal anymore, this is the kind of rare portal that can make a hunter rich overnight. Almost nobody realizes what the tomb of the ancient king really is yet. And that ignorance is exactly what the tomb of the ancient king really is. In his past life, our man devoured every scrap of portal information he could find, and now that obsession is about to pay off. This place is not just a battlefield. It is a money printer hidden behind monster bones and death traps. If luck really swings his way, rare items could start dropping too, and then this whole run turns into a jackpot. With no serious competition breathing down his neck, our guy plans to milk this portal dry. The second that greedy little grin creeps across his face again, even she notices he is looking a little too much like a villain. Blinks at the accusation like he genuinely has no idea what she means. Which honestly makes it even funnier. Before long they arrive at the tomb of the ancient king, and the raid prompt appears in front of them like a challenge from fate itself. The moment they step inside, the atmosphere crushes down on them, standing. The air feels heavy, ancient, and wrong enough to make every breath feel like a warning. Find something closer to a shelter, and that only makes the place creepier. The layout feels unnatural, like the portal is hiding its real face behind a mask. They keep pushing deeper, breathing harder as the tension tightens around their throats. And then the first enemy finally appears, a level 29 skeleton soldier, and this thing is clearly not here to play nice. The portal is hiding its real face behind a mask. They keep pushing deeper, breathing harder as the tension tightens around their throats. And then the first enemy finally appears, a level 29 skeleton soldier, and this thing is clearly not. Ikoma does not hesitate for even a second. He fires up gravity magic, reduces the weight on his body, and suddenly our boy explodes forward like a launched bullet. The burst of speed shocks everyone around him, because this is not the movement of some washed-up regiment. The skeleton soldier loses control of the fight. Almost every body explodes for everything that his body explodes for everything. Understanding the truth. This is not luck, and this is definitely not a fluke from the Redcap fight. Even against undead, where close combat usually turns messy fast, Ikoma stays calm and reads every opening with terrifying precision. Then he grabs the fallen weapon and immediately starts directing the battle, barking for ranged support. That command hits different once they realize what he's been doing. Our hero has been brawling with a level 29 undead monster barehanded, and somehow he is still the one controlling the pace. His teammate feels her mana draining, but panic has no room to breathe right now. Forces out a shadow ball, slams the skeleton with dark magic, and Ikoma instantly acknowledges the timing. keeping her focused instead of freezing up. Praise does more than comfort her. It builds trust, and in a deadly place like this, trust is worth almost as much as power. Then the system confirms the kill with 240 experience points, and Ikoma's gamble pays off exactly how he hoped. The skeleton drops a demonic stone and an actual item, and excites me as if the trust is worth the time to do. When Ikoma checks it, he finds a D-rank ancient ruins blade with bonus attack attached. Weapon's value. Ikoma knows this run is already paying out big. The price alone nearly knocks the breath out of her because, to someone scraping by, gear like this sounds unreal. Ikoma calmly explains that even simple, dependable weapons stay expensive, because good equipment is always scarce. Hesitates, then finally asks the question hanging over everything. Just how much money are they trying to make here? Like the number means nothing, and that somehow makes it hit even harder. They need 3 million yen for a weapon strong enough to matter and durable enough to last. She practically short-circuits from the shock, because that amount sounds less like a goal and more like a fantasy. Standing. But our guy stays calm and lays out the plan. They will spend the next 3 days exploring the portal and hauling loot until they hit that target. All she can hear now is the insane pace of it. In her mind, this turns into 1 million yen a day, and for someone used to barely getting by, that kind of money feels like another world. Then metal crashes somewhere deeper in the ruins, and Ikoma catches the sound immediately. Instead of avoiding trouble, he heads straight toward it, but not before checking his status like the cautious menace he is becoming. Everything snaps sideways. A blur tears into their path so fast it almost blindsides the whole group, and the pressure spikes in an instant. Through the dust and smoke, a bandaged monster creeps closer, looking like a nightmare wrapped in old cloth. Someone cries out for Ikoma, and the fear in that voice says it all. This thing is fast enough to kill hesitation. On the battlefield of the tread, before the panic can fully take over, a sharp slash rips through the chaos. A commanding voice cuts in at once, ordering everyone to fall back like this is already your stage. Then more instructions fly out fast. One person is told to finish the monster, another is asked if the camera is rolling, and support fire is called in immediately. Whoever just arrived is not only strong, she is running this like a performance. On her blade, and suddenly the whole fight turns flashy. Hoshina swings with the confidence of someone who knows people are watching, and her blazing strike carves through the monster in one clean arc. The speed is ridiculous, polished, and dramatic enough to leave everyone stunned. Then recognized, this is Hoshina, and she carries herself less like a hunter and more like a star entering her spotlight. Hoshina proudly makes it clear she came here to test an undeveloped portal, like danger is just another piece of content. After dropping the monster in a single swing, she boasts that clearing this place might be easier than expected. That is when the others finally connect the dots. She is not just a hunter. She is a portal streamer, and one of them even blurts out that they have seen her channel before. To them, it feels like a celebrity just walked into the raid. Mood shifts, the second attention swings back to Ikoma. While everyone else is dazzled, our man looks flat out disgusted. He cannot stand hunters who turn portals into entertainment, because to him, these places are where people bleed, panic, and die. The others remember it immediately. Ikoma has never had any respect for portal streamers. And now that contempt is written into any respect for portal streamers, and now that contempt is written all over his face. Hoshina throws herself toward the camera with bright energy, playing up the moment like she is born for the spotlight. But then the armored hunter beside her suddenly reacts to something off-screen, and her cheerful rhythm starts breaking apart. The instant things stop going perfectly, irritation floods in, and she snaps at the other side of the saddle. And that final complaint says everything. While danger closes in around them, she is still thinking about lost views, and Ikoma is absolutely not the kind of man who lets that slide. Ikoma survives a nightmare, and the universe rewards him by throwing a camera in his face. Our guy is still trembling from that brutal fight, barely able to breathe, when a sharp voice snaps at him for ruining her shot. After everything he just endured, getting treated by devastating place. Outdance. Ending. The girl doesn't hesitate for a second. She throws out the name Hoshina Saionji like everyone around her should already be impressed, then proudly crowns herself with the title she clearly values most. Portal Streamer. You can feel the confidence dripping off her, like danger exists, purely to make her look good on camera, standing. And right away, Ikoma realizes this girl is not taking portals nearly as seriously as she should. Hyping portals like they're some thrill ride built for views, excitement, and easy attention. In her head, every close call is content, Every monster is a thumbnail and every risk is just another step toward fat sponsorship money. She's practically sparkling with greed and adrenaline at the same time. Figure remained standing. And our hero hears all of that and instantly knows this mindset is going to get somebody killed. Ma cuts straight through her fantasy, and the hit lands hard. Hoshina freezes in disbelief, like nobody has ever spoken to her that bluntly before. But our man doesn't back down for even a second, warning her that a portal like this is not a stage, and not a coincidence. This place will crush her without mercy. Satsuki winces, feeling the sting of how direct Ikoma is. She quietly tries to smooth things over, like maybe our boy could have wrapped that warning in something softer, but Ikoma stays calm and firm, insisting he isn't attacking her at all. In his mind, this is just honest advice, and if the truth hurts, that's still better than watching someone die for views. Pride takes the hit badly. She repeats Ikoma's name, staring him down and sizing him up like he's just some nobody rookie who forgot his place. There's irritation in her eyes now, but also something sharper, wounded ego mixed with pure challenge. She can't stand that this exhausted guy just talked to her like an eagle, and that bruised pride starts turning into something reckless. Goes down a challenge, expecting hesitation. Instead, Ikoma accepts immediately, and Satsuki nearly short-circuits on the spot because our guy agrees way too fast. Hoshina laughs like she's already won, setting the showdown for 3 hours. Left the desk halfway down at the portal entrance. Then she walks off with one last smug taunt, daring him not to disappear before the match even starts. But after the laughter fades, her face changes. The playful arrogance tightens into something colder, more deliberate, like she's done joking around. Hoshina looks less like a loud influencer and more like someone determined to prove a point. She fully intends to make Ikoma regret. Inside the portal, the pressure rises again. A robed figure steps forward while the blue-haired mage watches from behind, and suddenly the monster reacts, lifting its blade with a harsh, ugly scrape that screams incoming death. Then everything explodes in a blinding burst of $7. The monster jerks and twists in shock, looking back too late, because Ikoma has already seized control of the fight. Ikoma doesn't give the monster even a heartbeat to recover. He presses the attack instantly, forcing the momentum forward like a man who knows hesitation gets people killed. But the backlash bites him right away, pain ripping through his body as gravity manishes him. For over 2 months. Even so, the payoff hits immediately. Experience floods in. He climbs from level 30 to 31, and our hero snatches 3 more skill points from the brink. Keeping his head cool, Ikoma breaks down the fight with brutal clarity. Undead monsters are naturally slow, so his answer is simple and deadly. Lighten his body with reverse gravity, slip past their attacks by a hair, then strike before they can adjust. He darts in and drives a clean downward stab to finish one off with ruthless precision. But even while he wins, a pained grunt slips out, because Gravity Master is powerful, and this class makes his body pay for every inch. Can't get over the fact that Ikoma accepted Hoshina's challenge at all. To her, it feels unnecessary, maybe even dangerous, especially after everything he has already pushed through. But Ikoma's answer comes with quiet steel. He chooses to let Hoshina turn him into content, and if crushing her confidence is what it takes to stop her from filming inside portals, then our guy is absolutely ready to do it. A deep rumble rolls through the portal, heavy enough to make the whole passage feel unstable, like the dungeon itself is waking up angry. Out of the dim corridor, a massive beast rises into view and towers over the group with pure menace. Just like that, every petty argument and every personal grudge gets swallowed by a much bigger problem. Then the worst possible detail reveals itself. The exit is sealed shut, cutting off escape and turning the portal into a cage. Ikoma reads the situation instantly and realizes this isn't random at all. They've triggered a trap, and with a rare portal involved, our hero knows the danger level is about to jump through the roof. He has time to breathe before the portal throws another death game at him. Still trembling from forcing gravity magic past his limit, our hero faces a stone examiner that demands answers instead of blood. But the killing intent pouring off that thing says everything. If they fail this test, nobody is walking out alive. Ikoma catches the danger instantly and warns the others before panic can swallow them whole. The moment they realize a wrong answer means the Guardian attacks, the air turns ice cold, and somehow, in the middle of all that pressure, our guy flashes a confident grin. He acts like this is just a pop quiz, not a cowgo. Questioning begins and the first problem drops like a hammer. It is the kind of twisted portal knowledge that would make most hunters freeze on the spot. But Ikoma answers immediately without hesitation, like he has already lived through every trap this place can invent. That instant reply shuts everyone up. Yu gets nastier and throws out some bizarre question about a grotesque doll with too many heads and limbs. It is clearly fishing for confusion, trying to force one tiny mistake. But Ikoma leans forward like an absolute menace and practically dares it to keep trying. That fearless attitude rattles the Guardian for the first time. Hunter reaches for a trick question, using green slime as bait and hoping a technical detail finally catches him. Bad move. Ikoma tears the trap apart on the spot, pointing out that no currently open portal matches those conditions. Our boy does not just answer correctly. He humiliates the thing for even trying. We stare, because this is way beyond lucky guessing now. Ikoma is dismantling a deadly trial with pure knowledge, and even the Guardian can no longer deny it. Respect replaces hostility for a brief heavy moment. Then, with a deep clunk, the sealed door finally swings open. Turns toward the reward room, and even he looks stunned for a second. He expected survival may be a path forward, not bonus treasure. Waiting inside is a B-rank storage ring, the kind of item that makes veteran hunters lose their minds. A subspace container whose capacity grows with the user's mana is just absurdly valuable. The whole party nearly chokes when they realize what they are looking at. In a portal like this, finding something that rare feels almost illegal. Even Ikoma is caught off guard, and that little sting in his chest says a lot. Part of him starts wondering if this reward only appeared because he crushed every question. Perfect. And with treasure in hand, reality creeps back in fast. Someone nervously remembers the bet and the time slipping away, because loot means nothing if they still lose. But Ikoma stays cool and practical. With the storage ring carrying everything at once, they are not behind anymore, they are suddenly way ahead. And starts calling the fight like a veteran commander. Skeleton warriors shrug off direct melee too well, so he plans to lock them down up front and create clean openings. That lets Satsuki stay safe in the rear and blast them apart, without pressure. And against the slower mummies, Ikoma can bully them with gravity magic and crush them before they ever become a threat. And crazier is that Ikoma treats the whole undead gauntlet like training. These slow monsters are perfect targets for burning mana, refining control and farming experience without insane risk. Before long, our hero climbs from level 31 to 33, and while the fights feel easy, the loot raining out of this rare portal is ridiculous, including 2 ancient relic swords. The storage ring starts hitting its limit, and that says everything about how much treasure they have vacuumed up. Ikoma is loving this item, and with 6 demonic stones already secured, the bet is basically in the bag. But now winning alone does not satisfy him anymore. Our guy decides he wants every undead monster in this place. Meanwhile, another team is having a miserable time. Every monster they drop costs too much effort, and the constant growling around them keeps the pressure sky high. The girls are exhausted, frustrated, and nowhere near the pace they expected. They have only managed to take down 2 enemies, and the delay is starting to be picked. They have only managed to take down 2 enemies out of their own. That is not the fact that they dropped cost too much effort, and the delay is starting to be picked. They have only managed to take down 2 enemies. And the drop surprised as expected. They tried to be as bright as possible, and the constant ending. That frustration cuts deeper because this should have been easy for them. On a normal day, an undeveloped portal would already be cleared, so the struggle feels like a public embarrassment. One of them almost brings up Ikoma, and the comparison hangs in the air. Like chemo. She bites the words back, but the doubt is already written all over her face, so she tries to save face by claiming the other side must be doing just as badly. Pathetic. Hoshina starts floating the idea of paying them off and faking the result, like that can somehow erase the loss. Her companion finally breaks and admits they need to stop making fake videos altogether. And right then, as if fate wants maximum embarrassment, Ikoma's watch. The second they recognize him, they freeze solid. Bother arguing, he simply opens the storage ring and lets the results speak for themselves. Demonic stones, loot, and valuable items spill into view, and the girls just stare in total shock. Then their eyes lock onto the bracelet-like ring, and confusion turns into disbelief. Ikoma stays calm and throws a quiet jab, basically asking, tries to force her pride back together and demands an apology anyway. But the pressure of that overwhelming proof crushes her halfway through, and the words die in her throat. With her dignity in pieces, she lashes out, swears this is not over, and storms off with her manager. And just like that, Ikoma's comeback keeps growing louder. because now the people who mocked him are the ones running away. Koma is still trembling on his feet when somebody suddenly brings up portal streamers. And just like that, the air changes, his expression hardens, because to him, a portal is not some playground for clout-chasing idiots. It is a killing field where one mistake is enough to erase a life. So anyone treating it lightly instantly gets on his bad side. Back down that easily. Frustration creeps across her face as she realizes counting demonic stones only makes Ikoma look better. So now she starts scrambling for another way to win their little argument, already annoyed that our guy keeps ruining her angle. You can feel her pride digging in, even while the pressure in that portal still hangs over everyone. Then Ikoma quietly drags up a memory from 8 years ago, and the mood turns heavy fast. The old wound is still there, buried deep, but never healed. Suddenly, everything leads back to a city drowning in flames, panic and helpless screams. This is not some random opinion from our hero anymore. This hatred comes from something real. That memory hits Hoshina harder than she expects. The weight behind Ikoma's words finally starts sinking into her chest, and a shaky little spark of resolve begins to form. She is no longer just arguing to save face. For the first time, she starts asking herself whether she's been looking at this world the wrong way. All of that day is packed tight with flimsy partitions and people trying not to fall apart. Children sit there without parents, too shocked even to cry properly. And that image carves itself into Hoshina's heart. She remembers how useless she felt, forced to watch tragedy swallow families while she could do absently. And standing. That helplessness turns into something uglier than fear. A deep hatred for her own weakness. Hoshina claws her way upward after that, refusing to stay powerless forever. Even standing in front of a camera starts to mean something to her, because she wants to become proof that fear can be beaten, even if she still has not figured out where the line is required. She wants to become proof that fear can be beaten, even if she still has not figured out. Mobile image in one breath. One of the people with her starts whining that they did not get any good footage and pushes to hunt something bigger. That selfish little complaint says everything Ikoma feared. To them, the portal is already turning from a graveyard into content. And that is exactly the kind of stupidity that gets people killed. Right on cue, a massive sound tears through the dungeon, and Hoshina lights up for a second like luck just handed her a perfect chance. But that excitement dies the moment the real threat appears. A huge monster rises over the battlefield, and the atmosphere turns ice cold, what looks like an opportunity a second ago. Confidence collapses instantly because she knows her level is nowhere near enough for this monster. At level 33, she can already tell this thing can wipe her out without breaking a sweat. Ikoma reads the whole mess in one glance, and realizes some fleeing hunter must have dragged the monster straight to the cannon. So he drops the bet, drops the argument, and locks onto the only thing that matters now: survival. Tracking everyone's voices as they cling to the hope of escaping through a narrow route. Hoshina finally feels the full weight of Ikoma's warning, because this is what real danger looks like when it is breathing down your neck. There's no camera angle, no cool pose, no second fear something inside her flips. She decides she does not want to run anymore. In front of her, Hoshina cannot force herself to turn away. Ikoma notices too late that she is breaking from the group, and he calls out in shock as she moves on her own. Then a heavy blow slams down in front of them, shaking the ground and sealing the choice. She apologizes, but her face is already set. She is staying behind, and she is telling the others to leave her. The choice hurts even more when she looks toward the manager she trusted, and realizes she has basically been abandoned. The betrayal stings, but our man Ikoma does not hesitate. He refuses to leave her there alone, even while admitting he is not built for a straight-up battle like this. He steps forward anyway, and offers himself as the decoy, because it is not there. Others can only stare as Ikoma plants himself between them and the monster. He is outmatched, exhausted, and fully aware of it, but he still throws his body into the line of fire. A violent crash explodes right in front of them as the monster attacks, and Ikoma roars for everyone else to run away from me as the monster attacks. And Ikoma roars for everyone else to believe what they are watching, because the gap in power is just absurd. Ikoma understands it instantly too. This boss monster is stronger, faster, and deadlier than every person there. On paper, this should be hopeless, but even while calling the whole move reckless, our protagonist catches something the others miss. And you can feel his brain already reaching for one despot. No time left, Ikoma commits everything. He unleashes reverse gravity, and the entire situation flips in an instant as shock rips through the group. The monster's movement is disrupted. The impossible opening appears and our guy reveals he came back because he expected Hoshina to pull it out on his coach. The monster's movement is disrupted. The impossible opening appears, and our guy reveals he came back because he expected Hoshina to pull it out on his coach. The monster's movement is disrupted. The impossible opening appears, and our guy reveals he came back because he expected Hoshina to pull it out on his coach. The hunter she saved, had already told him enough, so yeah, my man literally planned around her self-sacrifice habit. Ikoma's earlier warning now lands with bitter force, because this is exactly the future he feared for her. Hoshina, still stubborn even with death breathing on her neck, throws out one last desperate challenge and demands an apology if she somehow wins. But reality does not bend for pride. In the end, she admits defeat. Ikoma gets the apology he earned, and with his strength nearly gone, he still ends up carrying her out of the portal, just as the bond between them starts changing into something much bigger. Explodes into chaos in an instant. Ikoma barely has time to process the danger before panic tears through the group, and even our hero flinches because this nightmare escalates way too fast. One heartbeat ago they had hope, and now death is suddenly breathing right in their faces. Pure instinct. He slashes the gravity off his own body with gravity magic, turns nearly weightless, and rockets forward so fast everyone freezes in shock. In one clean burst, our guy snatches her out of danger, but even the damage he deals means almost nothing against this monster. Still, that tiny opening lets him knock the spear away. A bit of distance saves his life, because staying close to this thing is basically suicide. Just then, a shadow ball crashes in and yanks the monster's attention away from Ikoma for a split second. The group gasps at the near miss, but the relief dies immediately. The attack buys time, not progress, and that silence afterward feels terrifying. That support attack already knows the truth. They helped Ikoma survive, but they did absolutely nothing to the monster itself. Behind that eerie mask, a burning stare locks onto them, and the real horror finally lands. This isn't some random enemy. It's the undead pharaoh, a level 40 boss, and 200 boss is only badly hurt. This isn't some random enemy. It's the undead pharaoh, a level 40 boss, and 2 hunters are already badly hurt before the fight even truly begins. Crashing onto Ikoma is brutal. Even our man can tell this battle is unfair from the start, and then the guilt hits even harder because those injured hunters are only here because he pushed forward in a way that those injured hunters are only here because he pushed forward. Instead of backing down, he hardens his resolve and chooses to carry this message and chooses to pick up shadows from 2X's in the shack. And then he notices one more ugly detail. One of them is only level 10. No time, and orders Satsuki to help Hoshina recover her mana before everything falls apart. Then this absolute menace throws himself right back into danger alone, forcing the boss to focus on him. Even while dodging for his life, he reads Hoshina's class from her style, mixing fire magic with sword flow, standing. That gives him a sliver of hope, because if she's a spell sword, she might still have heal. Comes their lifeline. If Hoshina can patch herself up while Satsuki restores her mana, then this broken team might actually stand back up. But Ikoma is paying for every second, because lowering gravity boosts his speed while draining him dry. He slips past another deadly strike. Ikoma keeps dancing on the edge of death, but the gap is still cruel. A level 33 hunter trying to stall a level 40 boss knows one mistake means the end. Then the air changes, and Ikoma catches it instantly. A support buff kicks in. Haste, and suddenly his movement jumps again. The others finally realize our hero is operating on a completely different level, and Ikoma throws all his trust onto Hoshina to be ready when the moment comes. The undead pharaoh is a complete monster in every sense. It's massive, absurdly quick, and its 4 arms turn every exchange into a storm of killing blows. That giant body should be slow, but it attacks from every angle like a nightmare that refuses to follow logic. And one hit finally slips through, and it slams into Ikoma so hard he instantly knows that had to be one of the boss's deadliest skills. Impact is horrifying. Ikoma crashes down and can barely tell if he's still alive because his whole body feels crushed under unbearable weight. Even in that agony, his mind jumps to Hoshina, worrying about whether she's ready before he is out. And then his eyes widen because something unexpected she saw. The others feel it too, and shock rips through the group. For a second, nobody understands what they're looking at. And then it clicks. Ikoma is moving again, and he's moving insanely fast. Hope bursts out before anyone can heal it back. Our boy becomes such a blur that nobody can even follow him anymore. Akoma snaps the pocket watch shut and tries to capitalize, but the opening vanishes before he can finish it. Frustration flashes across his face as the boss lunges again, and he barely slips past another lethal strike. Someone watching can't help but marvel, because his movement has become almost beautiful in its madness. But Akoma sees the ugly truth clearly. Reducing gravity makes him faster, yet it also robs his attacks of the force needed to hurt a boss like this. That's when Satsuki steps up and pours everything into reverse mana drain, feeding the team the energy they desperately need. Akoma grabs onto that support immediately, knowing this may be their only real chance to turn the tide. The recovery finally gives them enough breathing room to make a proper play. Hesitation, he calls for Hoshina to heal him as a radiant spell crashes down over him like a blade of light. Hoshina regains her footing and declares she's ready to fight again. Refusing to stay in the back is another burden. From the rear, she promises support instead of helplessness, and that sudden confidence catches Akoma off guard in the best way. For the first time since this nightmare began, the team feels something dangerously close. Even with that momentum, Akoma knows they cannot drag this out. Time is their enemy, the level gap is still brutal. And if this battle stretches any longer, they lose, but now the whole group finally believes they have one real chance. So they steel themselves for the only path left. They have to bring the undead pharaoh down in a single strike. Akoma barely has time to breathe before pure nightmare crashes down in front of him. A towering undead pharaoh lands between the hunters and freedom, and the pressure pouring off this thing is so heavy it feels like death. Just took a step back into resolve. Who had finally started believing in our hero freeze all over again, and even Akoma's stomach drops because he knows his body is already at its limit. Still trembling, still drained, our guy clicks his tongue and forces himself to stand. Because panic is a luxury he cannot afford. Pharaoh doesn't wait around and instantly drives Akoma into a brutal defensive scramble. Our man gets pushed back hard, cornered by a monster that moves way too fast for something that huge. But even while fighting for his life, his eyes stay sharp. Then he catches the one detail that matters, and immediately calls for Satsuki to strike the mask. He knows there's something wrong with that face, and this tiny opening might be their only chance. Satsuki hesitates for a split second, fear locking up her body, but then she throws everything she has into one desperate swing. Another attack crashes in right behind her to keep the pressure on, and for a heartbeat it feels like they might actually turn this around. But the blow slams into the monster's mask and barely does anything. And instead of despairing, Akoma's mind races faster because that failure tells him the mask itself is the clue. Ending. Akoma realizes the mask isn't the weak point at all. It's armor, thick protection covering whatever this monster is desperately trying to hide underneath. So while everyone else is fighting panic, our protagonist starts counting our protection. Ending. Satsuki lunges in again with a desperate slash, only to get swatted away like she's nothing, and that ugly hit proves just how little room for error they have left. Pressing the undead pharaoh, getting close feels almost impossible because those four arms shut down every angle. From the side, the others can only stare as Akoma keeps dancing at point-blank range, dodging, parrying, and slipping through attacks that should have crushed him already. Then Hoshina steps forward, in Akoma's battlefield. He tells Hoshina to move in and use Obliterate to break the mask, while he handles the monster himself. One nasty problem with that plan. Obliterate is powerful, but it needs time to charge, and time is the one thing this battlefield refuses to give them. Still, if Hoshina lands it cleanly, that mask can crack wide open or shatter completely. Hoshina's voice shakes up passive, but he still specs up passive. Akoma bursts around the undead pharaoh, circling like a man trying to solve death itself in real time. As he studies the monster's movements, he realizes its true advantage isn't just raw power, it's the way those four arms control space and kill every approach. That means if he can stop the arms even for a moment, the whole monster slows down. And once that happens, the opening they need finally appears. He makes his move and unleashes gravity magic with perfect timing. Gravity Bind lashes out and clamps down with crushing force, targeting not the hands but the shoulders where the real movement begins. Suddenly, this giant monster isn't untouchable anymore, and the impossible starts looking very radiant. Now Akoma doubles down and crushes the trapped limbs with even more gravity. Because the undead pharaoh's arms are bound at the shoulders, it can't twist free the way a normal enemy would, and that tiny technical detail becomes a complete game changer. It's such a weirdly specific trick, standing. But against a giant with multiple arms, our hero turns that knowledge into domination. His eyes sharpen even further as he locks on to the exact moment everything can break in their favor. The others can only blink in shock because the setup he built under insane pressure is actually working. What looked like a reckless gamble starts turning into a real strategy, and disbelief spreads through the group. Fast. Then Hoshina's charged strike finally slams into the armor with a blinding impact. Cracks race across the mask in an instant, splitting through the protection Ikoma had been targeting from the start. And when that shell finally breaks apart, the hidden face beneath us exploded. Even Ikoma is shaken for a beat, because what was hiding under there is grotesque enough to make the whole fight feel even more cursed. Again, and his body is practically begging him to stop before it breaks for good. But our guy ignores every warning sign and forces out another spell, activating reverse gravity to flip the battlefield on its head. The pressure shifts, the monster's balance changes, and Ikoma starts building on its head. The pressure shifts, the monster's balance changes, and Ikoma starts building on its head. The pressure shifts, the monster's balance changes, and Ikoma starts building on its head. The pressure shifts, the monster's balance changes, and Ikoma starts building on its head. The pressure shifts, the monster's balance changes, and Ikoma starts building on its head. The pressure shifts, He isn't just surviving anymore, he's dragging this fight toward a finish. Someone nearby recognizes the monster's stance and immediately panics because the undead pharaoh is preparing its ultimate move. To unleash it, the creature has to pull all four arms together first, and that exact reaction is what Ikoma has been waiting for. He predicted this the moment he bound its shoulders, remained standing. And just like he planned, that motion lowers the monster's head and exposes the weak spot completely. Ikoma grits his teeth so hard it looks like he might crack them, all while his mana runs dangerously close to empty. Every second he holds the spell stable feels like torture, but he refuses to let the opening slip away. Then he roars out, meteor drop again, and pours every last scrap of strength. This is no longer about technique alone. This is pure willpower forcing a miracle into existence. The blow is about to fall. A voice cuts through the chaos, and then a brilliant arc of gravity power rips across the portal in a blinding streak. As someone suddenly lunges into the fight, the battlefield erupts again before anyone can even process what's happening. Right when victory seems within reach, a new force crashes in, and Ikoses from the pin down. Collapses to one knee, the immense strain of his gravity magic finally overwhelming him. His body trembles, completely drained of mana, as the full cost of his impossible victory crashes down. The other hunters curse in shock, still reeling from his reckless power, but Ikoma can only blink in a daze. To expand. But then, a wave of disbelief washes over the entire group as the impossible truth sinks in. A system message confirms it. The boss monster of the tomb of the ancient king is utterly defeated, and right on cue, a flood of 1,875 experience points pours directly into our boy. A massive reward for his daring feat. A single brutal battle catapults Ikoma from level 33 straight to level 36. Granting him 9 precious skill points. A new window flashes before his eyes, proudly revealing his true hidden class. Gravity user. Just then, the panic returns, and someone urgently shouts for healing, fearing our hero might collapse before his eyes, proudly revealing his true hidden class. Gravity user. Just then, the panic returns, and someone urgently shouts for healing, fearing our hero might collapse completely. Breathe again, Ikoma quietly thanks Hoshina, his voice thick with genuine gratitude. Suddenly, a hunter's eyes gleam with pure greed, spotting a shimmering piece of loot near the fallen boss. They eagerly call Ikoma over, pointing out the mysterious item lying abandoned on the ground. The appraisal reveals a staff of the Curse Master, a powerful C-rank weapon with a formidable magic power plus 16. This dark artifact, once wielded by an immortal king, feels like an impossible drop from this boss. Without a moment's hesitation, Ikoma declares the staff would be absolutely perfect for Satsuki. He is in shock, barely able to process the incredible offer, asking if he truly means for her to keep it. Ikoma gently reminds her that she helped him secure a weapon back in the theater of manic dreams, so this only feels right. He also ensures fairness, making it clear Hoshina deserves. Hoshina immediately shuts down any talk of payment, brushing aside the offer with a serious expression. Her voice turns firm as she reminds everyone of the undeniable truth. Ikoma saved all their lives. She allows him to keep both the staff and the demonic stone, but then asks for one small thing in return. With a hint of pride slipping, she asks if they can simply forget their bet ever happened. Ikoma is indeed a respectable hunter after all. In standing, that blunt honesty leaves her flustered, and she instantly gets defensive, lashing out in embarrassment with a playful hit. Even as the mood lightens, Ikoma still advises her that if she truly wants to succeed as a hunter, she should reconsider her streamer path. She fires back immediately, insisting that hunting alone offers no stable future, while he argues higher levels can change everything. Just then, someone cuts in, revealing the immense burden Hoshina has been quietly carrying all this time. The weight of it grows even heavier. She's also supporting 5 younger brothers, and Ikoma gets called out for his ignorance, for not understanding her fierce dedication to her family. Hoshina snaps in embarrassment, clearly hating that her private life is now exposed. Ikoma immediately backs down, offering a sincere apology, realizing he judged her without knowing the full truth. She steadies herself, making it clear that she actually enjoys this challenging life. She explains that portals terrify ordinary people and she wants to bring them joy in her own unique way. That powerful dream keeps pulling her forward, eager to discover just how far she can push herself through portal battles. Ikoma genuinely respects her answer, his tone softening instantly as he offers a small, encouraging smile. He tells her he'll be rooting for her, a quiet promise of support. But then, the mood shatters abruptly as Hoshina suddenly remembers her camera. A sudden jolt of panic hits Hoshina as she remembers her camera left behind in the chaos. The staff members turn to each other, asking about its whereabouts. Ikoma immediately feels a pang of worry, recalling how expensive it was and desperately hoping it survived. Ikoma immediately feels a pang of worry, recalling how expensive it was and desperately hoping it survived. Ikoma immediately feels a pang of worry. Ikoma immediately feels a pang of worry, recalling how expensive it was and desperately hoping it survive. Ikoma immediately feels a pang of its whereabouts remain standing. She checks it in a frantic rush, then exhales in pure relief when it miraculously still works. But that relief sours fast, as they realize they barely secured any demonic stones or usable footage. Almost dying for nothing, the bitter thought slips out. Perhaps they should have asked for the boss monster's demonic stone after all. Out of sheer pride, then desperately asks if the camera caught anything usable at all. The person reviewing the footage suddenly pauses, a tiny hesitation that changes everything. A stunned little sound slips out, and curiosity slowly begins to replace. A stunned little sound slips out, another quiet reaction follows, and the tension in the air only tightens. Sometime later at the Morima branch of the Hunters Guild, Ikoma walks in expecting a normal, quiet day. But the strange, lingering stares from everyone around him make his skin crawl. Our hero had only intended to gather information through videos as usual, nice and quietly. Instead, someone rushes over, urgently telling Ikoma to watch a specific video right now. At this point, casually searching through uploads is no longer enough to understand the unfolding situation. The better move now is to hear it straight from the people who truly know what they're talking about. Around him, hunters begin whispering that the rumored ultimate hunter has finally arrived. The rumor spreads like wildfire, and suddenly, the entire guild is buzzing with excitement. Over all the discussion, they replay the footage in utter disbelief, freaking out over his impossible speed, his sheer nerve, and what kind of class could possibly move like that. Ikoma can only grimace, already starting to understand the massive mess he's in. Then it clicks, this is exactly why everyone has been staring at him all day. A girl turns toward him, her face lighting up with barely contained excitement. She celebrates like she struck pure gold, proudly bragging that the Ikoma video she uploaded is absolutely exploding. 2. Acting like she just claimed the greatest victory of her life. Ikoma answers his phone, completely oblivious to the chaos he's about to step into. On the other end, Hoshina sounds surprised and amused. That isn't everything. Hoshina sounds surprised, and admits a trouser scene is him, suggesting he's calling to join her fan club, which instantly sparks his irritation. Hoshina calmly reminds him that he agreed to let her film him if she won their bet, but the moment she senses his genuine discomfort, her confidence begins to crack. She awkwardly offers to take the video down if it's truly bothering him. Ikoma starts to fire back, but the words catch in his throat, held back by a sudden wave of guilt. That earlier memory hits him again, recalling how hard she works to support her family. So instead of blowing up, our boy stops himself, hesitating for a crucial moment. Then Hoshina perks right back up, reminding him the video is racking up huge numbers. Riding that wave of excitement, She boldly asks if he'd want to do something like a portal date next time. Rain stalls completely. All he can manage is utter confusion. He hangs up on pure reflex, leaving Hoshina staring at her phone in stunned disbelief. Someone nearby immediately points out that Hoshina had clearly been trying to say something important. For his own sanity, Ikoma decides he's going to pretend he never heard any of that. But then his focus sharpens because if he keeps leveling this fast, he might finally reach an item he once thought was impossible. He names the target in his mind, the Ring of Wisdom, an ultra-rare prize that could change everything. That thought alone hardens his expression, because now his comeback carries a much bigger, more profound purpose. A dangerous possibility starts burning in his chest, and our boy can feel fate itself beginning to bend to his will. He might even change the course of history itself. One impossible fight changes everything. While the shock is still hanging in the air, our boy Ikoma gets officially recognized, and the guild approves his jump to C rank on the spot. Then the real bomb drops. His status already sits at level 36, and his class already sits at level 36. It is Gravity Master, a hidden class so absurdly rare that even the people checking his card can barely process what they are looking at. Bursts with excitement, staring at Ikoma like he just skipped half the ladder in one leap. To her, this is insane growth, the kind of rise hunters spend years chasing and still never touch. But our hero does not let the praise go to his head. Even after carrying the fight, he stays grounded and gives full credit to the others who stood with him. Then Ikoma drops a name that changes the mood instantly. The Library of Illusions. The moment those words land, the air gets heavy, because that portal is no joke, and everyone knows it reeks of danger. But what really rattles them is this. Our man somehow knows what waits at the end, including the reward from a boss nobody has ever beaten, standing. And now they realize he is not just strong, he is moving with terrifying certainty. Suki immediately connects the dots and asks if this is tied to that rare item Ikoma mentioned before. He confirms it, and that quiet answer makes the tension spike even harder. Then he reveals the real weight behind this hunt. The ring they are after may be connected to the very origin of the portals. Standing. Suddenly, this is not just about loot or rank anymore. They are brushing against the truth behind the whole nightmare. For a brief moment, the pressure eases. Ikoma turns to Satsuki and thanks her with real sincerity. Not as a leader giving orders, but as a guy who knows trust is hard to come by. That small gesture hits harder than any flashy power-up. After everything he has lost, our protagonist is finally building bonds with people who actually believe in him. Fast, and the results are ridiculous. In just 2 weeks, Ikoma and his team clear 3 portals, leaving Satsuki stunned by how brutally efficient their pace has become. Ikoma stays calm and reminds her that boss monsters are normally the wall that stops everyone, which makes their streak even more sensible to the crowd. And of course, this absolute menace already mapped everything out in advance, turning the hunt into a precise route instead of a reckless gamble. That planning pays off in a huge way. By the time they report back, they have already cleared 5 portals above level 30, enough for Ikoma to calmly judge that they should be in range for B rank. It is a bold claim, but the numbers back him up completely. Still, the guild does not hand out that title lightly, and Satsuki explains that B rank promotion needs formal evaluation and several days of review. Direct hit. One ugly little fact lands like a hammer, and the smug look on his face starts to crack apart. Whatever image he had of Ikoma being some lucky newcomer dies right there. You can almost feel the irritation rising because our guy is climbing way too fast. Whatever image he had of Ikoma being some lucky newcomer dies right there. You can almost feel the irritation rising because our guy is climbing way too fast. Now the truth sinks in, and it stings. This man stares at Ikoma in disbelief after realizing this pretty-faced newcomer has already taken down multiple boss monsters, something that should be impossible at his stage. And worse is that it took him 7 long years to become the Morima branch's only B-rank hunter, and now this kid is charging toward the same level like the rules do not apply to him. The tension turns sharp, and one thing becomes painfully clear. This guy is going to be trouble. Possible victory changes everything. A moment ago, Ikoma still looks like some harmless, pretty-faced kid, and now the room stares at him like he might be the real deal. But our hero's next wall is not a monster. It is the Morina Guild branch where one B-rank guild hunter named Ukami Ketch. It's Ikoma immediately, and he knows this is about to get ugly. The rules trap him too, because he can only file for promotion through the branch tied to his Morima residence. But then, he remembers the help he already received, and that thought hardens his spine. Boy refuses to waste that effort, steadies himself with his hidden power as a gravity master, and locks onto the name in front of him, Okami. Shrinking under the pressure, Ikoma fires back and demands a real reason for the rejection. Okami steps in with that tired veteran attitude and tears into him like he is just another reckless kid playing at being a hunter. Then he leans in harder, trying to crush Ikoma with pure intimidation, standing. But the people around them already know the pattern, and the whispers start fast. Okami is stirring up trouble again. Down and sneers at Ikoma's age, acting like a 17-year-old has no business reaching B rank. That weak excuse almost makes our man pause, not from fear but from disbelief. Then Ikoma slices the argument apart, with pure love. Portals have existed long enough for younger hunters to rise fast, and he calmly points out that several 17-year-olds in Japan have already reached B rank, some in less than a year. It's pressing, and now every word lands heavier than the last. He explains that time spent as a hunter means almost nothing when fighting stronger monsters can raise levels quickly. Then he drives the blade in deeper and asks the one question Okami cannot answer cleanly. If Ikoma's meets the requirements, is age really the reason why he cannot answer cleanly? If Ikoma's meets the requirements, is age really the reason why? Standing. Suddenly, the guildman starts fumbling and hides behind vague talk about imperfect regulations. Our protagonist does not let him escape into excuses. He shuts down that appeal to authority and makes it clear that experience only matters when it actually produces sound judgment. Then he throws the guild's own principle right back in Ukami's face. Rules are not built on one person's feelings. They exist because past incidents shaped them, and when Ikoma drags Ohara into it, the man can only stammer and admit he is right. That is when the whole atmosphere changes. The room starts buzzing because this so-called rookie is thinking more clearly than the veteran trying to bury him. Some people even admit it out loud, stunned that Ikoma just leaves Okami speechless in public. And for Okami, that humiliation burns deep. Its pride was fashioned. Then Ikoma's record gets checked, and the details only make everyone more curious. He is level 38, and his class is listed as Gravity User, a name nobody around him even recognizes. Some start wondering if it is a rare class, while others brush it off as just another mage type. And because they cannot understand his growth, they grab the easiest explanation possible. Someone stronger must have carried him. Flipping away, Ukami suddenly changes his tone and acts almost reasonable. He pretends he may have judged Ikoma's worth, and if our boy has the nerve, he can prove himself in the guild training hall. The sign to the basement training hall might as well point straight toward danger. The moment Ukami proposes a spar, the rumors come rushing back, because this guy has a nasty reputation for taking things way too far. Then he lays out the terms with a smile that feels more like a threat than an offer. Win his approval in a match, or lose the promotion on the spot, because nobody believes this is a fair test anymore. Off to the side, people start genuinely worrying that Ikoma is about to get brutalized for speaking up. Meanwhile, Ukami keeps replaying that public embarrassment in his head and clings to the one thing that soothes his ego. In standing, Ikoma is level 38, but he is level 47, and in his mind that gap means the outcome is already decided. He keeps feeding himself the same lie until he believes it completely. Ikoma must have been carried because a mage should never stand above a true close combat fighter like him. His Beast Warrior class boosts his body. His strength is confident and honest. This guy is already drunk on his own hype. Time he imagines crushing Ikoma in front of everyone, he is practically smiling at the thought. He's not standing there frozen. Right before the fight, Ikoma quietly pulls up his glowing status screen and studies Ukami with deadly focus. He reads him instantly as a close-range brawler, the kind of opponent who can end everything with one mistake. Smart decision, and spends almost all his saved points at once, pushing gravity manipulation from level 3 to level 4 to strengthen his gravity magic even further. Notices and immediately sneers, mocking Ikoma like saving skill points means he has lived some cushy life. Then he smiles with open malice and warns that accidents happen in sparring matches, making it painfully clear he wants to hurt him. Ikoma stays calm anyway. Thanks for wetting out to know. The challenge hangs between them now, sharp and heavy, and the fight is seconds away. Inside, Ikoma makes himself a promise he refuses to break. He is going to prove his worth right here, in front of every person who ever doubted him. Because if he wins now, nobody gets to look down on our boy anymore. And this time, nobody gets away with it. Ikoma doesn't celebrate for even a second. Right after proving he can crush a red cap, our hero steps into another fight, and calmly tells Ukami he won't even rely on his skills. That smug idiot hears that and thinks he's already won. But the instant the clash begins, his body lurches under a crushing force, and everyone around him feels it too, in standing. And then, the truth lands like thunder. Ikoma's hidden class is the Gravity Master. He walks forward without the slightest hesitation, while Ukami still wears that arrogant grin like nothing can touch him. Then our boy quietly reduces the gravity on his own body, and suddenly he moves like he weighs nothing at all. Ukami explodes into him with relentless speed. One hit turns into a barrage, and the whole momentum of the fight flips in a heartbeat. Flashes across Ukami's face as the humiliation starts sinking in. He tries to recover, tries to make sense of what just hit him, but his body is already falling behind. Even the people watching can tell this isn't normal anymore. The pressure, the movement, the impossible control was being dismantled from each inner outie. To accept reality, so he tells himself it was just a cheap opening and nothing more. He tightens up, convinced he has finally figured out Ikoma's trick. But Ikoma says absolutely nothing, and that cold silence makes him even scarier. The moment Ukami commits, our guy baits him perfectly and punishes the mistake. The shock hits him all at once. He's lost his balance. For a fighter this proud, that tiny slip feels like a public execution. Ikoma doesn't waste the opening for even a breath. The next strike slams straight into Ukami's face, and now the pain is bad. But the humility burns even hotter. Nobody can keep pretending Ikoma was ever dead weight. Every movement is sharp, controlled and polished with the kind of pressure only a real veteran carries. This isn't luck, and it definitely isn't a fluke. The whole arena erupts because our protagonist is straight up dominating Ukami, and the difference between them is getting overglit. The whole arena erupts because our protagonist is straight up dominating Ukami, and the difference between them is getting overblook. The whole arena erupts because our protagonist is straight up dominating Ukami, and it definitely isn't a fluke. Ukami starts swinging harder, but every attack cuts through empty air. Each miss tears another chunk out of his pride, because the low-level hunter he looked down on is making him look ridiculous. His breathing gets rough, his face twists, and disbelief starts cracking through the areas. Our man has him mentally cornered now, and Ukami can barely stand the shame of losing to someone he thought was beneath him. The crowd can hardly process what they're watching, because nothing about this fight follows common sense. What Ukami still doesn't understand is that he's facing a class beyond ordinary logic. The Gravity Master can control gravity itself, pushing it closer to the edge, pushing it closer to its. In a short fight, that advantage becomes absolutely brutal, because before his mana runs dry, our boy can overwhelm almost anyone standing in front of him. Ukami looks less like a threat and more like a fool clinging to his level and ego. He even compares him to Tsumibu and decides that man, twisted as he was, at least fought with real hunger. Tsumibu had the obsession to win no matter how ugly it got. And with that cold judgment made, Ikoma decides to end this, and the air around him suddenly turns heavy. Ukami barely has time to register the change before dread grips his chest again. Ikoma increases the gravity, and the fight instantly becomes savage and one-sided. Purple force crashes down with terrifying weight like the sky itself is dropping on him. In that moment, Ukami stops looking like a confident challenger and starts 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 looking like a confident challenger. The battlefield over and got to the thing gets worse. Ikoma vanishes from Ukami's sight so completely that panic floods in before thought can catch up. 1 second our hero is in front of him, and the next he's just gone. Ukami's eyes dart wildly because when you can't even track your enemy anymore, defeat is already breathing. Then, stare, his mind refusing to accept what just happened to him. Around them, the tension finally breaks and the others explode with excitement because Ikoma actually pulled it off. Cheers crash over our hero from every side, and for the first time, relief lights up his face. Ikoma lets himself believe he's finally reached B rank, while inside Ukami, that same moment curdles into pure rage. And then that rage turns poisonous. A murderous thought cuts through the noise, and the mood shifts so fast it feels like the air itself goes cold. Ukami can't endure being beaten fairly. Not in front of everyone, not by Ikoma. The humiliation is too deep. And now it's time to stay back in front of everyone, not by Ikoma. The humiliation is too deep. and now its pride starts reaching for something far uglier. He desperately tries to justify himself, ranting that the axe was only a decoy for his real attack. But that excuse just makes him look even worse, because Akoma still shuts it down while the crowd instantly calls out the foul. They remind him he agreed not to use skills, either in that first wick. Akoma answers with a cold, unimpressed scoff, then asks if the rank promotion test is still continuing, and that one line slices deeper than any punch. Ukami's rage finally boils over, and all he can think about is stopping Akoma from taking this victory. Reason is gone, pride is shattered, and now he's running on nothing but spite. Our hero has already broken him in front of everyone, but this guy still refuses to stay down. And with that fury exploding, Ose is barely still on his feet, but that victory hits one man like pure poison. Ukami cannot accept that a lower-level hunter just beat him, and the thought of the guild hearing about it makes his blood run cold. His pride twists into panic, and panic turns ugly. Fast. A tiny silence says everything. People are not just shocked anymore, they are starting to realize something here stinks. Then the truth starts taking shape in their minds. Akoma is not some weak failure clawing for attention. Our guy is carrying a hidden class tied to gravity, and suddenly his impossible win. Making an impossible win. Does not stop there. He points at Akoma's battered body and tries to spin the whole fight like our hero fell apart the second things got messy. It is a cheap excuse, and everybody knows it. The whispers start spreading because even the crowd can feel how shameless this judgment really is. One small objection is all it takes to set Ukami off, and the poor hunter who speaks up instantly shrinks back. But then someone with real backbone steps forward. Kakaru finally snaps and calls Ukami out for the disgraceful stunt he is pulling in. From the realizes Kakaru has been there the whole time, watching this mess unfold, and Kakaru does what the rest are too scared to do. He says Akoma controlled the fight and won fair and square. He also makes it painfully clear that Ukami is the one breaking his word. That lands like a slap because now the truth has a witness with teeth. Remain standing. Ukami immediately tries to crush Kakeru with pure arrogance, acting like he is too insignificant to matter. But just hearing his best friend step in makes Akoma tense, because he knows Kakeru is about to blow this whole thing wide open. Kakeru tells him to stay back and trust him, as Akoma's best friends step in. Still cannot deny the obvious. Akoma wins, and everyone there knows it. But when Kakeru looks at him, he realizes something feels wrong, because a winner should not look this hollow and broken. Our protagonist is not chasing a technical victory anymore. He wants something deeper than everything. Akoma makes the gap between himself and Ukami painfully clear. He has already proven who is stronger, and that truth cuts deeper than any wound. But instead of satisfaction, all he feels is bitterness. In his exhausted heart, one thought sinks like a stone. This is pointless because power and pride have already decided the result. And then a new voice slices through the tension like a blade. The room stiffens. The second Serizawa, the deputy guildmaster, steps in with real authority behind every step. He walks straight up to Ukami and demands to know why he has been hiding down here while people have been searching for him. Ukami tries to brush it off, dismissing Akoma like a baby guildmaster, steps in with real authority behind every step. He walks straight up to Ukami and demands to know why he has been hiding down here while people have been searching for him. Ukami tries to brush it off, dismissing Akoma like Ukami and demands to know why he is. Serizawa is not buying that nonsense for a second. He notices the injuries, the wrecked atmosphere, and the obvious signs that this was far more than some harmless test. Then he cuts through the excuses and orders Ukami upstairs immediately because something urgent remains standing. Ukami grabs that escape route without hesitation, and the hunters left behind can only grind their teeth as he slips away. Kakuru turns back to Akoma with pure frustration written all over him. He wants to fight this, but right now there is nothing he can grab onto. The unfairness just hangs there heavy and ugly, with no instant fix in sight, and our boy, drained and battered, is left standing in the middle of it. Ukami is still burning with wounded pride. He casually explains that some hunter applied for B rank, and he decided to humble the kid for being too full of himself. A few others laugh along, mocking the idea of some young challenger aiming that high. But then the mood shifts hard, because the conversation is about to become much more dangerous than Ukami realizes. Oa brings up the Temple of Beasts, the B-rank portal under the Marima branch, and suddenly nobody is joking anymore. A B-rank portal means money, levels, and demonic stones. The kind of profit that makes greedy people act real stupid. But Serizawa points to the real problem. The monster distribution inside. has been changing him. A profit that makes greedy people act real stupid. The monster distribution inside has been changing too abruptly, standing. Worse, even the mana density feels off, like the portal itself is starting to rot from the inside. But the answer is simple. No amount of profit is worth gambling with hunters' lives, especially when the signs are this suspicious. But he does not hide his distrust because this portal is throwing off too many warning signals to ignore. The room grows tense, and now the issue is no longer money. It is whether someone's era in a hine or a person. So Serizawa pushes the matter further. He tells Ukami to speak with the guildmaster and change the branch's position, before this gets worse. It is not a suggestion anymore. It is a direct demand, and everybody can feel the clash of authority building. Tend to care about the data. He puffs up like some untouchable veteran and demands everyone trust his experience over the evidence. Then he says the reckless part out loud. If anything happens, he can clear that portal himself. Any times, he can clear that portal himself. Serizawa keeps pressing him, trying to hammer one brutal truth into his skull. Portal disasters do not wait for prideful idiots to catch up. He forces the question of what really causes those catastrophes, and the weight of their duty crashes down between them. They are supposed to protect this region, not gamble with it. And then both men suddenly freeze because something feels horribly wrong. A breath catches in someone's throat, then the air erupts with a violent explosion, and every last argument dies on the spot. A heavy, ominous sound rolls through the darkness like the portal itself is growling awake. And just like that, the nightmare they were too arrogant to stop finally begins. Guild office, its air thick with whispered doubts. Even after that desperate comeback, hunters still mutter about how shameless the branch's full-time hunter acted. When Noji gets called over, Ikoma's simmering frustration hardens into a clear plan. He quietly declares that to earn that promotion, he must face Ukami at his own branch, because they urgently need a B-rank hunter to breach the Library of Illusions. They could slot Satsuki into any other test, but she lacks the level to rank up. Pressure pinches every hunter's chest as impossible demands tighten around their throats. Just then, someone cuts deep, accusing the Hunters Guild of blocking Ikoma's promotion. Hoshina drops the bombshell that one of her fans filmed Ikoma's clash with Ukami and sent her the footage. Ikoma freezes, blindsided by the revelation and unable to form any defense. Hoshina's eyes blaze as she pitches chaos, craving to blast that footage wide and expose guild corruption. She envisions 120,000 subscribers erupting in righteous anger and crowning her their savior. Ikoma levels her with a cool stare. To genuine gratitude, admitting she owes Ikoma for saving her life. That confession hits our guy like a bolt, leaving him speechless and momentarily disarmed. When someone calls Hoshina's name, the air snaps awkward and personal feelings hang in the balance. Suddenly, she undercuts the whole sweet moment by admitting extra views and money would be nice too. Ikoma shuts down her afterthought firmly, warning that portals demand respect, not reckless stunts. He stresses that seasoned hunters must lead because countless lives depend on honest experience. Besides, he thinks, mere criticism won't bend a man like Ukami from his corrupt path. He warns that this stunt could paint a target on Hoshina's back, igniting Okami's wrath. His caution shakes her, stirring a mix of worry and playful teasing in her eyes. That one warning sparks a blunt question. Does Hoshina harbor feelings for Ikoma? She recoils in fiery embarrassment, insisting the idea is utterly ridiculous. She rushes into a defensive rant, branding him secretly out of his breath. Then she retires into a defensive rant. Red-faced and flustered, she insists she only worried because he saved her life. Ikoma's unwavering stare pins her in place, and she accuses him of doubting her sincerity. She flips back defensively, pretending she never glared at him in the first place. Suddenly, an emergency alert rips through the chatter. A 4-rank monster incident erupts in Morima Ward. Evacuation orders thunder through the streets as terrified civilians scramble for safety. Kitahana Avenue's Temple of Beasts portal has overflowed, and monsters fist. The Tining Avenue's people is overflowed. Overflow means containment has failed, and beasts spill unchecked into city streets. Everyone knows the only cure is brutal and simple. Slay the boss and seal the portal. Ikoma's jaw clenches, because in his past life, such disasters never occurred. A chill snakes down his spine as he fears the future is already diverging from memory. He exhales a stunned breath he can't swallow. dread curling in his chest. The Hunters Guild confirms the nightmare. A portal under their watch has malfunctioned. It's as someone demands how the guild could analyze portals so long and still fail. A younger hunter trembles, admitting they've never dared enter a B-rank portal and lack the strength. But cries for help erupt from beyond the walls, ripping through fear and sparkling at. Resolve crackles through the panic. If civilians weaker than them face that threat, they cannot freeze. Ikoma shoves past the crowd with decisive force, charging headlong into the fray. Right on cue, a veteran hunter snarls, refusing to let our boy face that horror alone. Warnings ring like a funeral bell. A malfunctioning B-rank portal can spawn terrors far beyond an overflow. Dread washes over every hunter as the road ahead reveals its brutal truth. A savage level 34 werewolf lunges into view, its growl tasting blood and chaos. The beast's eyes flicker with berserk frenzy, and its bloodlust shatters all restraint. It charges with merciless fury, bearing claws at anyone it deems weak. The strike slams home, sending 100 flying with a sickening crack of bone. Meanwhile, Ukami snarls elsewhere, more furious at the timing than the danger itself. He realizes Serizawa's warnings were dead on, and now his reputation teeters on ruin. Humiliation stings hot as he recalls Serizawa and that punk making him look pathetic. Back at the portal, someone stares in stunned awe after witnessing a powerful monster fall to one slash. But celebration dies quick. This disaster won't bow to weak C-rank ministry staff. Okami tears into them, berating their uselessness and demanding their uselessness. Necromancer crackles through channels. Few hunters ever reach B rank or higher. They've summoned every available ally, but no one knows when help might arrive. That realization pushes Okami deeper into panic. If this becomes catastrophe, his career is finished. Still, greed ignites as he recalls besting this portal's boss before. He steels himself, declaring it's time to kill the boss monster again. His rotten ambition flares. He'll slay the beast swiftly, pin the blame on Serizawa, and bask in glory. He primes himself to strike the boss monster's heart without hesitation. Then someone points skyward, and every head snaps up in shocked unity. A hush falls as a hunter whispers disbelief. Is that really the boss up there? Dread cascades through the group when they realize portal intel never hinted at this threat. One hunter catches the sign too late, urging frantic waiting instead of blind advance. Unease roils as impossible possibilities swirl. This mission just escalated beyond every expectation. Then the true horror unveils itself. Summoner Fox, a level 55 boss, looms overhead. A wave of icy dread crashes as hunters stare at its gleaming summoning runes. All eyes lock on the fox, and the fight for survival begins. Ikoma staggers to his knees, breath ripping from his lungs. Relief crashes into dread when the fallen foe twists into a new nightmare. Familiar limbs reshape into jagged horrors, shattering every tactic they'd relied on. Monster evolution warps both form and skills. His heart sinks as he realizes this is a different beast wearing old skin. Mana surges from the portal like a living flood. Fueling catastrophic mutation, panic ripples through the ranks at whispers of a hidden class. Gravity uses every scrap of strategy feels instantly obsolete. Understanding the spectrum of the death. Before anyone can steady trembling hands, the pressure doubles, crushing hope under raw force. They finally identify the boss, Temple of Beasts Summoner Fox at level 55. A collective gulp rumbles through the hunters. This creature dwarfs every threat they've ever faced. 550 hits. A collective gulp rumbles through the hunters. This creature dwarfs every threat they've ever faced. 550 hits. 500 fits. 505. 500. Survival trumps pride when a veteran hunter orders fallback and reinforcements. But a B-rank hotshot erupts, veins bulging with vain fury. He bellows his title as if rank alone could reshape reality. His arrows ignites the tinderbox of dashed crowding. He puffs his chest and sprays his rank like glitter. Pretending control, every boast about surviving darker horrors feels hollow against this beast's shadow. Fellow hunters recoil, refusing to become cannon fodder in his twisted decoy, scandaling on one hand until the days are opened, when the battlefield is over. His ego flares, voice cracking with threats when no one bows to him. A twisted grin rakes across his face as he vows a brutal nudge into the monster's jaws. Fear ripples through the team as he strips away any pretense of leadership. Survival seems impossible if he intends to push them into death. The chilling chant of Berserk rips through the air, triggering instant terror. A rip of arcane force seizes their limbs, turning flesh into weapons. Pain floods their senses as the Beast Warrior spell corrupts friend into tool. No bond survives when magic hijacks their very wills, revealing a manipulative predator beneath. He smirks, admitting this old hunter trick born from cutthroat portals, using people as bait so he can slip away. He finds that perversion exhilarating. With a vicious grin, he yanks the mental leash, hurling brainwashed allies forward in cred. The hunters surge in a desperate pincer, driven by forced loyalty. They smash against the beast's flank, trembling flesh and steel colliding. For a fleeting heartbeat, he tastes triumph, certain his cruel gambit will work. Every eye follows that sliver of hope before reality snaps back. Caller, ready to swoop in and claim glory. In his mind, compassion is weakness. He's among hunters after all. But then utter stillness falls as the beast refuses to fracture. Smug certainty crumbles beneath the chilling silence before disaster. With the beast's unstoppable might, charging back with ease, every second stretches, dread bleeding into frozen limbs. His jaw drops as the fox barely gathers strength, uncornered and hungry in that frozen heartbeat. His entire scheme unraveled. He stands aghast, realizing he miscalculated by miles. A savage onslaught bursts free, rattling bones and courage alike. Shock floods every vein as raw power obliterates his guard. His plan evaporates under the roar of a single brutal blow. Ending. The terrifying question claws at his mind. How can such a creature exist? Arrogance drains, replaced by gut-wrenching fear. A fresh wave of panic rips through him as hunters shatter like glass. The lives he treated as tools ignite the battlefield with screams. Still wrapped in pride, he snarls at the crushed hunters around him. The boss smashes down King Beast's smash, earth-splitting under raw telekinetic force. Trees snap like twigs, and hope disperses in the shockwave. Hunters whisper that this terror bends reality itself. His voice cracks as he admits defeat. This beast outmatches him utterly. Even hardened veterans gape in disbelief at that impossible level 55. The number rings hollow, as if the system lied. Confidence vaporizes, leaving only the ghost of dread. Every hunter stands paralyzed, no strategy surviving that nightmare. Then the creature bolts, speed so obscene it warps perception. His heart slams against ribs as claws swipe where he just stood. Regret floods him. He should have fled when he could. Monstrous jaws crash down on his shoulder, shredding bone and pride. Pain hollows his world as his body folds in on itself. Every instinct screams to flee, but the creature toys with its prey. His screams echo as hope bleeds away. It lunges again, maw gaping inches from his screaming face. Time slows to a torturous crawl. One slip means oblivion. Terror rips through his veins, burning every last trace of swagger. Death's icy breath seals his final frantic. About the truth, the beast transcends every hunter's limit. Around him, even seasoned fighters gape before an impossible nightmare. The lesser redcaps swivel, terror alighting in their gleaming eyes. He whispers to himself, utterly lost, how can they defeat this horror? Claws his mind as he scrambles for any lifeline. He taps fake death, a coward's trick to feign a fatal wound. Hard hammering, he slumps into the act, breaths ragged and shallow. Every ounce of will focuses on selling the lie. When the monster's head snaps away, he darts like a hunted rabbit. Survival surges stronger than any sense of honor or duty. He abandons his comrades and obligations without a flicker of doubt. Death's proximity strips him bare of every sham facade. It won't grant him mercy. A brutal jolt yanks him back with telekinetic grip. A choking grunt escapes as his legs refuse to carry him away. Terror floods back. He's trapped in that beast's merciless hold. Horror explodes inside him. He's ensnared, facing a lonely death. He claws at invisible chains, panic mangling every frantic stroke. Muscles burn with desperate exertion, yet he remains suspended. Then his eyes widened. Something impossible stirred in him. That was the death of it. The gang's act him effortlessly, dangling his body like a toy. He groans helplessly, weightless and stripped of all autonomy. Pressure mounts as his bones feel ready to snap. Humiliation crushes him harder than any physical blow. Standing. A wordless scream gurgles from his lungs, spirit battered beyond speech. Every breath quivers as he hangs there utterly broken. Mercy is a forgotten concept under those crushing claws. Then something flickers behind his terror-stricken gaze. Shock ignites hope. Flutters for air, disbelief shredding every nerve. A system message blazes. 554 experience points. Somehow the monster dies. He's yanked back from death's doorstep by an unseen savior. Healing magic floods through him, pain and pressure. Healing magic floods through him, pain in an outer. Flings wide eyes over his healed flesh, relief crashing through his chest. A voice snaps him back. Run, now. No room for gratitude in this war zone. He blurts frantic thanks, words tangled, in fear and awe. He understands how close he came to oblivion. He slices through chaos, pressing Ikoma to advance past the brink. Our hero nods without hesitation, declaring only swift containment can stop the mana overflow. Determination steals in his gaze. He'll face that raging core alone if need be stepped. Hoshina swallows her fear and pledges to cover him. Outside, rumors ripple. An hour has slipped by with no word from the portal. Anxiety coils as they recall the Ministry of Monster Eradication should have slain that boss long ago. Every second that passes fans the flames of Rio, runes out against, freezes on that loaded horizon. Every heartbeat trembling in limbo. Unspoken dread hangs heavy, as if the earth itself quakes in anticipation. With nothing but uncertainty left, they brace to assume the worst, and beyond the portal's gates, true chaos. Losing. Just as the dust settles from Ikoma's impossible victory, a new scream rips through the air. A bloodied hunter stumbles forward, desperately pleading that he's one of them. The extermination unit tries to reason with him, but a chilling dread washes over everyone. This isn't just another monster. Something far worse is happening. But the horrifying truth quickly becomes clear. His mind is gone, a puppet to some unseen monster. A hunter tries to move, but a paralyzing dread freezes his limbs. This isn't just any hunter. It's Leo Ukami, a B-rank beast warrior. Now a terrifying enemy, the situation just escalated beyond anything they imagined. Facing a B-rank beast warrior as an enemy is a living nightmare, and every hunter feels it deep in their bones. Desperation takes hold as one hunter brings his weapon down in a desperate, futile strike. The chaos of Chapter 29 erupts around them, demanding an immediate response. They brace the enemy forward. A sharp order cuts through the panic, telling everyone to open a path. Weapons rise in unison as the hunters scramble to clear the way. Despite the overwhelming fear, they stand their ground, ready to face the possessed warrior. Their courage shines even in the face of certain danger. Ending. A cruel, twisted grin spreads across Ukami's face, promising pure devastation. Just then, a flicker of hope ignites as the hunters spot our hero. Ikoma steps into the heart of the chaos. Instantly sensing the sun fates, it steps into the heart of the chaos, instantly sensing the sun fates, promising pure devastation. Just then, a flicker of hope ignites as the hunters spot our hero. Ikoma steps into the heart of the chaos, instantly sensing the sun fates. Instantly sensing the sun fates. Violently as the battle erupts around him. Before Ikoma can even react, a hunter takes a vicious hit and cries out in agony. Ukami blasts another body aside, his rampage growing even more brutal. He shoves everyone out of his path with terrifying, raw form. Suddenly, Ukami unleashes his beast claw, and the chilling scream that follows freezes the entire room. That savage strike shatters the last shred of restraint, igniting fury in the desperate crowd. Our boy Ikoma spots the smallest opening. Knowing this is his own chance to act, he prepares to make his move. Lunges forward, but Ukami's counter is swift and brutal, punishing him hard. An innocent hunter gets dragged into the swirling chaos, howling in agony as fate singles him out. The desperate survivors cry out for Captain Kuroko with Think. Officers sound shaken, stunned by how difficult it is to bring down this possessed hunter. Then their eyes fall on Ikoma and pure shock twists their faces. He is the last person they ever expected to see in this nightmare. The chilling realization hits hard. This is no ordinary monster outbreak. The local troops and hunters are clearly overwhelmed. They cannot handle this escalating threat. Another scream rips through the panic as the front line begins to buckle under the pressure. Ikoma grits his teeth, battered and bruised, but his mind races for a solution. He refuses to give up. Then, our boy Ikoma activates his gravity masterclass, lightening his body and exploding into motion. The onlookers can barely believe their eyes. His speed becomes utterly unreal. Even the rampaging Ukami falters for a split second, completely thrown off by this sudden death. The situation, realizing a monster's mind control, is driving this hunter berserk. Okami strains, fighting from deep within his own body, but the sinister control relentlessly drags him forward. Someone tries to stop Ikoma, warning him that Okami is far from an average hunter. Our hero faces an impossible choice. Force surges around Ikoma as our man pushes through his fear, launching himself forward with ruthless commitment. His charge flips the entire battle, and the crowd can hardly believe he is overpowering a B-rank hunter. Praise starts spreading like wildfire. No one knew such a young hunter. The sharpest eyes catch a crucial detail. Ikoma strips his fighting down to pure deadly efficiency. He calmly triggers reset, cutting the rhythm of the fight before Okami can possibly recover. Okami fires back with his beast claw, but the strike crashes out of sync, completely wasting its power. Our hero is in control. Ukami's failed attack gives him away. Under pressure, he is no longer fighting cleanly. Ikoma seizes this critical mistake and immediately cranks the gravity higher. Ukami growls in agony as the immense weight suddenly drags at his every movement. He is trapped under Ikoma's power. Then, Ikoma drops blackout, plunging Ukami's senses into utter confusion. With that crucial opening, our boy reaches for the real man underneath, calling out to Ukami's true self. The people nearby stare in disbelief, as the powerful mind control actually starts to waver. Ikoma is breaking through, like a man waking from a nightmare he cannot quite place. For one fragile instant, he believes this is merely a sparring match, a familiar training ground. But the monster's sinister grip clamps down again, and Ukami erupts with murderous rage. Through Berserk 6, laugh echoes as Ikoma doesn't hesitate, immediately resetting the flow before Okami's power fully takes over. Now everyone understands the terrifying depth of the monster's control, and their fear only intensifies. Our hero makes a brutal choice. Okami outranks him, and mercy now will only get more people killed. Ikoma must act decisively. Launches himself straight at Ukami, committing to the brutal confrontation. Ukami roars, throwing every ounce of his corrupted strength into one reckless charge. He comes crashing down with the intent to utterly crush our hero from above. The clash is inevitable and deadly. Ikoma answers with devastating gravity magic, unleashing his meteor drop. A meteor-like blast of crushing gravity slams down, driving Ukami violently into the ground. The stunned crowd can only stare because that impact is far beyond anything they expected from Ikoma. Our hero's power is truly terrifying. One last cry bursts out as the shockwave of the collision rolls through the area. Ukami's severed right arm hits the ground, and a raw scream of agony tears from his throat. And then, the ligaments in his leg are brutally severed too. It comes up and says, "In standing." Ikoma stands there gasping for breath, as the others realize he stopped Okami without killing him. That thought stuns them even more. Our boy was holding back the entire time. He only gives a quick, casual apology, as if he didn't just dominate the battlefield. His calm down near the office calmly reminds them that different classes move at completely different speeds. But there is no time to breathe. Someone urges everyone to get the civilians out immediately. Ikoma shuts that down, his voice killing the brief relief. That no dread washes over them. Ikoma warns them they do not have time, and a chilling dread settles over everyone once more. A heavy, suffocating silence follows as they brace for what comes next. Then, a sudden violent slash tears through the quiet, signaling a new danger. The portal is far from closed. Remain standing. They look out ahead, and the true scale of the threat slowly begins to sink in. A violent roar tears through the portal as something rushes straight at them. From the depths, someone can only mutter in disbelief that there are so many of them that nightmare is far from over. The portal, the uglier and more terrifying the truth becomes. A stunned breath slips out from the crowd, because the nightmare just keeps growing. Another voice confirms their worst fears, somehow making the overwhelming threat feel even more real. They are truly surrounded. Then a flicker of confusion ripples through the group as something feels terribly off. Ikoma drops the real bombshell. The boss monster is already here, hidden among the horde. That terrifying revelation crashes over them. because everything up to now was only the beginning. The true fight has just begun. Ikoma barely has time to breathe before the nightmare doubles. Two more redcaps burst out of the dark with those twisted, mocking grins, and the fear he just crushed comes roaring right back into everyone's chest. But our hero's eyes go past them, and that is where the real danger hits, standing. He spots a level 55 Summoner Fox, then a level 47 Ghost Fox, and instantly understands this portal is way more broken than anyone thought. Weight settles over Ikoma, because evolved monsters are the worst kind of gamble. He knows they can awaken bizarre skills with no warning, and one bad guess here means everybody dies. Still, our guy doesn't flinch for long. He locks onto the boss as the only answer but right. Monsters pour in so fast it feels like the portal itself is vomiting death. The hunters freeze, the wounded are exposed, and turns this place into a massacre. So when the others realize what he's planning, they stare at him in shock, because our man is about to charge the boss alone and end it himself. Follows their fear and forces themselves to hold the line. They agree to protect the injured and keep the summoned monsters back, even knowing they might get torn apart doing it. And then Ikoma launches forward so hard his body nearly gives out under the strain, dropping low as he forces gravity magic to carry him. And then Ikoma launches forward so hard his body nearly gives out under the strain, dropping low as he forces gravity magic to carry him anyway. When anyone hesitates, his answer is simple and brutal. Everything between him and that boss is just in his way. Energy. Ikoma explodes ahead like a human bullet. That reckless charge lights a fire in the others, and suddenly the panic starts turning into stubborn resistance. They throw themselves at the horde, shielding the wounded with everything they have left. Even a poltergeist skill erupts into the chaos, buying precious seconds while our protagonist races straight for the source of this nightmare. Shows its fangs for real. A terrifying skill erupts from the monster, and the sheer pressure of it sends shock through everyone watching. There's no hesitation, no mercy, not even anger in that thing's movements. To this creature, humans are not rivals or invaders. They're just meat, standing in front of its next meal. Then Ikoma moves, and everybody's brains just stop for a second. His speed is so absurd that even the hunters watching can't process how a man with his reputation is suddenly crossing distance like that. In that instant, our boy finally understands something huge. All those bitter years as a bandit, all that power, boss finally wavers, and Ikoma feels that shift immediately. Its confidence starts cracking, while our hero pushes in with the kind of grin that says the monster already played its best card, and still failed to keep the pressure on, without giving it a breath to recover. Then a sharp impact snaps through the office. Hunters watching can barely believe what they're witnessing. This exhausted outcast, the same man people look down on, is actually overpowering the boss by himself. Every move he makes feels too clean to deadly too far beyond what they expected from a washed-up hunter. At that point, the only explanation they can come up with is that Ikoma must be hiding strength on the level of the nation's elite. Ikoma doesn't get drunk on that victory for even a second. His eyes sharpen again, his killing intent locks onto the boss, and he knows only one thing matters now: if that monster dies. The portal closes. He forces his trembling body upright, still wrapped in the afterglow of an impossible comeback, even as the strain threatens to drop. Standing, and with the whole battlefield holding its breath, our hero prepares to finish what he started. The glow barely lasts a second before death lunges right back at Ikoma. A two-headed beast drops low, growling like it wants to rip him apart where he stands, and everyone around him freezes. But our hero does the exact opposite. Instead of backing up, Ikoma steps straight into that killing intent, fires off gravity magic, and the air itself turns vicious. The beast's body suddenly drags downward as if the world decides to crush it, and then our guy piles on even more weight until its legs buckle. The recoil tears through him instantly, pain twisting across his face. But he doesn't hesitate. He forces out Meteor Drop and slams the opening into a savage counter before the monster can recover. Ikoma can feel it. The pressure is finally working, and the monster that charged in so confidently suddenly looks miserable under his control. Our man stares it down like he's already won half the battle, and there's almost a cold little taunt in the way he presses forward. For the first time, that beast is the one looking uncomfortable. In shock, because this is way beyond what they thought Ikoma could do. The guy they were just starting to believe in is now trading blows with a monster that should be completely out of his league. But the numbers are ugly. Ikoma is already worn down to 68 out of 84 HP, and only 11 out of 67 is already worn down. The fight has reached the point where hesitation means death. If he gives that monster even a moment to recover, the whole battle flips, and dragging Satsuki and Hoshina into this mess would be straight-up suicide. They still have injured people behind them who can't defend themselves. So our protagonist makes the rumors of his own shoulder. This is where his past life starts paying off in the cruelest way possible. Ikoma has suffered through enough hopeless battles to read the flow of death before it arrives. He can already sense exactly where this fight goes if he missteps even once. That experience hardens his resolve, because our boy isn't fighting on every choice. Even the monster starts to waver, because this human just refuses to run. Everything about Ikoma screams exhaustion, yet he keeps standing there like a man too stubborn to die. For a split second, fear and survival instinct try to creep into his mind, and locks in harder than ever. He understands one terrifying truth. No normal hunter is taking this thing down alone, and yet Ikoma is still out there forcing the impossible with sheer will. That realization hits like a truck, and all they can do is grit their teeth at this insane bastard. He's not just surviving anymore, he's rewriting what they thought as well. And then everything goes still. A strange beam of light descends over Ikoma, washing the battlefield in a silence so heavy it feels unreal. For one heartbeat, nobody moves, nobody breathes, nobody understands what they're looking at. Our guy stands in that light like something has just answered his resolve. The people watching can only gasp because Ikoma suddenly explodes into motion. One instant he's standing under that eerie light, and the next he's gone, launching forward with terrifying speed. There's no wasted movement, no panic, no hesitation. It feels like every ounce of pain in his body gets forged into one finger and a body gets forged into motion. When he stands up on that eerie light, and the next he's gone, launching forward with terrifying speed. There's no wasted movement, no panic, no hesitation. It feels like every ounce of pain in his body gets forged. Barely reacts in time. Ikoma closes the distance and brings down a crushing blow with overwhelming force. Smashing into the beast like judgment itself has finally arrived. The impact is so brutal it feels less like an attack and more like gravity, deciding that the only question left is what it costs him next. Swings again anyway. Even with his body screaming and his mana scraped dry, our hero rips out one last gravity charge slash through pure stubborn madness. This guy is running on nothing but grit, and somehow that makes him even more dangerous to fight as well. This reaches him, but Ikoma can barely stay upright, let alone answer properly. All he manages is a weak, breathless sound as exhaustion crashes over him like a wave. His vision blurs, his thoughts drag, and for a second our boy looks like he might collapse on the spot. He wins the battle, but his body is collecting the debt. Reward hits. A status window bursts into his exhausted mind, and even Ikoma freezes at the sheer amount of experience pouring in. He doesn't just survive this nightmare, he rockets from level 38 to level 44 in one jump. Gains 6,484 experiences. The numbers are insane, but they also reveal the cost. His HP is barely hanging on, and his mana is completely empty. The moment the boss dies, the whole nightmare unravels. Every summoned wolf and every overflow monster vanishes from the street, leaving behind a silence so sudden it feels unreal, dragging in breath after breath, while stunned voices finally reach him from behind. People start asking if the overflow is really over. Like they're afraid that horror. Question hits our man harder than any monster ever could. For the first time in what feels like forever, Ikoma realizes he truly saved people. The weight of that victory turns painfully personal, because his father rises in his mind at the exact moment relief should have taken over. Even after winning, old wounds still know how to twist the knife. The Hunters Guild is buzzing like it just got struck by lightning. People stare at Ikoma in open shock, because the kid they barely noticed is now the one who brought down the boss alone. Whispers spread from one corner to another, and suddenly everyone wants a name, a face, and an explanation. Standing. Our boy walks into the building as a nobody and feels the room turning him into something else. They hand him all the glory, but Ikoma shuts that down fast. He makes it clear that if they hadn't held off the summoned wolves, he never would have had enough mana left to finish the boss. That honesty only makes him shine harder because now everyone knows he's strong without being arrogant. And just like that, our hero starts getting treated like an instant celebrity. One person jokes that they should have recorded his big hero moment, like this whole disaster was some once-in-a-lifetime clip. But the mood turns cold immediately when she snaps back and reminds them people were suffering. And civilians got hurt. The cheap laugh dies right there. Then she sums it up with brutal clarity. A hunter happened to be nearby, defeated the boss, and probably saved countless lives. Even Ikoma looks caught off guard by how grounded she is. People talk, the bigger this gets. It turns out even the standby suppression team couldn't contain the chaos, which makes Ikoma's achievement look even more unbelievable. Word spreads fast that some nearby hunter killed the boss when everyone else was failing. More onlookers rush over, pointing toward the trio, and now the pressure starts building up from every direction. Recognition spreads like wildfire, and then somebody finally connects the dots. The boss killer is that same young applicant who came in asking for a B-rank promotion. And right on cue, some loudmouth takes one look at his age and starts sneering, acting like the whole request is a joke. Ikoma has survived monsters, but now he has to deal with the most annoying enemy of all. People with ego and zero clue. It's the humiliation burning in his chest, that old familiar sting of being looked down on before anyone even measures his worth. Somebody starts running his mouth again, ready to keep piling on, but another voice cuts in cold and sharp. Instead of mocking Ikoma, that person makes it clear the fool should be thanking him. Out of pure wounded pride. But the truth crushes him almost instantly. He's reminded that subduing a rogue B-rank hunter without killing him is no small feat, and without Ikoma stepping in, he would already be dead. Someone even points out that the man involved is from the monster eradication forces, which makes the gap in ability for being safe. Ratty shrinks under that reality, lashes out over his precious B-rank status, and then gets ordered inside before he can make himself look worse. Ratty spins toward the voice, irritation flaring all over again, ready to bite at whoever interrupted him. But the moment the newcomer is recognized, the mood changes. A hard warning follows. Crimes connected to portals are treated seriously, and nobody here is going to laugh this off. That lands like a hammer, and all Ratty can do is spit out a bitter curse. That lands like a hammer, and all Ratty can do is spit out a bitter curse. That lands like a hammer, and all Ratty can do is spit out a bitter curse. That lands like a hammer, and all Ratty can do is spit out a bitter curse. That lands like a hammer, and all Ratty can do is... Some time passes, and the air outside feels almost too bright after all that tension. Then the result drops with zero mercy. Ikoma's promotion application is denied on the spot. After everything he just did, after saving lives and crushing a boss, our guy still gets blocked by the system. The comeback is real, but the world clears out that system. The comeback is real. The world clears out that system hasn't been ready to reward him yet. And then one statement blows the whole room apart. The truth of what Ikoma accomplished spreads with enough force to turn his return into a living legend right there on the spot. Just when the atmosphere can't get any heavier, the deputy guildmaster steps forward in a razor-sharp suit, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. Our hero has everyone's attention now, but whether that becomes recognition or another battle is about to decide everything. Is barely still standing when the air around him suddenly changes. Our guy lifts his head through the pane and finds the deputy guildmaster himself staring right at him, like he has just discovered something impossible. The official confirms Ikoma's identity without hesitation, and then drops the bomb that freezes. Ikoma's hidden class is not some fluke support build anymore. It is Gravity Master, and that single truth changes everything. That name lands, the guild staff completely lose their nerve. Panic spreads fast because pushing Ikoma forward this quickly could spark complaints, investigations, and a whole storm of blame from above. One of them even blurts out that the guildmaster would never approve something this reckless. Still, the deputy guildmaster does not flinch for even a second, because he already knows exactly what happened here. Dug through Ikoma's records, and what he found leaves a nasty stain on the guild. Ikoma was not held back because he lacked talent. He was blocked out of spite. With Okami twisting the process for personal reasons, that ugly truth finally gets dragged into the light. And the deputy guildmaster makes it clear that this is not pity. Keeping Ikoma buried any longer only damages the guild and cripples a hunter who should have been rising long ago. So he decides to force the approval through himself. Hero harder than any monster attack, because after years of being treated like dead weight, real support feels almost unreal. He hesitates, like he cannot quite trust the ground under his feet. Then the deputy guildmaster answers with the kind of conviction Ikoma has not heard in a long time, saying the guild exists to help hunters protect the world. He even admits the portal disaster in Marima Ward should have been stopped earlier, and with real guilt in his voice, he thanks Ikoma for preventing something far worse, and reaches out to him, not in judgment, but in recognition. Ikoma accepts it while still trembling from exhaustion, and that one gesture feels like the first time the world has pulled him upward instead of crushing him down. The approval is processed, the decision becomes official, and the room finally shifts from tension to shock. Just like that, our boy reaches B rank, and the congratulations start pouring in from every side. Barely process what just happened. A guy who was dismissed, mocked, and shoved aside is suddenly standing there as a newly certified B rank hunter. The disbelief in their voices says it all, because Ikoma's rise is happening way faster than anyone expected. And for our hero, that victory should feel perfect. But something in his chest still refuses to stop it. Ikoma quickly insists that he is happy, and honestly, he is. After everything he suffered, reaching B rank is a massive comeback. But even while he tries to accept the moment, one detail keeps echoing in his head, and the more he thinks about it, the more wrong it feels. If a portal incident like this had happened in his previous life, especially in Narima Ward, there is no way he would have forgotten it. Our man knows his own memories too well for that, so he reaches a chilling conclusion. This event never happened the first time around. Somehow, the future is already starting to shift. Opens a much darker question. Ikoma still does not fully understand why he was sent back at all, or what force twisted his fate after the divine pocket watch changed everything. If the timeline is moving differently now, then the future he remembers may no longer be reliable. That uncertainty wraps up into a different nature. Standing. If one event changed already, then how many more disasters are about to be rewritten? Still, our hero knows he has a bad habit of expecting the worst. His mind always runs toward danger first, especially after a life filled with betrayal and humiliation. So he forces himself to grab onto the one thing nobody can take from him, right now. He made B rank with his own power, and for once that fiction is real enough to steady his breathing. On to the next target immediately. He confirms the portal he has in mind, and his focus sharpens because he believes the boss item inside it, the Ring of Wisdom, could become the key to preventing future portal disasters and calamities that agree upon casualty as it develops the reservoir of the rest. So, our guy does not hesitate and asks to apply on the spot. Room tightens all over again, because this is not a small request. Ikoma has only just been recognized, and now he is already trying to step into a far more dangerous battlefield. But he does not waver because he knows every second matters if that item is as important as he believes. Then the answer comes back too. Elsewhere, the mood turns a lot colder. The boss drop from that portal is being treated like a ticking disaster, something too dangerous to leave in the open. One voice suggests using official authority to seize it and shut the portal down entirely before anyone else gets close. Standing. But the man in charge refuses that route, not because he lacks ambition, but because he does not want the government or even his own people sniffing around too much. That kind of caution makes him feel way more dangerous than open greed. He explains that every move needs a proper excuse, like a hunter laying bait before the kill, and then he reveals he already has a few loyal hounds ready to act for him. That one line says everything. This man does not need to dirty his own hands when he has obedient tools waiting for orders. And the moment those pieces start moving, Ikoma may be walking straight into a trap he cannot yet see. Brought up again, he brushes it aside like it is nothing worth worrying about. No anger, no panic, no visible urgency, just that calm, controlled response of someone who thinks he already owns the board. And somehow, that makes him feel even more threatening because while Ikoma was racing toward his next chance, another player is already preparing to strike. Barely has time to breathe before a new nightmare drops in front of him. Katie lays out the target, and it is not some simple dungeon crawl. The Library of Illusions is basically a giant maze of bookshelves and traps, crawling with magical monsters at every turn. And waiting at the end of that mess is a level 65. The world of illusions is basically a giant maze of bookshelves and traps, crawling with magical monsters at every turn. And waiting at the end of that mess is a level 60 boss, the kind of enemy that crushes weak resolve. Because of magic, that's predictable descending a bookshelf before the fighting starts. Because taking on a place like that with too few people sounds like suicide. But our hero answers without flinching, calm and sharp like he already sees the path forward. That quiet confidence carries him straight to the Aroma City branch of the Hunters Guild in Kanagawa Prefecture, where he tries to put his plan into motion, and then everything jams up instantly, because the guild refuses to let them enter. The guild's answer is pure bureaucracy, cold enough to make anyone grind their teeth. They say the monster eradication forces can keep the portal contained for now, and if things drag on, the city will just hire high-rank hunters to clean it up later. To them, this is procedure. To Ikoma, and to be infrequent. Here enters the equation, and the air changes a little. Seiji Jigoya, level 43, stands there with the kind of presence that makes people pay attention fast. He is strong, clearly experienced, and not the type to be ignored. For a moment, it feels like this dead end might finally crack open. Quickly explains the original idea. He and Satsuki were never planning to rush the boss head-on. They meant to level up inside first, build strength, and then challenge the final enemy with a real chance to win. It is a smart plan, not some reckless gamble. But even while our guy lays it out, Seiji gives off a vibe that keeps it showing up the right. That tension spreads straight to the weaker members, and suddenly the power gap is impossible to ignore. One girl nervously asks where she stands, already fearing the answer before it comes. The response hits hard, making it clear she is seen as a burden more than a teammate. But just when that humiliation starts sinking in, her companion steps up and refuses to leave her behind. And that loyalty says a lot. He starts doing the math in his head, and for once the numbers actually look promising. If they can enter Act 3 with 3 high-ranked teammates, their odds against that level 60 boss rise dramatically. That thought takes some of the weight off his chest, because even our hero knows raw courage along with that remains standing. But right when hope starts building, one of Seiji's own people snaps and calls out the whole arrangement. Accusation lands like a blade across the table. Seiji's teammate points out that they were misled from the start, told to expect an attack mage for ranged support and an all-rounder who could handle both melee and magic. Instead, key details were hidden, even their character classes. And now the whole thing reeks of desperation and half-truths. Seiji tries to smooth it over by saying they had no choice. If they wanted guild approval, then coldly weighs the team's value, deciding Ikoma's level makes him worth bringing, while Satsuki is treated like a convenient extra. Eyes turn to Hiru, because one answer from him could tilt the entire group. The room hangs in that ugly silence where trust starts cracking before the mission even begins. Ikoma says nothing, but his expression tightens because he has lived through this kind of party poison before. He knows groups built on shaky promises and bruised pride can collapse the moment real blood starts spilling. Swallows the irritation and keeps his head clear. He knows better than anyone that beggars do not get to handpick perfect teammates, and right now survival matters more than pride. So our man studies every face in front of him, measuring strength, loyalty, and the kind of selfishness that gets people killed. In the kind of selfishness that gets people killed. A library of illusions waiting ahead, he starts sorting out who might become an ally, and who could become his next problem. Koma steps into the library of illusions with his nerves still on fire from that last miracle. Every footstep taps through the silence like a warning, and our boy immediately feels this place is wrong in a way monsters alone can't explain. Towering shelves rise around him like a maze built to swallow Hunter's hook, remain standing. And even with everyone finally starting to believe in him, he knows this portal is hiding something ugly. Raid pushes deeper inside. The mood is already split between greed and tension. Some of them can practically taste the fame this clear could bring, but nobody is relaxed enough to admit how scared they are. Then one hunter throws cold water on Ikoma, making it clear he has only extra manpower and should stay in his lane, standing. But another fires back, arguing they did not come all the way from Tokyo to walk away empty-handed, and that challenge hits someone's pride like a slap. Because now they are fighting over who deserves a share before the real battle even starts. Ikoma keeps his head down and stays humble, telling them he and his side are only backup and will not interfere unless things go bad. The air turns toxic, but our protective swallows the disrespect because one stupid clash is here. The air turns toxic, but our protective swallows the disrespect because one stupid clash is here, only backup and will not interfere unless things go bad. The air turns toxic, but our protective swallows the disrespect because one stupid clash here could ruin everything. Even when his ally worries the boss reward might slip away, Ikoma stays calm and puts survival first. It is a flat rejection, and that tells Ikoma everything he needs to know about this team. He understands better than anyone that the Library of Illusions is a brutal B-rank portal, and raw rank alone means nothing here. Without memories from his first life, even he would have struggled to believe a place like this could crush strong hunters over his face. So he waits, patient and sharp, because he knows sooner or later they are going to need him. And then, something strange catches his eye. He studies the writing around him, but the symbols make no sense at all. They do not resemble any language humanity knows, and that alone sends a chill through him. In the future, people try to study traces from portals, but almost everything disappears once it leaves them, making real research nearly impossible. And when scholars finally do make progress, all they learn is just how terrifyingly far those lost civilizations are from mankind. Truth is even creepier, because those symbols never become a real language at all. Endless theories rise and collapse, and nobody can prove what any of it means. But hidden inside this cursed place is the Ring of Wisdom, a treasure so absurdly rare it could overcome everything, because the devil is there to reduce it back to his. The moment Ikoma remembers that, our man makes up his mind. He is taking that item no matter what. Then the silence breaks. A warning snaps through the air, and a rain of fire crashes down from above, so suddenly the whole party jolts into panic. Someone screams for a shield, but the shock lands before anyone can settle their nerves, and when the attacker finally reveals itself, they are staring at a goblin librarian. Level 40. Perfect. Acts instantly, slipping into Shadow Walk with the kind of smooth confidence that tells you this guy has done this 100 times. He vanishes from sight, circles into the blind spot, and drives a vicious backstab into the monster before it can recover. Another hunter follows with a clean finishing slash, and the enemy drops hard. The danger passes, but the tension doesn't, because now praise starts pouring onto Hiru and my guy is absolutely eating it up. Little victory lasts about 2 seconds before Hiru's attention snaps towards someone else. A hard glare lands, the mood sours again, and suddenly it feels like one wrong word could start a fight inside the raid. Somebody protests that the battle barely even started before Hiru stole the spotlight, and he breathes out. Ikoma stays quiet, but he is already measuring them both and realizing these hunters are far more skilled than their attitude suggests. Hiru's movement hits Ikoma in a different way. The instant our boy sees those skills chained together, he recognizes the class behind them. Hiru immediately throws up a wall and warns him not to act familiar, but Ikoma calmly says his full name anyway, which only irritates him more. 2 techniques are enough for Ikoma to know exactly what he is dealing with. Ikoma's ally looks nervous because talking casually to a guy like Hiru feels like poking a sleeping tiger, but our protagonist is not guessing anymore. Shadow Walk and Backstab, those are classic signs of a bandit, a character class focused on agility, poisoned, and confusion effects. Conserved, outdated, a cavalry feels like a ghost head. For the first time, a strange warmth rises in Ikoma because he is looking at someone walking the same painful road he once did. Ikoma speaks up, and his warning comes from experience, not ego. He tells Hiru that if he wants to survive against stronger boss monsters, he needs to build power early and stop relying on the class's early game tricks alone. Then he lays out 2 real paths: become a disruptor who controls enemies for the party, or pair with support. Magically, the dry feminine rises somewhere in the distant, and doesn't depends on the class's early game tricks alone. Then he lays out 2 real paths: become a disruptor who controls enemies for the party, or pair with support magic classes in Philadelphia, Athenian, and to rep. Hiru hears none of the concern, only disrespect, and he explodes, calling Ikoma weak and acting like nobody asked for his advice. As quickly, but the damage is already done. He is not trying to belittle Hiru. He is trying to stop another bandit from crashing into the same wall that destroyed his first life. He knows exactly how badly that class falls behind at higher levels. If the build goes wrong, when another hunter insists Hiru is already one of the top B-rank fighters around, Ikoma drops the impossible truth. In his past life, he stood at the top of all bandits in Japan. Just that bombshell, the mood twists again. Someone notices the bodies on the ground and realizes this portal is clearing way too easily for a rare high-level undeveloped dungeon. That easy progress feels wrong, like the place is luring them forward. On purpose. Then a strange ticking sound comes from a row. It comes again, louder this time, and confusion spreads like poison. Ending. Ikoma identifies it immediately, and his stomach drops. A pocket watch rabbit, level 45, should not be inside the Library of Illusions at all, and that makes this situation terrifying. He quickly explains that this ridiculous-looking monster is far deadlier than the Goblin Librarian and can wipe out whole parties if they rush it. So he forces himself to stay calm and tells them the safest move is simple: do not approach it and go around. Poisoning the room. One hunter's attention drifts past the danger, and his temper finally boils over as he snarls at Ikoma to stop acting like the leader. Ikoma panics and tries to stop him, because he knows the second that monster reacts, this raid could turn into a massacre. The reckless idiot hesitates for a moment, and then spots what looks like an S item on the far side, a dragon staff, and that tiny pause turns into pure greed. The nightmare instantly. He cannot protect the whole party and fight that monster at the same time. And for the first time since entering this place, even our hero feels the pressure closing around his throat. Then the real horror steps out. A sinister rabbit doll appears with a blade in hand, and the truth hits off. A sinister rabbit doll appears with a blade in hand, and the truth hits off as a sinister rabbit doll appears with a blade in hand. And the truth hits off as a sinister rabbit doll appears with a blade in hand. And the truth hits off, standing. It is about to become a slaughterhouse. Ikoma barely stays on his feet after that insane victory, and then danger comes sprinting in again. A masked hunter named Hiru lunges straight at the pocket watch rabbit, thinking the tiny thing is easy prey. But our hero's eyes sharpen instantly, because he knows that cute little monster is pure trouble. And before anyone can pull Hiru back, the rabbit explodes into motion so fast, the whole group freezes in shock. The beast slips past every swing like it's mocking them. Its movements are so weird, so precise that Ikoma immediately feels the kind of dread only veterans understand. One wrong read against a monster like this, and people die. Then the rabbit blurs away deeper into the library, almost like it's baiting them to follow. Ikoma doesn't have the luxury of waiting anymore. The moment the rabbit makes its move, our boy forces his exhausted body forward and decides he has to end this himself. He locks onto the target with that cold, battle-hardened focus returning to his eyes. If he lets this thing keep controlling the pace, the whole party gets right into a nightmare. Ikoma suddenly halts, and a horrible realization crawls up his spine. This monster was never trying to win with direct combat. A sharp glint flashes between them, and the truth lands all at once. The rabbit isn't fighting alone, it's setting a stage for something, much more than a troubled figure. And then the whole library starts trembling like the dungeon itself is waking up angry. Shelves tilt, the floor shudders, and the air turns heavy with panic. Books begin floating through the towering room, and every hunter looks up with that same sick feeling in their chest. This was a trap from the start, and now it's closer. Another grimoire appears, and the pressure spikes even harder. In a heartbeat, the rabbit corners all 5 hunters with 4 level 40 monsters, turning the battlefield into a death box. One of them gets slammed and nearly folds on the spot, stunned by how brutal the damage feels of such standing. Hiru's pride flares up at the worst possible moment. Instead of retreating, he digs in like anger alone can save him. A snapping maw lunges at him, and he barely twists away before it tears him apart. Even shaken and hurting, the guy forces him apart, till it tears him apart. Even shaken and hurting, the guy forces him apart, till it tears him apart. It drops from above, and the warning comes too late. Chaos erupts as everyone braces for another brutal hit, only for the monster to suddenly crash down instead. The group stares in disbelief for half a second, shocked that it actually falls, but that tiny moment of relief gets shadowed instantly when a desk drops from above and the warning comes too late. Rabbit only knew how to run. This is bad. That nasty little monster stops playing keep away and suddenly turns aggressive, making the whole situation 10 times worse. One hunter realizes in pure terror that there's nowhere to dodge. The trap has shifted from pressure to execution, and now somebody is about to pay for it. Ikoma reads the opening in an instant and takes control of the air. Since his gravity magic gives him the advantage above ground, our man drags the rabbit into range and drives a vicious kick straight into it. The hit lands hard enough to break the monster's rhythm, for once. But even after taking that blow, the rabbit starts twitching and sniffing around again, already hunting for its next dirty angle. Pressure changes, the pocket watch rabbit bolts again, and Ikoma chases without hesitation. While he moves, he pieces the whole pattern together. This thing avoids fair fights, summons backup, and waits for the perfect ambush. So he makes a brutal call on the spot. He takes 3 grimoires for himself, and orders the other 4 hunters to handle just one. Like a slap, because it sounds completely insane. They hesitate, then force themselves to remember they're not amateurs. They're hunters, people who awakened game-like skills and levels to fight monsters emerging from portals. Even so, the truth crushes them inside. If that rabbit had chosen any of them first, they would already be dead. Embers is still trembling, barely holding it together after how close this all came to disaster. The question hanging over everyone is brutal. How is Ikoma supposed to survive 3 powerful monsters alone? It feels impossible, and they know it. And in that fear, somebody shouts Ikoma's name like he's the only hopeless man was standing over. That's when the mood starts to change. Panic slowly gives way to trust, and the team decides to bet everything on Ikoma's judgment. Their faces still carry fear, but now there's something else there too. Hope. Even then, our hero only gets a split second to glance their way. Because threats are closer to each other. Because the things that are done. Ikoma's mind sharpens again. The grimoires can attack from range, and their casting speed is nasty enough to punish even one mistake. That means he can't tunnel on a single target, not with spells flying and a rabbit still lurking for a sneak attack. But just when the pressure should crush him, his eyes drop to the bones, scattered out of the robe. And suddenly, this absolute menace starts turning the battlefield itself into his weapon. Tension, sharp and fearless. Ikoma stares down those grimoires like they're already finished, and his confidence only keeps rising. A dry laugh slips out of him. Calm, dangerous, almost excited, our boy treats those monsters like trash and welcomes the fight. Because the moment Ikoma starts having fun, somebody is about to get crushed. He has time to breathe before the pressure slams back down on the party. A desperate cry for shields tears through the air, and everyone scrambles like one wrong step means instant death. Fear is chewing through the whole team, but they still force their bodies forward and try to hold the line. And right in the middle of that chaos, our guy plants his feet and refuses to let these monsters roll over them. The danger almost instantly. These enemies don't just hit hard, they rush in with brutal speed, throw out nasty magic, and make every second feel like the party is one mistake away from getting wiped. Even seasoned hunters start to crack under that pressure, because this is not a clean fight anymore. Ain't standing. But someone keeps shouting for everyone to stay together, and that tiny thread of resolve is the only thing stopping total collapse. He fires back without hesitation, blasting dark power straight into the middle of the struggle. An ally lunges at the opening anyway, driving in fast with a desperate stab like he's betting his life on one clean strike. For one brief, beautiful moment, the gamble pays off. 2 monsters drop, and relief washes over the party like maybe just making it's fast. What he realizes next is ugly. The rabbit isn't just commanding the field, it can control 4 monsters at the same time, like this whole battle is a rigged game. The second 2 go down, 2 more thrown in to replace them, and the nightmare resets instantly. That tiny spark of hope gets smothered before anyone can even enjoy it. It's out for Sion to run, but pride grabs him by the throat. He can handle danger, sure, but humiliation? Not a chance. Instead of retreating, this guy throws himself into a reckless all-or-nothing gamble, determined to erase both monsters in one shot. It's the kind of move that looks fearless for half a second, right before it starts looking suicide. Sideways, a strange sound smacks against the floor sharp enough to freeze everyone for a heartbeat. Because it doesn't belong in the rhythm of the fight, that tiny noise throws off their timing at the worst possible moment. In a battle this tight, one instant of confusion is always disasteries and monotony. Chaos, begging Xian to run before it's too late. But now the voice isn't just urgent. It's soaked in raw panic, the kind that comes out when someone realizes the attack has gone horribly wrong. Then Ikoma's name bursts out, and the whole team finally understands the scale of the disaster. Whatever just happened, it's bad enough to make everyone's blood run cold. Fix anymore. The only option left is brutal and desperate. They have to tear the thing off by force before the damage gets even worse. Nobody wants to do it because everyone knows forcing it could make the injury uglier. But hesitation is dead now, and survival is all that matters. Work. An order snaps out for Seiji to heal her immediately with white magic. He freezes for a split second, shaken and stammering, but then forces himself to move because there's no room left for panic. Ikoma takes one hard look around and sees the truth with painful clarity. Their formation is shadowed in the frontier. Ikoma knows the rabbit probably sees that weakness too. This isn't some mindless beast swinging wildly. This thing understands pressure, openings, and exactly when prey is about to break. Our protagonist can feel the enemy tightening the noose while the team struggles to recover. If he doesn't outthink it right now, this fight turns into a massive fight. He is already setting the board in his head. He reads the rabbit's movement, baits its confidence, and lets it step exactly where he wants it. By the time that creature realizes it's walking into a trap, our hero is ready to flip everything in one. Crushing move, and slash splits the haze of smoke, dragging Ikoma back from relief. Our hero staggers as realization strikes. That red cap still lives. He'd banked everything on gravity magic to end this with one crushing blow. But that strike barely grazed its armor. The fight rages on, and stakes coatingly on gravity. Cap darts unpredictably, forcing Ikoma to twist and slash sideways at the last possible moment. His heart hammers as every flicker of opportunity vanishes like mist. Tiny monsters like this never yield a clean kill. They taunt hunters with impossible speeds and razor sharp. Ikoma's rally hangs by a thread, and time is bleeding out. It locks around his jaw, and our guy steels himself for one more strike. Each swing tears through agony as mana backlash crushes his body. Bones screaming under the strain behind him, panic erupts. His exhausted allies realize they can't hold this line much longer. Desperation claws at every soul in that chamber. His mind seizes on the one solution: dismantle the pocket watch rabbit to shatter Alice Magia's barrier. One misstep rattles him for a heartbeat, and that split-second doubt feels like death. He slams down caution, vowing to end this nightmare with one unforgiving assault. Everything depends on this moment. Eyes go wide in shock, disbelief washing over their face like icy water. Ikoma's focus narrows. He must finish the beast before his body gives out. Then that moment arrives. A razor-thin opening and fierce confidence ignites his veins. Victory trembles on the tip of his blade. He gathers every last drop of mana and hurls it into one desperate gambit. The twisted rabbit doll smirks, mocking him as it activates Rabbit Run, claws blazing with cruel intent. Then the world shudders under a brutal collision. The monster rocks forward like a bullet at the air itself. Seems to be cracked. A second shockwave rips through the blast, hurling everything into violent chaos. His comrades freeze in a heartbeat, terror and awe warring in their eyes. They barely register disbelief before dust and thunder collide, sealing the outcome in a deafening roar. Fate pivots in that instant. Savage crash echoing off the stone walls. Ikoma staggers back, limbs trembling as recoil threatens to slam him down. Across the chamber, that violent blast bats the red cap like a rag doll, and that Blink's quick speed finally betrays its fatal flaw. The beast lies broken. Pain blossoms through his chest as another ragged breath escapes him. A frantic cry for Mimi cuts through the smoke, alarm flaring among the survivors. Then a burst of light blinds him, system rewards flooding his status, confirming the kill and showering him in fresh experience. Relief mingles with exhaustion. Even triumph tastes bitter on his cracked lips. His body threatens to give way under brutal backlash. Every bone feels like it's shattering from some unseen tremor. Amid the trembling floor and swirling haze, two battered figures stand before the dying flames. Carved from the chaos as they saw, the deafening floor and swirling haze. Two battered figures stand before the dying flames, carved from the chaos they survived. This victory came at a terrible price. A crushing weight lifts from every chest as the final monster's threat dissolves. Reality dawns. They actually made it out alive. One of them collapses to trembling knees, voice cracking as sheer relief floods through every exhausted fiber. They stare at each other, stunned. A hushed whisper trembles out. They really survived. Another grips composure, insisting those tears are just sweat rushing down their cheeks. Then a third sheepishly admits that, yes, they've never felt so terrified or so grateful. Emotions run raw in the smoky aftermath. Ever saw Ikoma as their ace. He was just a filler on paper. Yet now they confess plainly. Without him, they'd all be dead in that portal. Just as the tension eases, someone's gaze snaps toward something gleaming in the ruins. Curiosity flares anew. They gather around a smoldering shard, a demonic stone, proof that powerful bosses leave rare spoils. Eyes dart as another loot drop materializes beside it. Greed flickers to life. This fragment could pay more than their weight in gold. He doesn't need demonic stones, but he knows its value at the Hunters Guild all too well. 10 million yen flashes across everyone's vision, jawlines dropping in unison. That price slams into them harder than any monster blow. Sowing avarice where fear once bloomed. Stakes change in an instant. The thought of 2 million yen each sends chatter ricocheting through the group. Greedy grins flicker on strained faces as excitement drowns the aftershock of terror. But then a voice slices through the frenzy. They've burned too much mana and seriously misjudged this portal. Reality snaps their focus back. Ending. Scion limps, clutching a bloody shoulder. Another reason this exit looks too dangerous. Yet Ikoma pushes back, mind racing. If they retreat now, rival hunters could swipe the Ring of Wisdom. He cuts him with cold sharpness, already plotting their next move amid the ruin. The chase isn't oversetting. It tells them that the rabbit was the true nightmare, and its defeat means the worst is past. Curiosity sparks when he reveals a backup mana recovery plan. But Scion recoils in horror, memories of raw agony fighting that beast still searing his nerves. Trust wavers on a nice edge. Silence stretches until Ikoma points at the goblin librarian. an isolated monster dripping with mana. His proposal to use mana drain there nets him quick allies hungry for that resource. Another pipes up, determined not to back down. That tide seemed to turn. Off to the side, a hunter leans in, assessing Akoma's every twitch with clinical interest. That admiration chills fast, as if they're already planning to exploit his newfound worth. Meanwhile, Sion's jaw drops. He can't fathom why anyone would march deeper into death. Shadows of strategy gather, steady hand on his shoulder, reminding him he almost died only moments ago. The idea of pulling out floats to the surface one more time, a lifeline to safety. But Akoma snarls it off with instant pride, refusing any hint of fear in his steel-lined voice. His resolve hardens. "Don't be ridiculous. Who said I'm scared?" He snaps, chest puffed with unshakable pride. His bravado silences half the group, but before they can argue, a firm voice booms, sealing the portal against unauthorized entry. A third voice laced with authority that headquarters never cleared this extermination unit's deployment. Spotting his uniform, hunters scramble to attention, respect flooding their posture as they realize they're facing a direct order from above. Command collides with chaos. Chorus of apologies erupts alongside a rigid salute, dread and discipline woven into every movement. A teammate edges closer, ready to catch Akoma should his legs give out. Somewhere in the din, a newcomer grumbles about mountain-high paperwork waiting at base. Bureaucracy crashes in on its battlefield. A weary complaint drifts through the smoke. Portal regulations are a nightmare, and red tape never sleeps. The official chuckles softly, explaining that every rule exists for a reason. Yet his tone carries easy confidence, like this bureaucratic power move is second nature to him. Control flickers at his fingertips. Steps forward to praise Eris, crediting her illusions for keeping them alive. She bows her head, relief tugging at her shoulders despite the tension in her grip. Then the official orders her to dispel that spell. There's no sense draining precious mana now that the dust has settled. Purpose shifts as magic fades. Her eyes shoot up in surprise as if that simple command cracks her world in half. A shocked gasp escapes before she can swallow it back. The official just stands tall, a fearless grin spreading across his face, convinced that no one else could have cleared this portal quite like him. Pride hums in the air. Casually names a number. Mana cost statistics only a veteran could recite by heart. Eris's jaw drops, words catching in her throat under the pressure of his precision. In the dim light, a glowing status window hovers before the hooded figure, digits dancing across its surface. Information becomes powered. Ikkyo's status pops at level 54, Aris leaning back with a bold, fearless grin. A new silhouette emerges, steps slicing through dust as its own level 57 status blazes in the air. A low, excited chuckle echoes. "It's been too long since I've had some real fun." Barely stays on his feet after that miracle comeback, and the portal answers him with another roar. Before the party can even breathe, a new nightmare crawls out of the dark, a level 43 book demon. Then a scream cuts through the air, and panic slams right back into everyone's chest. As the monster lunges out of the brook, instantly snaps towards Sion and tries to drag him out of danger with a sharp warning. But the attack comes in way too fast, and Akoma can feel the opening slipping away before he can shut it down. In that split second, he reads Sion completely. This dude is not built for mental pressure, and fear is already eating through his composure. The formation starts to crumble. Someone fires back with Shadow Hand and tries to lock the chaos in place. The counterattack lands like a lifeline, buying the team one precious moment to recover. And the one casting it wears a small, confident smile, like she already knows this fight is turning. Akoma catches that tiny opening immediately, and his exhausted body moves on pure instinct. Even drained, our hero's focus stays razor-sharp as he spots the weakness everyone else misses. He calls it out at once, forcing the party to look where victory actually is. Sion finally responds, and the momentum starts shifting for real. He gives Satsuki her due for creating the chance, then quickly redirects everyone toward the two monsters still standing. The panic from a moment ago starts hardening into coordination, and that alone changes the pressure inside the portal. Breaks out because that sudden burst of honesty catches someone completely off guard. Akoma doesn't let the mood drift for even a second and immediately barks out the next move. He keeps everyone grounded with a calm reminder that the fight is almost over now. Only one enemy remains, and once that clicks, the team answers back. This doesn't go quietly, and one of the monsters still swings with real force. The clash hits hard, reminding everyone they are still one mistake away from disaster. Even then, Ikoma has the nerve to throw in a smug little wink and point out the perfect target. The goblin librarian is loaded with mana, exactly what Setsukime's for manager. The effect kicks in instantly and the change is obvious. Satsuki feels power rush back into her, and the relief on her face says everything with her mana restored enough to cast barrier again. The party suddenly gets back the defense they were desperately missing. That settles it. Even the ones still doubting him have to admit Ikoma's calls are landing one after another. Someone finally says what everybody is thinking. Our boy is hard carrying this entire run. And instead of soaking in the praise, he looks deeper into the portal and pushes an even crazier idea. Forget stalling, go straight for the boss. That confidence hits the group like a slap. One of them immediately pushes back, calling the plan reckless, and honestly from the outside it sounds insane. Sion tries to puff himself up and act fearless, but his face gives him away completely. It comes out of a rundown. Long enough to measure everyone's fear, then lays out the strategy with cold confidence. Ikoma explains how they can bring down the boss monster instead of stumbling into a hopeless fight. When doubt rises again, he drops the key detail. He has an item that gives him information about the bosses in this portal. And just like that, his wild plan starts standing down and back into a hopeless fight. Mood changes fast after that. If Ikoma is this sure, then hope stops feeling like a fantasy and starts feeling real. He presses them to decide now, not giving hesitation any room to grow back. For at least one of them, the temptation is obvious. A B-rank boss kill would be a huge boost. Then Ikoma sweetens the deal like an absolute menace. He offers the other three all the demonic stones and item drops they can divide among themselves if they help him secure the one thing he wants. That alone sounds valuable enough to make them suspicious, so he piles on even more bait with straight cash. And when he drops the number 90 million yen, the greed in the room detonates instantly. Standing. Before anyone can fully react, a hard crack rips through the air. It's sharp, sudden, and wrong enough to freeze every single person where they stand. The argument dies on the spot because something far more dangerous has just announced itself. The hand twitches upward with a dry, eerie creak like a corpse forcing itself back to life. Then comes a violent crunch that crushes the last bit of debate and replaces it with raw fear. The truth is standing right in front of them now. The boss of the Library of Illusions has arrived. And when the status window appears, the pressure becomes real. Akasha, level 68. And our hero is already committed. Nos doesn't even get time to breathe before the real nightmare starts. Still drained from that insane comeback, our hero leads the group straight to the boss room and points at the sealed door like he already knows death is waiting behind it. He warns them the boss won't chase them, but every attack it throws will hit like a truck, standing. And with that same calm, dangerous confidence, he tells them this fight is absolutely winnable if nobody loses their head. Confidence changes the air instantly, because confidence is contagious when it comes from the guy who just saved everybody. One hunter starts believing Ikoma's knowledge might be the only reason they make it out alive, while another idiot is already dreaming about the fame of clearing a B-rank portal. But then suspicion creeps in and poisons the mood. Standing. A guy starts wondering how Ikoma knows so much about a boss he supposedly has never fought. And suddenly, that trust starts cracking. But Ikoma doesn't flinch for even a second. Our man basically throws the truth right in their faces. Being one of the hunters means gambling your life every time you enter a portal. So if fear is winning, they can all turn around right now? That cuts deep. The doubter's pride gets hit so hard. Ikoma shuts the tension down before it turns into a full collapse and starts assigning roles with cold precision. He lays out a retreat plan too, making sure everyone knows what to do if the fight goes bad. And that alone steadies the group. On the surface, he sounds reassuring, almost generous. But inside, our protagonist is focused on something far more personal, and he quietly reminds himself that if everything falls apart, his level should still be enough to get him out alive. Ikoma turns inward and makes a ruthless decision. Before facing the boss, our boy opens his status and checks the points he's been saving, and 29 skill points are still sitting there waiting. He dumps 15 of them into an upgrade without hesitation, burning through precious resources in one shot, standing. And just like that, the gamble pays off. A brand new spell drops into his arsenal right before the fight. Action settles over him, because getting a new skill at this exact moment feels almost too perfect. Ikoma knows this boss fight could wipe them all out, so even one extra weapon matters. Then the heavy door groans open, and that sound alone feels like a funeral bell. Without backing down, our hero steps inside first. The room greets them with a creepy, mocking laugh that crawls under everyone's skin. Somebody tries to shout over it, then does it again even louder. Like forcing confidence can somehow stop panic from spreading. But fear is already there, squeezing every chest in the room, and then the boss finally reveals itself. Akasha, the level 60 ruler of the Library of Illusions. It's almost too still, too quiet, like a trap pretending to be harmless. Then everything explodes. A lightning spell crashes down with terrifying force, and the attack is so sudden that one of them panics before the impact even finishes. In a single strike, the whole party gets reminded that this monster is on a completely different level. That Ikoma was exactly right. He immediately tells them the lightning spreads across a wide area, but its power drops the farther they are from the center, so distance is their lifeline. That sharp call keeps the group from breaking completely. Then somebody finally realizes why Hiru can reposition so well under this pressure. He's agile because he's a bandit, and right now that outdated class suddenly looks useful again. Right back, but it starts cautiously. A dark projectile shoots forward first, probing for an opening, and a slashing attack follows right behind it, like they might actually have a chance. For one tiny second, hope flickers, then Akasha speaks with pure malice. And that one chilling that Akasha speaks with pure malice. It's a nightmare with intent. Even with his pride still stinging, one of the hunters forces himself to follow Ikoma's orders. That tiny act of trust comes just in time, because Akasha unleashes a wave of fire that surges outward with brutal force. The room suddenly feels way too small, and panic spikes when they realize. Makes the call instantly. If they can't evade it, they have to stop it head-on. The defender steps up anyway, fear written all over him, and throws everything he has into a shield skill to protect the team. The impact slams into them like a wall collapsing, nearly blasting everyone off their feet. But they hold barely, and surviving that one attack gives the party a desperate spark of hope. He grabs that hope and turns it into momentum. He rallies them hard, telling everyone Akasha's magic looks overwhelming, but it can be handled if they stay sharp and attack together. Then he reveals the key weakness. This boss trades mobility for destining area attacks. Once that pattern clicks, the monster that felt unbeatable suddenly starts looking manageable, and our hero keeps pushing them to stay calm and finish the job. It doesn't disappear just because you understand the pattern. Someone breaks under the strain and screams, the fear spilling out at the worst possible moment. Yet Ikoma refuses to let doubt spread again. Then Akasha cuts through the chaos with a cold, terrifying refusal. Like she has made up her mind. And in that instant, all of her killing intent locks onto one person. Ikoma Ichinose. Feed after that insane victory, and then reality breaks again. A masked figure suddenly appears right in front of our hero, close enough to freeze the breath in his throat. Before he can even react, the world around him twists into a shop like some dream gone wrong. Our guy just stands there stunned, trying to understand how he goes from crushing a red cap to facing this car. Races through the silence, and everybody's nerves tighten at once. Rain starts pouring down, turning the whole atmosphere cold, heavy, and wrong. Ikoma's eyes catch on the figures cold, heavy, and wrong. Ikoma's eyes catch on the figures cold. First endeavored, it makes the danger feel unhealthy. Hanging over him, Ikoma stays calm and gives a small, steady response. Then the enemy suddenly lunges, trying to end things before hesitation can turn into fear. But our protagonist reads the attack in a heartbeat, slips left with perfect timing, and makes the miss look embarrassing. Only one figure remains standing. He fires back immediately, and just like that, it's obvious the other side cannot keep up with him. Ikoma doesn't let them breathe for even a second. He crowds them at close range and exposes how clumsy they are when the distance disappears. Then he rubs salt in the wound, making it painfully clear they should have stayed in long-range combat. With the front line holding strong, the rest of the team starts getting a little too comfortable. And before long, they're convinced the boss is practically finished. Even the people who doubted him can feel it now. Ikoma's plan is working exactly the way he predicted. Man keeps the boss pinned down, using gravity magic to control the field and force the fastest route to victory. But this is still a boss fight, and those wide area spells are pure death. One clean hit and somebody is gone. Even knowing that Ikoma charges straight through the danger zone, like a veteran who has stared death down too many times to flinch now. A painful groan slips out as the strain bites into him, and then a massive blast erupts hard enough to shake the entire battlefield. The ground, ripping apart the terrain in an instant. Akasha feels the fight slipping away, so she changes her attack pattern without hesitation, trying to seize control before the hunters can finish her. But Ikoma catches the hidden advantage immediately, because those same pillars create cover for his side. 2. He snaps out the order for the other 3 to push in, and they move without wasting a second. Down with a thunderous boom, and the battlefield turns into a maze of impact and debris. One of the hunters even gets cocky and throws a taunt at Akasha, basically thanking her for building them places to hide. It's the kind of confidence that feels good for 1 second. Ikoma catches the problem instantly, and frustration flashes across his face because he knows overconfidence gets people killed. Because that reckless positioning creates one perfect opening, Ikoma quietly apologizes to Sion in his heart, already committing to a brutal gamble that could save everyone, or go horribly wrong. Sion finally realizes the danger too late, and panic explodes across his face as the trap closes in. Others notice at the same time. Dread crashes over the group, and a terrified scream tears through the air. And then, the kill doesn't land. Confusion hits for a split second before a figure suddenly drops from above, cutting straight into the fight mid-air. Akasha jerks her head up, completely thrown off by the attack coming from a blind spot. She clutches desk while it away. It becomes clear immediately. She had been watching too carefully from the front, which means she leaves the sky open for someone bold enough to take the risk. Meteor drop comes crashing down with savage force, and a pillar of violet light slams into the battlefield like judgment itself. Akasha gets crushed beneath it, and the impact is so violent that everyone around her can only hold their breath. But Ikoma doesn't rely for even a second because our guy knows bosses like this never die. Stay tense. Akasha's defense holds tougher than expected, and the finishing blow falls just short. Her status reveals the ugly truth. Level 60 and somehow she's still alive with only 42 HP left. That tiny sliver of health is almost insulting. Close enough to taste, and still not enough to end it. Even Akasha finally understands how terrifying Ikoma Ichinose is, and she decides he has to disappear first. Into Ikoma so hard a rough groan tears out of him. Something cracks under the force, and for one dangerous moment Akasha believes she has already turned the fight around. But this isn't just a desperate lash-out. Ikoma realizes what's happening almost immediately, because some boss monsters unleash a berserk finishes they talked about, saving Ruin Burst for exactly this moment. That means the objective changes instantly. They don't just need to win, they need to kill her before the cast finishes. Ikoma scans the field at lightning speed and spots Hiru already in position. Melee fighters are still close. The ranged attackers have tightened the circle, and suddenly that tiny window to victory is still alive. Right now, and this is their best chance to erase that last miserable bit of HP. Ikoma understands the balance perfectly. One clean rush could end everything, but one mistake could wipe the whole party out. So he throws out a warning packed with deadly urgency. No matter what happens next, nobody can afford to get hit. Ruin Burst activates. A roaring force crashes down from above, and the air itself feels like it's being torn apart. The attack doesn't stop at one blast either. It twists and spreads into a raging storm of magic, swallowing the battlefield in pure destruction. Ikoma and the others are now trapped in the worst possible moment, with victory one step away and death dropping right on top of them. Has no room left to breathe. The boss tracks our hero like a hawk, denying him even a single clean opening, and every second feels like death creeping closer. Then that monster curls its lips into a cold, ugly smile, like it already knows everybody is supposed to break. But our guy is still standing, and that changes of name. Suddenly, Ikoma explodes forward in a burst of blue force, moving so fast the others barely process it. He glances back, chest heaving, and realizes the boss still has another trick, loaded and ready to fire. Meanwhile, one coward hugs a pillar. The moment the attack shifts, panic slams straight into that hiding hunter. His curses spill out one after another as danger starts closing in from every direction, and the barrage comes so brutally fast that his nerves almost snap. The boss's power is overwhelming, relentless and cruel, and instead of blaming himself, this guy burns with respect. Acting like a crick, Ikoma's eyes flick toward Satsuki and the others, and he instantly understands the truth. If this keeps going, somebody dies, so our protagonist makes the reckless call and charges again, forcing his battered body back into the kill zone before anyone else can be crushed. The whole party just stares itself in the desert. It keeps mounting. The party finally notices something important. The boss has to be wearing down, and while all that hatred stays locked onto Ikoma, a tiny opening starts to appear for everyone else. For the first time, this doesn't feel like pure despair. It feels like a chance. grips them by the throat, but shame hits even harder. They realize they can't keep hiding behind Ikoma while he bleeds and burns through everything alone. So the party finally hardens its resolve and decides to carry part of the risk as actual teammates. It is late, but not too late. Clinging to safety can only stammer in disbelief as the others start moving. Then a sharp sound cracks through the chamber and every head whips around at once. Somebody barks the truth with zero sugarcoating. There is no hiding from this thing. And just like that, hesitation gets ripped away. Out of pure desperation, thrown up in the last possible instant. But the impact is savage, and cracks immediately start racing across it like spiderwebs. Even as that defense begins to break apart, one person stays behind and tells the others to run, choosing to buy time with their own body. In the middle of all that panic, gratitude flashes through the group like a spark. Ikoma feels the whole fight slipping beyond his hands, so he gambles and entrusts the rest to his party. That alone is huge, because our guy has been carrying this nightmare almost by himself. Then he notices something strange. The attacks stop coming for him, and a cold thought starts rising in his chest. Instantly, if the boss has turned on the others, then this is the one opening he has been starving for. Ikoma seizes it without wasting a heartbeat, knowing this ends only if he finishes her with a spell, not a half measure. Then our man unleashes gravity and water surges at his command. The pressure of that clash bites back so hard someone cries out under the strain. But Ikoma reads the boss in the middle of the chaos and catches a crucial weakness. She can only fire Ruin Burst while both hands stay raised. That means if he keeps pressing, he can wreck her aim and break the magic orb before she finishes him. So our hero doubles down, even while his body screams for him to stop. Ugly truth hits him. Akasha has way more mana than he does, and if this turns into a battle of endurance, she wins. That realization lands like ice in his veins because Ikoma is already scraping the bottom of what he has left. He cannot outlast her. He has to outplay her right now. Point. Reaper Scythe tears into the fight. Akasha falters, her voice collapsing into a weak, broken sound, and for the first time her dominance visibly cracks. Even then, Ikoma is straining at the absolute edge, barely holding his spell to get the rush, and one more push decides everything. Memory slices through Ikoma's mind like a blade. For a split second, that flash from the past interrupts the flow so sharply that the others can only stare in confusion, unable to understand what just changed in him. But our guy's eyes are different. Now something inside him locks in. Crashing blow tears through the last of Akasha's resistance with ruthless force. The party can only watch in stunned silence as the monster that had ruled over them starts collapsing at last. A bitter click of the tongue slips out in front of frustration, and then steel flashes through the air. Even at the end, this fight refuses to die quietly. It's through the group in an instant, but that paralysis lasts only a moment. A command to attack cuts through the air and everyone finally surges in to finish what Ikoma started. Then the reward appears like proof carved into reality itself. 16 skill points. Earned, our boy is getting paid in power. For every ounce of suffering, pushes into Ikoma as 11,016 experience points pour in, launching him from level 45 straight to level 49. The people around him can barely process what they just witnessed, staring at him with raw awe like he has become someone else in front of their eyes. But Ikoma isn't basking in any of it. His mind is already locked. Almost as if there was always that passage of any of it. His mind is already locked onto the item he entered this portal to claim. Obtained that item in his past life, and now it may be the key to uncovering the mystery behind the portals themselves. That possibility pulls him forward harder than victory, harder than the stunned looks around him. But just as he closes in, something catches our hero completely off guard. And that sudden twist promises this nightmare is not over yet. Waking from that impossible victory, our hero Ikoma seizes something in the gloom. Every muscle trembles, but his eyes blaze with sudden clarity. Exhaustion crashes against his bones, yet a sharp gleam ahead demands his full attention. A pulse of danger hums through the stage of obsession. A pulse of danger hums through the stage of obsession. A pulse of danger hums through the stage of obsession. Chatter drifts to that legendary ring of wisdom. The group relaxes for a heartbeat. Then someone spots Ikoma's legs quivering beneath the weight of gravity-worn exhaustion. Alarm slices through their voices as a teammate shouts, warning that their gravity master is on the brink of collapse. Pressure spikes again. A ragged exhale tears free from one hunter's lips, relief flooding them like ice-cold rain. They admit, voice wavering, they believed death had them sold back there. Yet their battered hull gleams with treasure enough to secure every dying dream. Beating the boss feels like pure redemption, if they can survive what comes next. When relief blooms, a jagged laugh shatters the calm. One hunter's stare goes cold as steel, accusing another of feigning peril. His words carve through the tension. Stop the theatrics or face real consequences. Humiliation snarls at Ikoma's ribs, reminding him trust is a racist. A rogue attack streaks through the air, blade flashing deadly intent. Ikoma's eyes narrow, violet tendrils of gravity magic coiling around him. With a thunderous pulse, gravity slams the attacker into the dirt, boots skidding across cracked stone. Shock ricochets his deadly intensal. Every eye stays locked on the fallen assailant. Another hunter makes their move. Like a ghost, the partner slips between distracted bodies and lifts the ring of wisdom. Fingers close around the cold metal, subspace power humming beneath its surface. In that instant, brute force looses to cunning. The ring isn't mere jewelry. It's a mobile vault, swallowing gear, healing herbs, even spare blades in subspace. Losing it strips the group down to bare fists and battered wills, as frustration boils in Ikoma's chest. He knows without that ring, this fight tilts heavily toward the death. Desperation closes up Anir's side. Thief melts into the shadows, chest rising with smug triumph. Each attempt to close the distance meets the crushing weight of exhaustion. They vanish around a corner, leaving the hunters gasping for air. Confidence drains as the band realizes their prey has slipped through trembling fingers. Suddenly, the boss monster's roar cuts off, gone without a trace. Ikoma slams a fist into the ground, vowing to reclaim the Ring of Wisdom at any cost. Then, like a phantom wind, two figures step into the flickering torchlight. Their presence churned, the death broken out into a churchlight. Pounds as the newcomers reveal themselves in half-shadow. Their armor bears sigils whispered as myths, power thrumming in their steady gazes. Could they be the ghostly hunters who toppled entire portals alone? Recognition and dread collide inside him, and every breath screams that nothing will ever be the same. Just pushed his gravity masterclass to its limits, but the other hunters dismiss his impossible win as utterly boring. They still see him as insignificant, their cold contempt cutting deep. But then, a sudden terror grips the survivors as far from over. The disparity between them and the monsters becomes brutally clear. Just then, one of the enemies, a woman, eyes a beautiful ring on a fallen hunter, already claiming it for herself. She boasts to Gikyo, thrilled by how perfectly it adorns her finger. A chilling display of green, which is a reminder of their true objective, cuts through the air, shifting the mood. The woman dismisses the concern, convinced she can easily hide her theft of the ring without anyone ever knowing. Another enemy scoffs, declaring the fallen hunter deserved his fate. Utterly devoted to a transporter. Yet even one of their own allies falters, disturbed by the brutal methods they just employed. A chilling question hangs in the air, making the atmosphere go cold. Then a soft, knowing laugh escapes her as she realizes the hunters have completely misunderstood who they are truly dealing with. And to the hunters, their shock undeniable. That single reaction from the enemy confirms their deepest fears are already coming true. And then, the shock intensifies dramatically, as a chilling command is uttered. This order rings out. Eliminate every single witness they find. That command strikes the hunters like a death sentence, freezing them in terror. But Ikoma instantly connects the dots, his instincts screaming with recognition of this deadly pattern. Our attire, their brutal fighting style, every chilling clue aligns perfectly. Our man Ikoma finally identifies the nightmare standing before them, Chimera's Fang. The enemy sounds almost amused, realizing their name already commands fear and respect. For answers only he could provide about this terrifying group, he reveals that in his past life their secret organization dominated the criminal underworld following the emergence of portals. The inquiry then shifts to the mysterious force behind them known as Team Chimera. So monstrous, it manipulates governments from the shadows. That chilling revelation leaves the others utterly bewildered and lost. To most people, Chimera's Fang is a mere whispered legend, but in the underworld they reign supreme. Them during a portal clear in his past life. For now, he senses they haven't yet achieved that terrifying level of influence. But our boy knows that makes them just as deadly as this very moment, and why they've chosen to reveal themselves now, in this very place. Groups like Chimera's Fang rarely operate in the open unless a greater threat is at play, and that's when the true danger dawns on the Occam. They intend to erase every single witness. lunges forward, striking with blinding speed using a polearm. The enemy presses their attack, and the group realizes fighting is their sole path to survival. A desperate plan is shouted through the panic. Stay together, use their numbers, and strike from blind spots. Brutal honesty. Admitting they still feel hopelessly outmatched. That defeatist talk only ignites fury, and a sharp command demands they stop fooling around and get serious attentive dependence. Locks onto the stolen ring, knowing he cannot let them erase that truth. When his name comes up in the enemy's count, even he is momentarily caught off guard. Just then, a vicious clawed attack snaps into motion, without warning, on the responsibility of facing the girl, despite how insane that sounds to the others. He issues a simple command, somehow hold back the other enemy. Just then, a menacing cloaked figure emerges through the purple haze, intensifying the already heavy threat. The plan is desperate, but to him, it's still their only viable option. One hunter protests that he cannot face her alone, while another realizes the grim truth in his words. They concede the rear guard can only offer support, unable to survive a direct confrontation like this. Knowing his lower level makes him more vulnerable than Ikoma. They shift to cover Sion, bracing for the stronger enemy's attack. They deduce that Hiru's killer must be the more formidable foe, especially against Ikoma's unique class and skill set. It's the grim reality. This is their only viable plan. Then, the enemy drops a chilling warning, telling them not to underestimate Aris. He confesses without hesitation that Aris possesses far greater strength than him. Passion stuns everyone on the spot. A sudden whoosh of air slices through the silence. Aris sounds almost delighted that Ikoma has chosen her as his opponent, as if she's been waiting for this exact confrontation. But her smile turns vicious as she makes one thing clear. Ikoma stands no chance against her. Even after powering up his attack, Ikoma feels himself being driven back. Realizes her mastery of gravity magic is on an entirely different level. She then speaks like a predator about to put him in his place. With chilling confidence, she calls out Ikoma Ichino's name and his current level, making the power gap feel painfully real. She openly mocks Sion, convinced no one below level 50 could ever hope to touch her. Ikoma takes this information in calmly, as if it only confirms his suspicions. But Ikoma fires back with a brutal truth. Hunters can rapidly level up by risking their lives against high-level monsters. He knows the grim reality too. Most of them perish before that dangerous gamble. Everybody has both. That people like her only earn respect because they can truly fight. She bristles immediately, refusing to let him pretend he understands her. So she demands to know why he targeted her specifically, if he knew she was the stronger opponent. There's logic. Short weapons excel when a class needs to eliminate multiple enemies rapidly. But in a duel between tricksters, chaos dictates everything, and he plans to defeat her before aiding the others. The moment the mention of poison comes into play, the danger spikes dramatically. His only remaining path to victory. One observer can barely process it, wondering if Ikoma calculated this entire strategy in a single instant. Then, a mocking laugh escapes her, brimming with contempt. And rage drags the enemy into the precise fight Ikoma desires. She completely bites on the provocation, charging in on his terms. Ikoma unleashes his illusion blade, without hesitation. Ikoma has drawn his opponent into his game. Now, it's time to witness what each of them is truly made of. As their deadly duel begins, magic plunges from a scorching red aura. Our hero forces every ounce of power into his sword, trembling with exhaustion. Suddenly, his real blade fractures into shimmering phantom slashes racing toward the enemy, each strike crackling with desperate intent. Treats this fight like a twisted dance, taunting him to match her rhythm. Our man slams down a gravity-crushed blade, hoping to bury her under punishing force. She blurs away in an instant, evading every brutal attempt. With Predator on his feet, every step landing like a whisper, our hero senses a hidden physical boost amplifying her speed. She circles him with a predator's grin, feeding off his unbroken determination. And then everything snaps into place. He identifies her hidden class as Gravity User. A chill of recognition surges through him, knowing they share the same forbidden power. It's nothing but a cookie-cutter trick. She taunts, mocking his messed-up build. She ridicules his gravity magic as painfully obvious, branding him a rank amateur. Every barb slashes into his ego, but it also steals his determination to prove her wrong. Confidence crumbles as shock darkens her eyes. He actually knows her class. She falters, realizing her secret is no longer hidden. Meanwhile, he steadies his breath, remembering illusionists thrive on visual lies. Knowing their games, he refuses to be ensnared by trickery. Those mirrored phantoms exist solely to entangle opponents in swirling doubt. But our boy adapts instantly, his mind slicing through every false shadow. Confusion crumbles before his sharpened focus. She brags that no beast or challenger has ever wriggled free from her mirrored assault. Pride radiates from her arrogant smile, convinced this trap breaks every will. He calmly gauges its mana drain even as her taunts echo around him. He recognizes Mirrored Phantom demands almost no mana, a lightweight trick he can stack. Our hero sees perfect synergy, melding gravity blades with every flicker of deception. Each link in this chain bends the enemy's mind, but he steps ahead. Standing, he pierces the Phantom's veil in an instant, pinpointing the counterfeit. Our man anchors his blade with gravity, refusing to chase shadows. Every conjured lie disintegrates before his unrelenting gaze. He lands a thunderous blow that rips the breath straight from her lungs. The impact shatters her balance and hope alike. He barrels forward, smashing every flicker of her momentum into dust. Struck silent, every hunter realizes he can't be measured by common skill. A ripple of doubt spreads as they accept he's no weakling to be written off. Our hero's gravity master identity crackles with deadly promise. Ending. He unleashes a purple gravity strike that smashes into her midsection. She snaps backwards, staggering like a ragdoll cut loose. Pain etches pure shock across her features. Of her style, converting her tactics into cunning traps. Every gravity shift she commands now recoils on her weakened form. She stands helpless as her own arsenal turns against her. Recognition finally cracks her eyes wide. This gravity masterclass is no parlor trick. She tastes defeat on her tongue. Realizing striking like acid, his unseen power blazes into lethal clarity. Panic floods her veins, but the clock has already run out. She scrambles for escape, but every step sinks her deeper. Mercy abandons her as his gravity blades close in. He steadies his breath, muscles coiling like a titan poised to shatter fate. One crushing blow will seal her fate and affirm his unstoppable rise. In her fading world, she grasps that mere survival might be her greatest triumph. Manhwa is barely still standing, and that is exactly when the nightmare gets worse. His enemy unleashes an illusionist's ultimate trick, splitting into multiple bodies that all carry real physical force. When threat suddenly becomes a swarm, and the air itself turns heavy with panic. Just when our hero looks like he has already paid the full price, the battle demands even more. Adius crashes in without mercy, forcing Akoma to twist away at the very last second. She wears that cruel little smile like she's enjoying every second of his suffering. Because our guy can barely keep himself upright now. His mana is drained, his body is shaking, and she keeps pressing on that weakness. Like a blade. Then she lunges against the matchet. Her almost breaks his focus for a split second, but Akoma refuses to panic. He fires back with cold defiance, making it clear that a few copies are not enough to make her unbeatable. Deep down, he knows her level advantage is real now, and that it is a brutal gamble. Nervous, but not enough to back off. They already watched Akoma crush Hiru with terrifying force, yet they still trust the one thing they think he cannot beat. Numbers. Their logic is simple and vicious. If he commits to one target, the other two tear him apart. With dark magic crashing in beside a slicing attack meant to pin him down for good. It is the kind of combo that should end a wounded fighter instantly, but then both attackers hesitate because Akoma's reaction feels completely wrong. Instead of breaking, our man moves like he has been waiting for this exact moment. Gravity magic explodes. A crushing force slams down in a violent burst, hammering everything into the ground and ripping away their advantage in one savage instant. The battlefield flips from their trap to Akoma's domain. All they can do is stay, because the prey they thought was finished, just right away to the ground and ripping away their advantage. In one savage instant, the battlefield flips from their trap to Akoma's domain. All they can do is stay because the prey they thought was finished, just rather dragged into the ground and ripping away their advantage. And then gravity magic explodes from their trap. One of them grits their teeth and decides none of that matters. If the others falter, then fine. He will finish Akoma alone. But that confidence dies almost immediately when the truth hits. He activates Indestructible Body, and a blazing aura erupts around him, turning him into a close range. A ridiculous degree, and his physical power surges high enough to ignore ordinary damage. At that point, anyone watching would think Akoma is finally cornered. But our hero does not fold. The defense that should have held instead buckles, and the impact tears straight through them with raw, punishing their rucks. Even after that, one fighter still throws themselves in front of him, clinging to pride like it can somehow stop a freight train. Then the impossible happens right in front of everyone. Ikoma overpowers the resistance they were sure would hold, and that last bit of confidence shatters instantly. The recoil blasts them backward, and the scream that follows leaves everyone stunned. Ikoma is actually winning. He is exhausted, outnumbered, and fighting against people who should have had every advantage, yet our boy keeps turning the whole battle around. The spectators cannot process what they are watching anymore. The man they understand is forcing them to rethink everything they believed about him. Again, with a burst of wild laughter. That monster laughs like the whole fight has barely entertained it, mocking everyone for hesitating and acting almost insulted by how little danger they pose. Worse, it wants more. Even now, the enemy still believes raw skill and power will finish Ikoma. Clenches their jaw so hard it almost cracks. Furious that brute force is not solving anything. The truth sinks in hard. They are facing something overwhelmingly strong, something that keeps crushing every normal answer. Even so, they decide the only option left is to endure and keep tracking. Fear is already slipping through the cracks, and desperation starts leaking into their voices. For one weak, painful moment, Zoe catches herself wishing Ikoma would come save them, and she hates that thought the instant it appears. She refuses to become dead weight who survives only because someone stronger drags her out of danger. So he crushes that wish in her chest, because real partners don't sit back and wait. Turns to Sion and asks the only question that matters now: can he still fight? The moment he gives her anything to work with, she rallies them to bring that monster down together, not just to survive but to stand beside Ikoma like true partners should. With Ikoma's name driving her forward, she steps back into the fight, lantern swinging at her side during the rain. And right as her resolve hardens, the enemy sneers at her boldness, setting the stage for the next clash. He has time to breathe before a new nightmare steps forward and praises his nerve for standing against someone stronger. That cold respect only makes the pressure worse, because our hero is already drained to the bone. After forcing gravity magic past its limit, around him the other hunters freeze with fear, which is bad ending. And then the ugly truth lands on everyone at once. They are not beating this monster alone. It squeezes their eyes shut and tries to think through the panic before it swallows the whole team. In that desperate silence, a single thought rises above the fear. What would Ikoma do right now? And that is when the board finally starts to line up, with our boy reading the flow and preparing his move. Only chance is to act as one, create a single opening, and break through before that tiny window disappears. And all that panic condenses into razor-sharp focus. Then a desperate idea cuts through the chaos. They do not need to kill this thing immediately if they can first cripple it. Another hunter grabs onto that hope and tries to keep the group from mentally collapsing. Now everybody scrambles around it. He commits first, firing off a restraining skill and betting everything on one fragile moment. At the same time, she calls for the scythe user to target the enemy's right arm, and that insane order shocks the whole team. The scythe wielder almost breaks on the spot, because throwing away his weapon against a monster like this, standing. But another hunter backs her play immediately and roars for teamwork, dragging everyone into one desperate all-in push. Brutally, and the formation almost shatters the instant they make contact. One fighter grits his teeth through the impact, barely holding his ground as the monster's strength crashes into them like a wall. Satsuki's bind finally catches, but it trembles violently under the difference in raw power. They have their own figure remain standing. Chance starts collapsing almost immediately, and panic surges back through the group. So the scythe user stops hesitating and throws Reaper Scythe anyway, trusting Satsuki's call with everything he has. The enemy meets it with absurdly solid defense, like the attack never had a chance to begin with. And just like that, the team's momentum merely dies before it can become anything real. Despair can settle in. Satsuki screams and launches herself forward anyway. The enemy looks at her shield like a joke, convinced he is about to smash through her without effort. But our girl turns defense into offense in one setting. Went clean out of his hand, and the shock on his face says everything. He never expected these hunters to push in that far, not even for a second. Then irritation replaces surprise, and he clicks his tongue like he is angry at himself for letting such a clean trick land. The hunters blurts out what everyone is thinking. This is exactly the kind of move you expect from an S-tier fighter. The logic hits fast. Weapon-based classes lose access to key skills when they are disarmed, so this should cripple him hard. They know they still are not strong enough to crush him outright. But taking that weapon is massive. Confidence surges through the group, and for one dangerous moment, they start believing this guy is finished. Together instantly and realizes Satsuki baited him into that opening. He hates being outplayed, and that anger turns sharp fast. One of the hunters charges in with her weapon raised, trying to capitalize before he recovers, standing. And then, he crushes their hope with one brutal reminder. Losing his weapon does not mean losing the fight, and anyone relaxing now is walking straight into death. Cuts through the air, and suddenly the pressure flips right back onto the hunters. Someone can barely choke out a confused sound as the enemy explodes into motion. Without missing a beat, he reads them perfectly, exposing how they are conserving mana and how they cannot keep blocking, unless they start burning through their skills. Then he presses even harder and corners them with a cruel challenge, practically sneering as he asks what they can possibly do now. His mind races at full speed, but every obvious answer looks bad. He could try cutting down the doppelgangers one by one, yet his stamina would run out long before victory comes. Reaching the real caster through that wall of copies feels almost impossible, and for a moment even our hero feels the trap closing in. But then Ikoma locks in, because this is exactly where a comeback is born. And for the first time, everyone stops looking at him like dead weight and starts looking at him like their only hope. I breathe before his eyes lock onto the last enemy, and his blood runs cold. That guy carries the same crushing presence as Aris, the kind of pressure that makes even veterans hesitate. Our hero instantly understands the nightmare in front of him. If that monster links up with the other three, this fight stops being dangerous and turns straight upside down. Our man does not back down. Even with death staring him in the face, Ikoma throws everything forward, deciding he would rather break here than let this end in defeat. Then the counterattack lands like a truck. The blow smashes into the air as his body tumbles away. In that split second, pure dread grips him. Ikoma realizes he failed to evade it, and that tiny mistake almost costs him everything. His body screams, his vision shakes, and the battlefield suddenly feels a whole lot colder. For one brutal moment, it looks like our boy is finished. That is exactly where Ikoma becomes terrifying. Just when the enemy thinks he is done, they feel a jolt of panic because this guy can still activate a skill. Pain twists across his face, but his eyes stay sharp, completely locked in. Then he reveals the truth. With chilling confidence, he never ran out of his face, but his eyes stay sharp. That is when the others understand how badly they have been played. Ikoma lures them in by acting half dead, conserving his mana and waiting for the perfect instant to strike back. It is dirty, ruthless, and insanely effective. Even the people trying to kill him can only stare in disbelief, because our hero just outfoxed all of them with the pendencies stuck. A glowing item window reveals the Ring of Wisdom, a B-rank ring dropped by Akasha herself, the boss monster of the library. And this is not some random stat trinket either. That ring can actually summon Akasha, the Grand Witch of the library, turning one stone item into a battlefield changing throw. A nastier thought hits everyone at once. If Ikoma has that ring now, then he must have decided to steal it long before this moment. That means our guy was planning several moves ahead, while everyone else was still reacting. The fear around him changes shape right there, because they are no longer fighting a desperate survivor. They are fighting a man who already wrote the script. Then Ikoma speaks one name with absolute certainty, Lee Hanul. The moment those words leave his lips, blue energy erupts outward and starts spiraling across the battlefield. Like a living storm, a massive presence begins to form, and even hardened fighters freeze under the pressure. Then the blue light explodes so violently that the whole area gets swallowed, and the weight of it forces groans out of anyone still standing. Light settles, the summoned presence drifts there with eerie elegance, making everyone around it feel painfully small. And then the shock gets even worse. A tiny horned girl floats upward and gently touches Ikoma's forehead. Like this overwhelming power answers to him alone. Someone's voice cracks from pure disbelief, and right there, the battlefield realizes Ikoma has unleashed something far beyond their expectations. Ikoma can barely keep himself standing, and then reality gets even crazier. Right in front of our hero, a tiny doll-like girl floats up with a playful smile. Like the battle that nearly killed him means absolutely nothing. And then it hits him. This strange little figure is the hidden class itself, the power that changes everything for Ikoma. But our guy does not get swept away by the mystery for long. The moment he recognizes the trick behind the enemy's weapon, His eyes sharpen, and all that confusion turns into caution. He quickly figures out it is a clumsy mana-hungry tool that borrows a monster's power without handling it well. Since it came from the boss of this portal, he realizes she probably grabbed it recently and barely knows how to use it. She's bluffing, and Ikoma sees through it instantly. The fear squeezing his chest finally loosens, replaced by that cold, dangerous confidence of a veteran who has survived too much to be fooled now. Our protagonist already knows why he took that ring in the first place. He did it to erase her doppelgangers and rip apart the one advantage she thought, making itself or rap seem like it's not something. The scary part is, Ikoma has been building toward this from the second they crossed paths. While she is still acting proud and untouchable, our man is already several steps ahead, quietly setting the trap. She takes his confidence as a challenge, and charges from both sides in a blur of slashing attacks. But that only proves she is walking exactly where he wants her. She is weakened, and under normal conditions that would be a disaster. But for this absolute menace, weakened is still enough if the skills and attributes remain intact. So he makes a reckless gamble and pours what little mana he has left into forcing out Akasha's power. It is the kind of move that can win everything, or leave him completely empty. A heartbeat later, he fires back with brutal intent. Ikoma unleashes Fire Wave and spreads the attack wide, not aiming for precision but for total coverage. He wants the whole battlefield burning at once, with nowhere left to hide and no safe angle to escape. It is a savage answer to an enemy who relies on confusion and exposes its head over it. And her copies begin to break apart one after another. What looked overwhelming just moments ago suddenly starts collapsing under repeated area damage. That is when panic finally creeps onto her face. She realizes too late. That is a responsible fit. Time she freezes. The shock is written all over her, because the prey she thought she could toy with has completely flipped the fight around. Ikoma has ripped through the illusion, exposed the weakness, and forced her to face him. For real. And once that mask cracks, the pressure only gets heavier. Lets out a short laugh, and that little sound is more threatening than any shout. He is exhausted, battered, and running on fumes. But now he carries himself like the one in control. Our boy has smelled weakness, and he knows she feels it too. That calm confidence hits harder than any blade. For it to end it before he takes another step forward, she lunges in to finish him. Her skill floods the battlefield with deadly spells layered inside fresh illusions, turning everything around Ikoma into a trap. It is chaos stacked on top of chaos, the kind of attack meant to overwhelm the senses and crush, hesitating to die in a trap. It is also stopped playing by her rules. It's from above like a falling star. With all the force he can still drag out of his broken body, he slams down and unleashes Meteor Drop. The attack crashes into the battlefield with terrifying weight, turning his descent into pure destruction. In that instant, he looks less like a wounded hunter and more smelting. The impact tears a groan out of her as the blow lands hard. But even after that crushing hit, Ikoma does not slow down for a second. He moves on pure instinct now, his blade flashing through the darkness as if his body is fighting ahead of his thoughts. Our man is so deep in the zone, his body nearing its limit, and he forces himself upright with sheer will. He refuses to let himself collapse here, not after dragging this fight all the way back from the edge. But she still does not stay down, clinging to one last scrap of resistance. Like a cornered monster with nothing left to lose, both of them at the brink, the next exchange is about to decide everything. His mana is wrecked, and his whole body screams for him to collapse. But our hero throws his head back and roars anyway, refusing to let victory be the end of him. Ikoma Ichinos looks like he's about to break apart, yet that stubborn fire in his chest, only burning half of the stubborn fire. This was the battlefield his chest. Only burning half of the battlefield was over dead. He snaps out of their fear and starts thinking like hunters again. If they finish the remaining target and bring the situation under control, this mission can still be salvaged. Hope rushes back into their faces, almost all at once. And for the first time, they move toward Ikoma, not as baggage but as the reason they're still alive, standing. That one impossible win changes the air around him completely. Fear slams back in without warning. A shout tears through the chaos, but everyone reacts a heartbeat too late, and that tiny delay almost costs them everything as Ikoma forces the enemy back. As the tide has turned and panics. With a sharp order, they tell Aris to hide at once, choosing escape over pride. That retreat says everything because a moment ago they were acting bold. and now they're running for their lives. Ikoma's pressure alone is enough to make them abandon the fight. Even while pulling back, they still carry that smug little attitude, like they can slip away and laugh about it later. But Ikoma doesn't buy that nonsense for a second. Our man has been betrayed too many times to trust an easy exit, and his instincts stay razor sharp. He knows people like this only smile when they think they still hold a card no one else sees. Unexpected cuts through the tension. An apology reaches Ikoma. Before he can even fully process it, Satsuki moves, disarms the enemy, and completely flips the situation on its head. Even Ikoma is caught off guard, because he already knew she had changed, but not like this. In that instant, her growth stops being a possibility and becomes understanding. Hard. Chimera's fang is now completely exposed, and once word spreads, this humiliation is going to stain their name everywhere. But more than revenge, more than pride, what crushes Ikoma with relief is something much simpler. Nobody died. After standing that close to disaster, that alone feels like a miracle. He knows Chimera's fang came specifically for this. The whole situation starts feeling rotten. Ikoma's mind races, and a colder possibility creeps in. What if this wasn't random at all? What if someone set the entire thing up from the start? Then through the fog, he and the others spot two figures standing ahead, and both of them freeze in stunned silence. Broken voice suddenly begs for help, clinging to life by a thread. But the second they get close, any sympathy dies fast. Because this idiot doesn't thank anyone, he starts barking orders and throwing insults like he's still in control. Even half dead, the guy acts like the world owes him something. And honestly, that kind of arrogance makes the whole rescue feel like a punishment. Then a familiar voice cuts in, shocked that anyone even bothered saving that pathetic mess. The response comes back with a sharp, almost parental sting. Because there's one thing nobody can ignore. His mother would be furious. Instead of facing that, he ran, and now that cowardice is laid bare in front of everyone. The shame in the air gets heavier in front of everyone. The shame in the air gets heavier in front of everyone. The shame in the air gets heavier in front of everyone. The shame in the air gets heavier in front of everyone. The shame in the air gets heavier in front of everyone. When did the arm get heavier in front? Hesitates, and the reason hits like a brick. They don't want to hand him over to that bastard, and just hearing that name is enough to make the mood turn ice cold. Whatever waits behind that connection is clearly worse than the fight they just survived. And with that ugly truth hanging in the air, Ikoma realizes this mess is only getting deeper.